What's good, bro?
Yo, what's up, bro?
Masters London players here. Come on, bro.
Exactly. How have you been?
What's good, bro?
Yo, what's up, bro?
Masters London players here. Come on, bro.
Exactly. How have you been?
I've been all right, man. I mean, didn't have the best showing in Masters London myself, but I mean, you played like a phenom there. I mean, your first game, opening day. I heard it's like your hometown or something, you know? What was up with that?
Yeah, I'm from London, so it's nice.
Was it sick? Like,
it was good, actually. It was good fun. And I mean, even after the event, I stayed for a little bit extra. So it was like good to see family, good to like be home a little bit. Yeah, it was like a sort of like little mini break in the middle of the season. To come back to London is important because it's where I grew up. And I started playing video games from a young age here with my friends from school into like a console. I was playing console games for a while. And it all started from here, so it's a little bit nostalgic.
Welcome to Masters London, where we are live from the Copper Box Arena.
Being able to be here with like friends and family means a lot. I'm excited to play in front of them, obviously.
We met on a Tier 4 VALORANT team together. I've been a good friend of his ever since. Followed him since he was, before he went pro and then at Liquid and then at NRG as well. So I've been a big fan of his for a long time. He's #1 fan. Even when we was in Liquid, they weren't playing in London and there's been no event in London. It's a big deal for him to come back with a World Championship winning roster as well and to showcase to all the London fans exactly what he's capable of in his hometown.
Coming to the game day, I'm going to feel a little bit more nervous than regular game days. Definitely more excited and 100% more pressure.
Push out over the top for Kiko. Leviatán just puts his life on the line, sets it up for Kiko. NRG take the opening map over XLG here at Masters London.
Everyone on my team has won a champs, and Ethan has won 2. And I haven't won anything, so at the beginning of the season, it was pretty hard to like feel good enough. A lot of confidence issues coming into the team.
can you tell, like, in a game, like, if you're not confident? Like, are you able to identify that? Like, oh, I'm not playing that confident today?
Yeah, I think it's a lot to do with, like, decisions and just, like, making, like, the scared decision and making, like, the play decision. There's a lot of, like, when you're not, like, playing good, you always go into the scared decision and just, like, pray someone on your team makes the carry decision because you don't want to throw because you're not feeling it individually.
Yeah. You guys played XLG on their weird Lotus comp that they have, the triple Senti.
Yeah.
And at first it was a shaky start.
Kiko up and over the top, trying to get the spot out here, but Lysor has the read, has the shot, and Kiko has absolutely nothing. Capulet again! He has sight lines on your plant spot! You cannot commit! It is a flawless round as XLG move up 6-0.
It wasn't really till the second half where like you started to take over. Like on that defense, it just felt like you were Thanos. Like no one on their team could touch you. You were playing C alone.
Yeah.
Sometimes you would call for a teammate, but you never really needed them. So how did you get into that flow? How did you identify like what you needed to do in that moment to just take over?
So the ante was, Gio, play C mound and one way and hold it and just don't let go. And that's all I did basically. The entire half I was playing C mound. I was just one waying. I was fighting to the death because they couldn't really like push me off. And then there was like a lot of different rounds. Like after like the third, fourth round, they started like trying to avoid C and go B. I just opened the door and just like started harassing them there. I don't know. It was just like flow state. I think every play that I did was working. Like every play that I tried, it's pretty funny. It's like when you feel a team doesn't want to like take a duel against you, and you just like start taking the maximum risk and just playing like crazy.
I think it was like probably one of the best performances internationally we've seen like a player have against another team on like a singular map.
One enemy remains.
NRG at long last get on the board. Taken down again. Lyser none the wiser. Now the paranoia is in, and Kiko is tearing them limb from limb. Oh my God! Involving these guys, man. Kiko gives himself another 3K. I mean, regardless of the result after this one, I mean, get him an ibuprofen, get him a back rate. Brings it up. He hits 30.
One enemy remaining.
Continues to dominate. Dio! Holy man! You're insane, bro. What the fuck? Dio! NRG, they are world champions for a reason. What are you meant to do when they have Kiko on their squad? 34 kills on Lotus, 26 on Pearl. An insane run as he makes his way out onto the home stage.
Can't you see where the body goes? Shake that ground where they gonna go. Oh, shit.
It was a pretty fun game. I was like frying. I was feeling it so good individually. And just, I don't know, it was just like I was walking on water.
Do you think you unlocked something individually after that performance, like in yourself?
Yeah, I think it was like my best map individually. I kind of like took over the game, and that's like something that I've been missing with NRG in terms of like taking over a full game, I guess, just to do with like confidence, I would say, and trying to play like too perfect. But I really like, I think I took in the environment I was in and the crowd and everything like that, so I was able to like just to take over the game on that one. So yeah, something for me to learn there, and yeah, I think it was a good experience.
I've had my moments like that on G2 as well, where I have that big game, and now I'm like, oh yeah, I can do this too. Like this is why I'm here. You know, like they chose me to do this. I know it's really important for us as players to kind of get that in the bag, because a lot of this game is so mental, and a lot of it is just having ultimate confidence, maybe more confidence than the other team at times.
I think it's like a really big factor, just like self-confidence and just making like risky plays because you know you're confident in it's like the right decision. I think it's like the biggest part of the game. We had like a pretty tough couple last games before we got grouped, so I think what we're taking away from that is just like there's still work to be done, and just a little bit more confidence in ourselves and focus on ourselves. Because as soon as we started focusing on ourselves in that game, we just rolled them. So we're going to take that into next stage. We have a pretty unfortunate circumstance, the fact that Lev won Masters London. They're got a crazy amount of points now. So we're going to have to focus on that. So yeah.
Let's both make this champs run, baby. Let's do this. Let's go.
Gotta go to Shanghai together. Let's see.
Let's go, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Holy.
No scope operator.
No
Okay.
scope.
No scope operator. No.
Okay, let me see. Okay, let's go Bulldog.
Bulldog.
Yeah. Nice.
Let's do Frenzy. No,
Bro, this
104.
guy is so horrible, bro.
Jesus.
Okay,
Okay.
choose.
I mean, we need to go Vandal one time, no?
Okay.
We gotta go Vandal one time.
Yeah. Nice.
GG.
GG, bro.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Bora pro primeiro mapa aqui do VCT Américas. Let's go! One more is all it takes.
Hello and welcome to VCT Americas. We're back in the smoothie bar, which means no smoothies for anybody else in the building. And helping me hold down this trade embargo is Ender, Mimi, and Brent. We will accept no negotiations, no smoothies happening
no
for everyone.
smoothies at all.
No
In or
smoothies
out.
at all. Yep. Bren's absolutely got that on lock.
Yeah, he's blockading it single-handedly.
Let's take a look at the standings. This is where we are. It was a very short day yesterday, but it saw some very one-sided games. A negative 32 round differential for Envy.
That is
struggling
so
there.
sick.
That's brutal.
It can only get better.
That's
Can it?
Yeah.
Wow.
It can't keep going, can it? It can.
We'll find out. Not today, but we'll find out at some point.
Well, coming up today, we've got Furia playing against NRG and then 100 Thieves playing against KRU. There are champs points on the line, a lot to play for. We'll talk about all of that stuff later on as well. But let's start by discussing NRG, because that last game they just played against MIBR was legitimately ridiculous. A wild reverse sweep happening, and Emily spoke with Brock about the win, so let's hear from Brock.
Last week, you made such an impressive comeback against MIBR on the map of Breeze. At what point during that match did you kind of feel like, wow, we're actually going to win this?
I think as soon as we started winning some of the clutches, it started going our way. So I knew as soon as we started winning some of the clutches, we had what it takes to come back.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely builds up confidence in the map. And looking forward to your future opponents, did getting that win or securing that win over MIBR kind of help build that confidence looking ahead at the teams you have yet to face?
Yeah, I think coming back like that will always give us confidence to like keep winning. So that's like a big one to have the very first game. So.
Yeah, I mean, love to hear it and look forward to your next matches.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that final map of the series was Summit, and MIBR really thought they were up to something there.
They did. They thought they had a trick up their sleeve.
But they didn't know.
They didn't realize that NRG didn't know what the map pool was for EWC. And they were like, well, clearly NRG won't have any scrim time whatsoever on Summit, right, guys? They've just been playing in London, and then they went to Paris, and they played all these matches. And the map pool, Summit, obviously, only in for VCT Stage 2. NRG thought that it was in for the entirety of the tournament that they were playing. So they have ended up bracking it the entire time, which let MIBR, I mean, history, you just saw it there.
Yeah, and it gives them plenty of time now to practice their foosball because they already have mastered the map.
They have. They got it locked down, apparently. But that's such an insane story that MIBR just ended up tripping over themselves. They're riding the bike and they stick the stick in the spokes while they're riding, and they just fumble completely because of it. Because NRG didn't know what the map pool was, so they practiced Summit.
And they came up with such an absolute nightmare of a comp to play against. It's starting on defense. You're going up against KO Brim, and they basically don't get onto a site for the entire half.
Yeah, I really liked it. I've got a telly to break down a little bit of that KO Brim idea as well and why it works so well on the defense side. But I think they took a lot of the stuff that they were working with on Corrode and basically ported it over. So this comp is a nightmare to be able to get through. I mean, let's have a look just to begin with at the tools that they've got on defense. They've got double molly that they can play around with. They've got a KO knife that stops fast hits from happening. And then you've got both of these ultimates as well that are just devastating. So having a look at what they were up to here in this round. Let's play this one out. So these players are rotating through mid in order to stop this site pop from coming through. You start off, you pump fake a little bit, you throw out the wall, you throw out the drone, immediately there's a brim smoke and a brim molly at your feet. And then that's at 125 right now. So then take a look, they stall out for another 20 seconds. They go back in at 105 and try to hit this site again. Boom. There's the KO knife. Then there's a KO ultimate happening as well. It's so difficult to be able to get through. And remember that this is, in theory, like a weaker side of the map sometimes as well, because the Cypher might not always be playing there. So there's just so much stopping power on this composition. And they are just a naturally good defensive team anyway. On Corrode, they used to be unstoppable on this map. So I think that's a tough ask for anybody to get through. Never mind MIBR that have never played it before.
With no knowledge, no prior knowledge whatsoever, and then it plays directly into the wheelhouse of NRG. They get to play their double initiator comps. It's a thing that they lifted a trophy with, genuinely. So, I mean, it all went wrong, but all went right for NRG, to be honest. It was pretty astounding stuff.
Yeah, the anchors on both sides were really incredible between the Brim, or if it was just Scuba playing the Cypher on the other side. And then anytime they tried to work ideas into mid, NRG is closing the door at the beginning of the round, and the second they had money, they have Mata opping there, they're re-flashing him onto line, super aggressive, and they just have no space to work with.
And I genuinely just loved how, especially early on in the half, NRG were just not giving early fights. Like when they were holding on the B side, Scuba's playing so deep. I've got another telly to talk about Scuba's anchoring, because I think the switch he flipped was really impressive. Initially, over on the B side, you had Scuba playing these positions like really passive. The whole team was, playing a little bit more for mid, and he was just trying to stall as long as possible. But in this round, starting in round 9 and 10, is where he decides he's actually going to start playing on the site. So if you're MIBR, you've just been walking into the B site pretty consistently, and there's been trips, but no one's really been holding down the line unless it's the whole stack of NRG. This time, they know the Cypher is on this side of the map, but the Cypher is going to be hiding all the way in the corner here on site, and there's all these little nooks and crannies where you can actually play on the site. And the way Scuba works this is just beautiful as well. He's not peeking early on. He's waiting for Mata to take the first contact, and then after the flash comes in, he can throw his hat off, spot all these players. He's peeking at perfect timings, dodging back into the smoke to re-engage Zekin. That is beautiful. And then immediately in the next round, he says, okay, well, if you think I'm going to be in that corner, let's change it a little bit. I'm going to play directly in the center of site, and his setup here is really nice for it. He's got trips on the ground, but he also has some Cypher cages just so he can be hiding and stalling out on the site for as long as possible. possible. And as MIBR come in and try to actually find him, they're going to again struggle to clear him out of any of this space. Watch how he dodges up into the corner against that cage. No one's ready for him. He even clears the left side before going for this fight back into the Omen. It's just beautiful work from Scuba, and I don't know how you beat NRG if they're playing retake and beating you, or anchoring with one guy and doing it too.
It's so sick to see them pick up a new map and adapt so well to it. But that isn't the full story about NRG, because NRG also are having a lot of flexibility and a lot of different changes in terms of their roles, right? We've seen Ethan on Neon earlier. We've seen Ethan on Phoenix on other maps as well. This is actually a rare example where they play the double initiator. So we've decided to fix their role issues permanently, okay? We are going to figure out what roles NRG should be playing with a little game of roll darts. So the idea here is, Bren, you're going to nominate a player on NRG, and then you're going to tell me what role they should be playing, and we'll see if reality matches your expectation.
Lovely. Okay, well, let's start things off. I don't want to see Ethan on Duelist, so I want Ethan on Initiator. That's what I'm calling, and that is... That's
Ethan
an
on Initiator?
Wait a minute.
Hold on.
I wasn't expecting that.
He's
I can't lie.
Was that the one you were aiming for?
No, I wasn't aiming. I was just aiming for the board.
Okay. Well, pitch me, because Ethan's also playing some Duelist. Pitch the Initiator.
I think this is the best look that NRG have had when they were playing a double Initiator. I think this is how they lifted a trophy. They love having a lot of mid-round information. Double Initiator gives them that with a lot of powerful tools, with a knife and Sova darts on a 50-second cooldown now. It's been buffed recently. I think they could lean into the double Duelist. A lot of teams are, but honestly,
you want them
the way they were
styled,
playing in the past is actually more viable now with the buffs.
All right, I like it.
I agree. I'm on board with his theory, but I think the core thing is you need mod on duels if you're doing that. It just makes sense. You can flex maybe if you're looking like a breeze.
But you
get
don't
a little
want
freaky.
Kiko on the primary duelist.
No, I want mod on the primary
duelist.
duelist. That's what I'm aiming for here.
Oh, Trey again on that one. That was miles off.
That's
smoke.
That's smoke. That looks like smokes to me.
That's fine. He already plays Harbor on Breeze. He looks really good on that. I like how he anchors on that role. We're going to apply some of those ideas elsewhere. Because really, Kiko's just such a good duelist player that it would be such a shame to not see him on the role. I don't know what you're talking about.
Is Mata playing Harbor on every map now, or is he allowed to play some Omen?
He can have a little as a treat.
As a treat?
Okay. As a little treat.
We'll take that.
How are you going to fix this?
Who are you looking it's all good. We just need Kiko on Duelist. As long as Kiko's on
and the team
Duelist,
is saved.
everything is fine.
Kiko
so I gotta get
Duelist.
the X in the top left. Here we go.
Oh God, he's on
Kiko's
Initiator.
on double Initiator.
He's on Initiator.
So are they playing triple Initiator, or what's Block up to, Ender?
No, Brock has to stay on Scout Initiator. We're playing triple Initiator. We're playing the old Ascent comp triple Initiator.
We're playing
it's
the
gonna be okay.
DRX triple Initiator.
But I want Ethan on Sky. Ethan's on Sky.
We've ruined it.
Brock is on Sova, and Kiko is going to be playing the KO because it's kind of like Phoenix.
We've ruined it. Let's move on to Furia. We've absolutely destroyed this one. There's no shot. All right.
Give me Ethan's phone.
Furia made some roster changes as well, though. So let's talk about this, because both of these teams are in a weird spot here. This one is astonishing. Furia make a change. EU leaves the team's active lineup, and Com joins. Who saw this coming?
Nobody.
No one?
No.
No one, because EU was the best player for Furia, in my opinion, all year. He was incredibly consistently individually. He was winning the most clutches of anyone on the squad, and when you listened into them, he was an exceptionally vocal player who was adding ideas, was in there with the team, and when you saw him interact out of the game with the team, he seemed like a very positive force with them. And then this is the reply that we get for Furia as to the reasoning. And Brent, I want you to break this rationale down for me.
Not too sure which model they use for this one to generate it, but it's not making a lot of sense.
I want to pick this one up. Some things make more sense with this setup, is roughly what Shaw's saying. What I want you guys to tell me is, what is the theory here? What is the hypothesis for why they've made the change?
Bro, I don't know. I mean, we're always going to be looking outside in. That's the only issue as analysts. We don't know what the internals of a team
give me a theory.
are. A theory? I don't know, because listening to EU was always a fantastic player. I think his communication was amazing, and I agree with your statement that I think at times he was the best player on this roster. It doesn't make sense for me.
Then, in that case, give me the pitch of what Com adds. What is Com as a player, and how does he differentiate himself from EU?
World champion.
That's true, literally true.
Literally true.
Okay, I can tee it up for you.
I'm a big comm defender. I think this guy has phenomenal communication as well. But this is why I struggle to understand why they're doing it. Is because I think that their strengths lie in similar areas with comm and EU. It's almost like you're replacing one player for another. The only difference is EU is proven in the Furia system already, and comm isn't, and has been having a rough time, I think, as of late, on teams that he's been playing on mechanically.
When you're saying that they are similar players, if you don't mean mechanically, what do you mean? In terms of being vocal?
Yeah, vocal, communications, they are almost like the perfect teammates that you'd want, I think. They're proposing ideas, their mid-round is good, and they're always going to do the right play to win the round in a given moment. They're not going to be playing for the numbers necessarily, but they're going to be playing for the round wins. And I think you get that out of comm as a player. I think he's phenomenal for that. I think that's the reason why he consistently finds teams, in fact, whenever people seem to think that he probably shouldn't have for quite some time because of his mechanics. But I think that is the reason why he's such a valuable teammate in a lot of teams.
And I think because they're so similar in a lot of those ways, if I'm trying to theorize with this, I almost wonder if, this is a team that's on a 6-match loss streak, if there was some kind of disagreement internally about the direction of the team, with EU being someone who has stronger opinions about what he wants to see the direction of the team. There could have been something there where they felt like comm was going to mesh better in that direction, but this is all really just speculation. So you have to look ahead into a situation where they're doing this in the middle of the season with not a lot of time to turn it around, with comm having a lot to prove after a really rough run with EG. He did not perform well on that roster when they went winless in Stage 1, was the lowest rated non-sub player in there, but he has had those massive peaks in the past. He's a great teammate, so a lot to do here.
Yeah, well, we're doing a lot of speculating, so instead of speculating, let's hand it back over to Emily, who spoke with the man himself.
Comm, you have so much to be proud and confident about in your career. Literally one of the few people that can call themselves a VALORANT champion. So what do you feel like you are bringing to the table when joining Furia to help turn things around?
I think what I bring is like a bigger voice. I've always been like a big communicator. Also, like I've always been someone who wants to set up their teammates as much as I possibly can. Honestly, this team in the few days we've been practicing has made it super easy for me. So I'm very thankful for that. And yeah, just experience in general.
Love that. Big team player. Good luck today.
I would agree that is a big difference between the two, is that EU is a guy that you set up and Comm's the guy that sets up others. So maybe that's got something to do with it. But one thing is for sure, this is a really big gamble that Furia are making, and the champs points are on the line. Furia are in a situation right now where they're in 4th place. Now what that means is if you had the same grand finals as Stage 1, they would go to champs based on their champs points, because it would already be G2 and Lev at the top of the table. Their champs points don't matter, they'd be through by making grand finals. But if they allow anyone to overtake them, that's a real problem.
Yeah, and I mean, 100 Thieves are looking so hot right now. That's almost a surety. So I think in some sense, like Furia just felt like they needed to make changes because of the 6-game slide, as you're mentioning. Again, the top tier was so strong for them, but I feel like they've just been swapping around so many pieces now that they've completely lost what was working for them at the beginning of the year.
I really hope they're not panicking, because their last 6 matches have all been losses, like you're mentioning, but they've all been against the same 3 opponents. NRG, 100 Thieves, Lev. These are heavy hitters in Americas. If they're just panic swapping things around because of that, that doesn't bode well.
Well, they're up against NRG again here. They're ready to face off. We'll see what the result of this change ends up being. VCT Americas starts right now.
They're definitely an insane team, but I really think we can beat them. You can't lose because it's energy. This group is very stacked, and if we want to make chance, we have to win.
Scuba again takes point at first contact, and now the time pressure gives Scuba the opening he was looking for.
I think overall for the Furia matchup, they keep making a lot of roster changes, so I'm just focused more on our team and us improving.
They're a good team. They're a pretty slow team. They like to play pretty methodical. I think we'll work better into a team like that.
I know Shy. I played against him a couple times in my career, and every time he's destroyed me. He's one of those players, like, if he gets going, he's very scary to play against. Now, I think I'm a lot more confident going up against anyone after being the world champ, so I'm not thinking about it too much.
All right, so Furia versus NRG here. We've got rid of the Brits. Now we can take care of business here on the desk before we jump into things. We still have maps, we still have agents to work through, so buckle up, folks, and we'll get you ready and primed for this first match.
Yeah, if we're talking about the map select, thing that is interesting to me, both these teams came out, played one of the new additions to the pool, and both looked like experts on it. You saw that amazing Sunset 13-1 victory for Furia against the champions of Masters London. And of course, we just talked a lot about NRG's Summit. So my question is, does either of these teams want to take a crack at banning that map from their opponent? Or do we see some chance to get a new look at countering on that second showing?
Yeah, it'll be interesting because I believe in Furia's last series that was floated, and the Summit was, as a matter of fact, into the second phase. Didn't end up coming through in the end, but they were willing to see if that would be picked in it at the end of the day. I'm also just interested to see, like, I feel like NRG sort of skated by. Like, it would be a completely different situation for them had they just lost that second map of Breeze, right? If they lose Pistol Round, all of a sudden we're maybe we're a little bit doomy about NRG. It's like, wow, they just got absolutely hammered 2-0. It would be a whole different story here.
It would be, and luckily for them, they're choosing to ban away one of the maps that they did get hammered on by MIBR. That's a Sunset that looked excellent for their opponent, banned out. And interestingly, Furia chooses to take us to Summit. As a reminder, this was a completely dominant victory last week against MIBR on that map for NRG. We are yet to see it for Furia. That's a really interesting one in the pool, and I think it's a must-win for Furia, considering in my mind how good NRG has been on this Breeze. It's been one of their best maps for some time now, in my opinion, so this to me looks like it could backfire if that Summit isn't fully up to snuff for Furia in map 2.
Yeah, we'll see how much Furia can do to punish NRG on the defense, because the defense side is where NRG completely fell apart in that series last week versus MIBR. Then on the attack, they looked absolutely lights out. Furia, this isn't a map they played a ton of, just a couple times so far this year. Not very recently either. So see what options they have to try and knock down NRG.
It was one of the main maps they were finding success with very early in the year when they went on that run in kickoff to qualify to Santiago. And I think when you're talking about their successes back then, you have to look at Koala. He's always incredible when he gets to lock in this jet. This has been one of his best individual maps, but it's exactly the same for the Brit on the other side with Kiko, who we were doing a little game to pick the roles, and we ended up with Kiko on the Duelist. And if every map was like Breeze, I would be happy with it, because I think not only is he great on that role, but Mata and the way he plays Harbor has continued to impress me here on Breeze.
Yeah, Mata will often end up being the second entry, and he's good, but the Samsung OLED match start is ready to take us into the game now. There's a little fight over mid on the cards. NRG held at bay for just a moment by the knife while Furia filter in on the A main.
But they're already re-clearing, getting information out towards mid, and will be set up to flood back into this A site once presence is known.
So odd, Shy's position, just hanging out back in spawn. If NRG overextended to go for the flank, he's in a prime position to punish.
If he gets a pick, figures this out, it's huge. If he just dies, this round turns into a nightmare for Furia.
Got 8 sheriffs in the lobby right now, and already one of them going to work. Shy gets a tag on an extra player before dropping himself. So now Furia, well aware of the flank. The new player, Calm, wearing the Furia jersey, now ready to receive 2 players. Out into the open and down immediately. Scuba gives a unwelcoming hello to Calm, as now Furia are forced to play very deep on site. Really uncomfortable for them now with Artson pushed up all the way. Now 2 players stepping in through the wall, but they're just seeing a whole lot of blue right now. The Harbor utility is everywhere, and so are Furia. Basic with 2 himself, and there's not a lot of time left for Mata. He'll hit the floor as Furia take this pistol.
That was a really awkward round in the end after that flank fight goes 1-for-1, and NRG has this squeeze. Furia make exactly the right reaction though, flipping the map and fighting back site. But what I like to see from them was that they didn't overcommit to rushing into that fight towards CT. Instead, they just got their own Harbor wall up, held close, and then had players in these great positions within the Harbor utility, ready to answer as soon as that retake came in.
NRG a little bit slow to work on the retake and figure out where those Furia members were going to be posted up. So now Furia, with a lighter purchase, all things considered, holding on to a couple of sheriffs. So once again, Shy just patrols back in spawn. realizes pretty quickly that NRG are just full steam ahead here, so he tries to box himself in with an orb and the snake bite, and that's exactly where he's going to find Ethan. Ethan, the absolute madman, was just jumping on into the green. And Shy, once again, good for one. This time adds a second. And Calm will come to support. As NRG find themselves scattered.
Yeah, nice cleanup for Furia. A lot of stall time bought out there. NRG in both these rounds early on have shown us really grouped up, aggressive looks. Something I'll be watching throughout this map is the approaches that NRG have to mid on their defensive side. I think that's been one of their biggest strengths in this map. They really put a priority on either embedding Kiko or sometimes Mata deep bottom mid early in their rounds, and then being able to almost always play the Flood retake through that space. I think that's one of the key areas of the map that I want to see Furia looking to disrupt, and especially want to see Shy finding success in. He had a pretty rough debut in the Furia jersey last week after historically being one of the best players when he was sporting the colors for KRU. Hoping to see more from him in this match today.
And especially seeing him activate on the lurks eventually. Right now,
Goodbye.
he's out of there. Shy usually one to be a little bit more aggressive on the lurks. We'll see if he gets to activate on those later. As right now, Furia just might be sending it over on the B site. Already threw down the Viper Wall for it, waiting for this long knife to land. Spots no one on elbow, so that might signal to them Furia might be thinking the hold is stronger here, actually on the B side itself, so they don't go forward with it.
It's big news for Scuba. He would have been all alone if this hit had come to fruition. Now NRG look to re-explore mid a bit, just jiggle that space.
Are we getting a lineup for where we're going to hold this angle? Shy looking at the floor there. Getting everything in proper order.
Hartson's been holding outside of A, but you see Kiko on this forward line himself.
Yeah.
Calling back here. There will be a pretty quick rotation from Ethan, and I think his knife is going to come back online here pretty soon.
Yeah, we can track that. See if Ethan can be a factor here. This knife comes down, but Furia are keeping it quiet behind. Just shifting forward. Kiko spots the flash and dips away. Primed and ready to line them up. 3 in the blink of an eye for Kiko. The duelist just slinks on back, holds the line, waits for another challenger to approach, and that challenger will drop too. Absolute perfection. We were saying maybe he needs to call in some assistance. The fast rotates. Nah, Kiko needs absolutely zero help.
And now it's just the lurker left in a 1-on-5. Kiko was so impressive.
10 seconds
And not
left.
necessarily just the aim for me that round, but the way that he played around his opponent's utility and was so calm in his approach. First, he's getting pressured with this knife, casually breaks that, dips away. And then he's picking this perfect timing to swing back in and go for that refight after. Not greeting to prime his dash, not greeting to get out that space. Instead, you see here, knowing exactly the right moment to go in.
I think he catches all 3 players with utility out.
He does.
Right? Even the Jet is mid-cloudburst trying to put that down to be in a position to dash out from.
And if he's a second earlier or a second later, he's just cooked in that position.
Just insane. And he goes to that timing off of just seeing the one player a moment before. So NRG have their 1 round on defense. See how much they can work from as this round Kiko works down into mid early on just behind that flash.
These are the mid ideas I was bringing up earlier. NRG love getting him in this power position where he can activate on either side of the map once Furia show their hand.
Early drone brought out over on the A site. You see Brock sending that to try and see if Shy is up here on the lurk. And that's going to give Shy a lot of confidence. There's no Sentinel utility with NRG's comps. Now no drone. Means he is pretty free to work on this A side of the map.
There's a bit of pressure to re-clear towards mid. That's enough to get Kiko to dash back away into the B site.
And Furia hearing the Jet go B side. Look like they want to regroup more for an A split. Realizing that could be a little bit light as players are rotating back and forth for NRG.
NRG are playing retake on this side, though. You've already seen those players back away. Now rotates coming in will let them flood this site.
Yeah, they're playing deep sight, but not just going to give it for free. And they can just hide behind the enemy Viper Wall. Actually, not sure if that pinged anyone.
It got at least one. Such a good timing to use that knife, though. I think Ethan's been on point with that util, but only seeing the Viper. He has to go back check mid. Now they know it's real.
Kiko holds it down. That's 2 immediately. Blocking it up, backside, as Koala Noob tries to get around the harbor wall, but still utility blocking his path. Just has a little bit of an angle to work with, and he's got his team back into the round, even the score at 3 apiece. The rest of his teammates can fall back into main. Artson has an operator. Try and hold this angle, so Koala Noob stays forward, and there's Artson covering his teammates back. A great hold as he swaps down into the rifle and back over to the op again. This time he'll be traded out as Koala is just excellent in the back. And the whole time Calm has now been working on his classic flank move. You see Ethan, Vet himself, already well aware what Calm could be thinking. And well aware Calm could be coming all the way around, but it doesn't matter. Calm is back, people, and he's got him in the back.
Christy, why did they pick up Calm? Why did they drop EU? They needed someone that was always going to be flanking.
Yeah, they needed the clutch. They needed the clutch factor. Calm already lecturing. I'm sure he's telling him, you forgot. You forgot about me.
This was a ludicrous round, though. Kiko getting those two. Looked like it should have been curtains, but Koala does an amazing job in that angle.
Nice! Let's go! Come on! I did the thing!
He did it! He did it! Oh my word. Well, that'll let Calm have some fun here as Furia try to extend their advantage. Rifle round as both teams on heavy light armors. And quick into this A side. Up through the wall, as a matter of fact. Koala Noob sees no fear, but maybe a little bit too aggressive as Brock was there to shut him down. Now the rest of NRG hiding on the left side of that wall. Calm now being asked to plant this spike with heaps of utility being thrown his way. Without the duelist, Furia trying to feign some kind of aggression behind the wall as it comes down. NRG players not out in the open. So for now, Furia have a moment to breathe. A slight respite. As the cone comes down onto the spike. Artson's the only real guy that can interrupt this for now. Still, the fights have not been found. Furia just eating up more and more of this clock, and NRG looking desperate, just sprinting in to Artson's waiting arms. Mata wonders what went wrong as Furia find their fourth.
That was really such a patient round from both teams at that standoff on the A site for practically 30 seconds as the different waves of utility come in. But what I like from Furia is that in the midst of that, they're not only properly cycling their utility to make sure they always had something up, blocking that mid-angle.
You're insane, man! Nice!
But they're also not letting that pressure push them back into main. In that previous post-plant round, they had done just that. Here they stay. They're ready to continue fighting deep against NRG. It's a really good answer, and it'll force a pretty early timeout from Bonkar.
And this will be necessary because NRG's defense versus MIBR was Swiss cheese. You know, is a pretty good.
I think they won 2 rounds.
Yeah, it was rough, and right now they're halfway there. But we're trying to see some improvement for them. So
I really like the positive look from you. Thank you.
So what's Bonkar trying to come up with? Like, are we seeing similar problems to that first opener versus MIBR, or are Fury just finding some new ideas here in the post plant?
Yeah, I think the ideas that Fury are doing really well is that they're being intentional about what utility they're using at what times in the round.
Sure.
NRG is almost always saving their harbor wall to play these flood retakes while holding space backside. But what Fury's been doing in most of these rounds is holding on to a lot of their own tools for when that second wave comes up, and instead being able to kind of pick the times that they want to fight later on. So when you're looking at NRG, I think it might just be about changing the timing a little bit on how you're playing these flood rounds. Either trying to go a little bit earlier and play more for the hard anchor, or trying to play more kind of slower set retake ideas. Just varying that pace a bit more. Could be fortuitous for this squad as, well, they're not going to have many tools in this one.
Got some knives for Kiko. That's basically it. Kiko has already started shifting over towards this A side. NRG didn't spot any Furia players behind the cove early on, but Koala Noob is already up and over this wall. That's a little bit aggressive. And somehow, kill's been donated over. That's going to force the ult to be invested from Artson. Can Furia actually get through this wall? I suppose Calm can with a good shock dart on the silver counterpart. And now NRG take their time to resettle before the retake.
Yeah, with all their util already falling, they have to play really far back.
A second ultimate on this anti-eco.
I feels like he needs it, but that actually gives him quite a bit of space to get up on this site.
Yeah, that's a third with the knives earlier in the round, too. So much being sent in here, and Artson is just dismantled by utility. Shy got caught out, too. So he's trying to wrap around the other side of his pit, but with early pressure onto the spike, this is going to force Furia forward. Force them into this pit to look for some kind of a fight. By the way, Calm on the flank. He showed up. That's 3 kills. He rips the Hunter's Fury. He misclicks it.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, man, Calm did so much in this round. The 4K, but that's going to be 4 ultimates spent by Furia to survive with a single player on the anti-eco.
I really don't love that round for Furia. I think the biggest mistake was investing that Viper's Pit. When you have rifles against a team that is retaking on only pistols, I think you're making, honestly, a bigger risk when you're creating all these weird, chaotic angles that the Sheriffs can get close and find value. I think the better play is to leave that ult off the table, just fight together backside with the better weapons. But thankfully, even though it cost them everything, they still get the round across.
They do not seem dismayed by any means, and I think nice to see Calm already doing well in a couple of these early rounds. We also heard him talking about how he brings a lot of vocality to the team, and we're going to get to listen to some of that right now.
Can we scale up with Jenny?
Two door.
Maybe Opper B. Yeah. I think Corbin can walk up and like drone for B.
Give me a sec. Listen, let me go towards B. And then, can I get basic as well? Just leave Koala. Let's fake out B a little bit. Let's try to get this knife out.
Yeah, do you guys want to like hit B? I can go up here late?
Yeah, maybe.
There's nothing.
Play off my info. Play off my info.
Gotcha.
You want to wall? Yeah, fine, Corbin.
Yeah, just wall like this, you see?
Okay.
Alright, ready?
3, 2, 1, falling.
We don't have bomb, by the way, guys. Just careful.
It's alright. Our roll
That's good.
It's good.
Careful mid time.
We're good.
That's your second phase. Yeah, second phase.
Let's take to this spike, guys.
Yeah. Take bomb.
You're going B or going A?
I didn't get hit. Just
Yeah, we should re-hit this maybe.
Yeah,
good
re-hit.
Okay, go back.
I'm gonna do the good dart, okay?
I hear you. I don't have flash. Nice.
Nice, huge. Just come be main. Come be our entry.
They might push this cove here.
Yep. I'll dart site, okay?
Yeah.
30 seconds.
What my ult side?
We need a 3-2 on the cove. I'm dashing mid side. He's close, by the way.
You should
all. I'm darting.
Yeah. Walling close,
Flash, I'm blind.
Left and right. Ladder.
Half 80. Hit 80, nice.
You have sight.
I plan.
We have a really late lurk.
Yeah, I see.
10 seconds left.
KO spawn. Jet unknown.
Nothing done. Careful, Frank.
Yeah, maybe flank. Jets out, both.
I call the cross.
Yeah, only look your backside. Come.
I'm fine. Yeah.
He has everything.
Last player standing.
Backside.
Now Shy finds himself in the 1-on-2. See what he can do here. Already pressure down on the spike. Ethan's just sticking it for now, and the shift walk to the corner means Kiko will take him down. And I'll say, even in a round loss for Furia, for anyone that was wondering why they picked up Calm, I think that just shows you right there. He was talking so much. He was just calling that.
Yeah, that was basically his round. Controlled so much of the flow of how the team was going, down to some of the micro ideas of which wall in particular they were throwing up there. But
even has this 2-piece.
Yeah, well, you can be impressed with kind of the way he was controlling that. I think what I'm also walking away from is clearly this is a team that is still kind of figuring stuff out after making this big change. You saw they had to talk through a lot of the micro of how they were going to go into that hit. Something that a squad that might have had a little more practice would have just had preset.
A little freestyle from Furia, but it's been paying off for them so far. Maybe not so simple once the operator falls into Kiko's hands.
That mid-lockdown is dangerous at this point in the game. Furia have little choice now but to try and exec towards A, but this is all Utilities, just
great timing.
Brutal.
The knife.
Just pushed all the way back by that.
Cancels everything. Koala has to burn the flash before the timeout comes in, so Furia starts scampering over towards their own spawn. See if it ends up being all the way onto the B side, because Brock is just lining them up in mid. And Mata might also want to challenge here. Takes a few warning shots before falling away himself.
NRG going to rotate over preemptively towards this B site. The op should beat them to this angle. Have to get past Kiko to even have a glimmer of getting into this round.
I like the idea to work back through elbow, though. Try to disrupt a bit, leave your options open. Unfortunately for Koala, Mata's just found himself in a gnarly off angle. And the round is just as simple as that. So operator in the hands of Kiko and solid mid control, and it's lights out.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked really great for them. You also saw the side anchors, respectively on both sides, were pretty intentionally trying to be in positions where they could take those fights. So I'm not too happy the way that that shot went down. But as soon as that knife hit, stalled them out. And Shy had already called back towards the pack to make that hit happen. There was really nothing else to be done. NRG owned every bit of space they would have liked, and well, look who's in the right place again.
Already with the boost up here. And Furia are ready to walk in. It's pistols for Furia, and with first shot going wide, that could be trouble. A lot of pressure now on Kiko with the dart out of Calm catching him. That's an operator to be claimed if Mata is dealt with, but that's a big if, because Mata's still on the prowl here, skirting the other side of this harbor wall, and without Furia finding any control over the backside, gonna be hard to do much with these pistols. Calm runs out of bullets, upgrading to the Sheriff on the floor. And that'll be Brock meeting his fate as NRG start closing this gap, now just down by 1.
I like that both of these last 2 rounds, though, we've seen them put something into their mid control. I think when this team looks at their absolute best, it is when they hold that space, they cut the lurker out of the round, and are able to play these flood retakes, not just from one angle, but splitting in through mid. Good news for NRG as well is, unlike that eco we saw from Furia, this one did not take those key ults. They built up an amazing ult economy to try and run away with the end of this half.
Yeah, it could be trouble. I was wondering what the solution for the Kiko op was going to be from Furia. For a moment, Shy was considering a glass attack op, but cancels that at the last moment. And actually, Furia can't even play for this orb. The Viper's Pit putting a little bit too much pressure on A main. Now a drone to guide their duelist up mid.
But it doesn't have enough range to catch Kiko on this corner.
Koala's got to do a lot here. Really tough to deal with these 2 players, and he catches Kiko going for the swing. Mata is there, though, to trade things out now. Hunter's Fury sends Calm scattering. 45 HP for the Sova player.
Where did they go? They've been pushed out of mid. There's still a Viper Spit towards A. That finally dropped.
Wow. Seeing that drop, a little bit surprising. Getting called over to the mid fight, but already NRG have done a great job. Multiple rounds of preempting the rotates, the shifts between the sites. This B site was looking open a moment ago, and now there's 2 players ready to play off audio.
And you see NRG, they've set up for that Viper retake wall B this time. Comfortable to give a little bit of space, fight back in together.
Dart bounces off of mid to fall in back sight as a part of this hit, and that's just spam from Mata. Okay. A little bit on the return side, and now we have to scout out what the tools are. In the post plant, Calm stays alive, and he has the Hunter's Fury. He is the linchpin of this round. Now Tsunami floods into this B site, and Calm's ripping that hole early. Doesn't even care about it in the post plant. That's just used to support the fight back into spawn. And now Mata sandwiched between Furia players. Stuck inside his cove for the time being.
I don't think he has a way out of this.
No, it looks ugly. Try and take some guns out of the hands as he's just going to take his time. He doesn't really have the time for the ninja either, so he was just looking for the best he could possibly find. Maybe try to get another gun, but nothing to be had here. Furia stopped the slide and stopped the tie.
Yeah, I want to give some credit to Calm here. I think the most critical pick of this round came with him shutting down that flank in mid. If he hadn't picked that one up, suddenly they're encircled, down a man in this late round 3-on-3. That's the kill I'm talking about onto Scuba. And even later, once he gets a Hunter's Fury off of that, he doesn't get a kill, but he tags both the players CT. It's perfect information.
Calm's feeling good, that's for sure. 10-5. Remember this guy that was previously playing on a winless Evil Geniuses back in stage 1. Joins Furia here now in week 2. Already off to a good start on the attack, but still work left to be done. Drone popped. Furia have just been looking at these quick execs on the A site. They've really liked it. Koala gets caught by the flash, and that'll hold him back for the moment. The rest of his team follows up, as now it's that jet duel. Kiko takes his head off. And now the push continues coming in from Furia. They want revenge. Kiko's just hiding in the corner, and Calm knows exactly where he's going to be waiting. Calm just dodging bullets inside of the Matrix for now. As the spike gets dropped all the way back here, Calm was holding on to that one. Furia have to get real creative to retrieve that now. They might just be playing for the kills. The spike might not even matter at the end of the day. Not much gas left. As Shy hides back into main.
Such a weird round. Basic is the only one who has any chance of picking up this spike. But he's waiting, expecting a repush.
30 seconds
Still
left.
a stalemate.
And it's a short cycle on the gas too. Shy's still hanging out in main. Down to just 20 seconds left on the clock. Basic has to find this somehow, but already the cove been broken. Doesn't have the cover, and with so little HP, it is dangerous. He just doesn't have the time. They need the kills. We're down to 10 seconds now. Scuba needs to be perfect on this, and he isn't. Basic finds him and keeps the ball rolling for Furia.
2 rounds in a row where I think Furia have navigated out of some very difficult positions. Credit to Basic here. 2 massive kills coming right at the end of this one. In a round that really should have been impossible, look at where this spike went down. At this point, it was an even round for NRG. This pick puts them into that 2-on-2 with a low health player, Shy stuck in main. And still Basic hits the perfect shots to win it.
It's moments like that where I wish we could hear whether or not that's those 2 living players making plays or some players from the grave, but we have no time to speculate because Furia already into this site. Ethan will reset Artsen's KO though, as Brock stays alive on site, hiding out inside of the cove, calling in reinforcements as the cove falls. Now Koala caught switching over into the rifle. Ran out of the knives, and now Ethan, just untouchable. NRG have carved a place for themselves in sight, made it so uncomfortable for Furia for the time being, as somehow Furia have turned it back around. NRG sort of shifting out from cover, get caught off guard, and now Kiko is whiffing. Can't be having that if he wants to find some way back in for Furia. Oh my word, that's 2 in the blink of an eye. And over into the knives now.
He's doing the thing.
He's doing it. Come back around into main. But does he go for the drone? I mean, if Kiko waits long enough, the drone could just be Raps. But Calm chooses not to give up his position for now, and Kiko, who thought he'd been a hero, found 2 kills through the smoke, now has to pull the trigger. Has to get back onto the spike, needs to look for half, and Calm is just toying with him. There's a dart on top of it. He is so clutch. Calm is just nasty, man. Good God, look at him go.
How many rounds did he just do the thing? He returns after a stage without getting a win. Back on the organization he won a trophy with. One of the lowest rated players in the league. And steps back in to this Furia roster after one of the weirdest roster moves I've ever seen. And he's selling Y. 12-6 on this half. 2 clutches to start off Breeze.
Absolutely insane.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup, and wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too?
No, I'm with amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch-side access.
Are you? David Beckham, a Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
Coming to the game day, I'm going to feel a little bit more nervous than regular game days. Definitely more excited and 100% more pressure.
Push out over the top for Kiko. Leviatán just puts his life on the line, sets it up for Kiko. NRG take the opening map over XLG here at Masters London.
Everyone on my team has won a champs, and Ethan has won 2. And I haven't won anything, so at the beginning of the season, it was pretty hard to feel good enough. a lot of confidence issues coming into the team.
Well, the roster change for Furia has already gotten them off to a stunning start here, 8-4, the half. But for NRG, they're happy? Maybe? Question mark? They only needed 2 rounds on defense to win this last week.
And they've done twice as well here.
Amazing. Amazing stuff. So job's done?
Well, they'd have to pull off another incredible half. Against MIBR, it started with a pistol round win, followed by winning a bonus on a B split without any ultimates used into it. It was really a masterclass of calling by Ethan. It was Kiko on point with the Jet. They've got to run that back, and that's a damn good start on Deshai.
Well, do you even need to call anything when the enemy Viper is just dead in 5 seconds, when Kiko has already laid claim to the back of this A site? I'm not so sure. NRG have pretty forward positions, holding on to this behind their wall, realizing they actually have a lot of room to play with.
And with Furia having already used their harbor wall, it's going to be very difficult for them to root these players out from backside. You see NRG knowing that and retreating into main.
I mean, Furia have 0 utility. They have a dash on their Jet. That is it. Basic just got Kova. We'll see what can be done with that. It's a little bit grim right now for Furia, unless the shots start hitting. And already, Paul is connected on 1. Ethan hanging out on site for now, but the walls are starting to close in. Scuba's wrapped back through double doors. Connects a bullet straight into the back of Com's head, and NRG make quick work of this Furious squad. The pistol round, as the prophecy foretold, belongs to NRG.
That it does. Really nice opener from Kiko. I'm not sure how Shy ended up getting caught there. I think he wanted to play that close angle, maybe look into a jump peek. But Kiko got ahead of him, opened up this round, and as soon as you give them that little bit of space, here you see it right before that cove blooms. They're so good at playing these deep positions. 2 players back towards main, Ethan on the site.
Really, bro? Are you serious?
Yeah, It's Valorant. Sometimes it happens. But you still won the round, so seriously, NRG?
And if getting random kills through harbor walls is not the state of Breeze right now, I don't really know what is.
Yeah, I don't think NRG can be complaining about getting kills through smokes and walls. No. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. NRG actually have 2 Phantoms into this second round. And interesting to see how they're playing it, letting Kiko explore the A side on his own, just a Marshal in hand. Waiting to see if Furia go for a reclear or anything like this. But NRG aren't going to find anything, because right now Furia just 4 stacked over on B, not showing any early angles.
Yeah, keeping it nice and quiet there. NRG are making the right decision here. Pivoting players back through mid to set up on an A split. Absolutely nothing that Furia should be able to do to hold things down. And if you're looking at this round, I think the keys are trying to get someone farmed up with ults. That could be Ethan, that could be Mata. You just want to stack these orbs.
Yeah, and one of the things NRG was doing so well versus MIBR on the attack was they were always finding the weak side of the map. In that game, that was the B side that they just completely exploited round after round. But here, after some early work into B main, they get a little bit suspicious, work back into an A split where there's just that KO player on the other side.
Furia already sitting back, looking to likely just die to the spike here. I think that's why it's a big part of the NRG runaway on attack versus MIBR was that they got that round 3 null command, didn't even need to use it, and then just kept that snowball going, ult after ult, to close that game out 13-11.
Yeah, different story this time is you have Ethan and Mata both still halfway off of getting their ultimates online, which still puts them above pace compared to Furia, but just a couple of solid rounds here from Furia once they have rifles in hands, and they could look to equalize that in the 4th, 5th round.
So down go Furia to the spike mission.
Oh, no, Shy! Okay, we're good. We're good. He had to make a little bit of a sprint there to get there at the end.
It's not an envy game. It's okay.
Yeah, you know, sometimes with all the roster changes Furia have been doing, I sometimes got a little bit confused, but...
It is crazy that these teams have played twice in the last 2 months. Both times.
And this is their 3rd now.
This is the 3rd, but it's with only 2 of the players on Furia from the last time they played. You, of course, had those 2 changes after the failure of their stage 1, and now EU Getting pushed out for Calm.
We'll see if that change can pay off in the defense now with rifles in hand. Calm gets spammed a little bit in return through the smoke, and now Basic gets caught looking straight at 2 or 3 players into double doors. NRG still have options to work with. The spike hasn't been claimed by them just yet. But if they do find this weak side again, it is just Koala Noob tucked into A main.
It absolutely is. And with Basic dead, if they can get into his site, that retake becomes so hard. Koala needs to stay alive here.
Yeah, trying to hunt down the Viper on the other side. Scuba still hasn't dropped the Viper's wall just yet. Has been holding on to that for an exec. But when that comes online on this A site, I'm not quite sure what the solution for Furia is. I mean, it's 5 rifles for NRG. This isn't even a bonus round. They're just playing this one out. So Koala needs to get up in front of the fight. Needs to catch these players before they get into the site. That's exactly what he does for the first. And now it's Calm already quick onto the flank. How has he gotten through A main this fast? 35 seconds. Nobody is ready for it. Hello, Calm. Back at it again. Doing it once more. This time, though, the trade comes in. But it's still not so clear for NRG. Still haven't planted the spike. Just 20 seconds remaining on the clock. And Furia still wondering if this was a fake. You have Shy sprinting over to the B site right now.
It's only Arts in here. And he gets a pick, could run at this spike plant and trying to win.
Mirror what happened in that second half versus MIBR in that beautiful comeback last week, and there it is. 3 in a row and the Red Bull clutch for Brock.
It is illegal that NRG get away with winning this round the way that they do. I'm not sure how that miscue came to fruition, but I don't think there's any world there in a 2-on-2 where one player should be rotating away. Well, one stays.
They're hedging their bets.
Even then, I'd rather see them just play the 2-on-2 together if it had been a B hit.
You're insane, bro.
Nice. Am I old? I didn't see.
Artson did well to get that pick to make it doable, but Shy leaves him there.
And it's disaster now, right? Because you have Furia that are now onto a couple of Sheriffs and Marshals. You have NRG stacking up not just the economy, but you talk about the ultimates. You have Mata that's one off. Ethan's just a couple away. So when you look forward to round 17, where it's a tie game, potentially,
yes,
and Furia have their guns, well, they're also looking at probably 2 ultimates as well, and 2 of the best in the game at that.
That will also be the first time that Koala likely gets an op in this half. He is not going to be able to have one super early online, so all these win conditions are not there for Furia. Everything NRG wanted. It just feels like I'm watching the MIBR game again, honestly.
It could get grim. Luckily, they are saving for the op. Calm, you can see, but absolutely nothing. He's got 3K in the bank to make sure he can set up Koala Noob.
Yeah, what he's saying, I'm always a good teammate.
I'm
going to play for my team.
I'll buy you ops, and I'll tell you what to do. You just have to follow through on the execution. Has been a little bit lacking on this defense side so far. The stack already has lost one of its 3 pieces. And Calm is on the flank once again.
30 seconds left.
This one might surprise you guys.
On the eco round, really? Yeah, of course. Of course he's going to be going for it. Of course, NRG. Very calm on their approach always. I think NRG is one of the best teams in Americas at slowly hitting a site, at being patient, waiting for a second wave before they work in, sometimes to their detriment, planting the spike with just 7 seconds on the clock, but it's especially effective when it comes to these anti-eco rounds, and as you can see, surviving with 4 players alive and 0 ultimate spent is exactly what they wanted.
The little pump fake there was really good, just sending the first wave with the dart and the Viper wall. That bought out pretty much every single piece of defender utility, and it's exactly what you're talking about with these slow hits, with these 2 phases to an execute. So now the game is tied. An ult is online for Mata. Ethan's 2 away from his. And this is now the must-win round. Furia have the operator, they have guns. They need to stop the snowball here.
Well, that operator, for now, patrolling mid to catch rotates later into the half. It will be Ethan just playing for the orbs, now 1 away from the null command. And NRG waiting for some early aggression.
I think he just wants to around the world. Go all the way back B, get that orb.
Yeah,
Have that tool.
They're going to know from, holding down tab that there's money for the operator, so just making sure you have double ults to rip a site, take away the option for a jet to dash away with a null command. block vision a little bit more, but if Koala gets in front of it, that's how you disrupt the exec play. It's this line right here. It's this line that Energy been waiting for, but Kiko's head! The bun just peeking up over the steps. Koala Noob going to be very happy to secure that off the rip, and now with 3 players stacking on the site, Energy have to use the ultimates to get in here. But it's not easy. A defense wall that Shy is hiding behind and lining up players. Huge damage out from the Viper. But now it's just this operator in back sight, and Energy have equalized. There's a revive as well. Brock picks up his leader.
And they're both flanking in this round. Ethan's reading at least one.
It started with an opening pick, but now it's NRG with numbers. Fully prepared for this angle. Brock will shut down Calm. And Calm was telling Artson to take his time. Don't go for the instant trade. Try and play disruption a little bit, but it's not going to pay off at all.
He's already given up the game. Feels like he has no choice but to save. With an ult on the other side.
So what fell apart there from Fury? Because, like you're saying, they get a perfect pick at the beginning.
It was Mata. He was the guy who ripped this round apart. 4v5 into the site hit, and 2 further kills from Shy. It was effectively a 2-on-5 at one point in that round. But Mata throws up that deep harbor wall, passed all the way around to the right, and no one in Furia is actually in a position watching for that push. He gets 2 critical kills that get Ethan back online. And that's the difference maker to win out this round. Here you see it, it's a 2-on-5 right now. Mata comes around for this.
Yeah.
And that's the difference.
So hard for Koala to play that angle too with the up. You have to have teammates alive to have any amount of comfort from that position. So coming out of now 5 rounds in a row for NRG, Fury have failed to win a single one on the defense. They're going to call a timeout, and they're first of the game at that.
It's brutal. It's insane the consistency at which NRG makes these kind of games look so doable. Not just on Breeze, but with comebacks in general. I think more than any other squad in Americas, they're always feeling that confidence. You look at the stats here. This was the big question going into this game. Why drop EU? He was one of, if not the best player for Furia most of this year. In their very last match, it was the clutches that brought them over the line. Calm, on the other hand, plays with a winless EG. Puts up some of the lowest stats of his career. But if you look all time, he's a leader, he's a clutch player, and his peak is very high.
And to play devil's advocate a bit on the stats, he was playing for an Evil Geniuses team that won 0 games. Good luck anyone having good stats, especially for a player that is playing very selflessly, right? Buying guns for teammates, playing more for utility. Like, if you have a more aggressive Sova player, maybe you can put up better numbers on a underperforming team, but tough spot to be in for sure.
That's what he was, really. He was hyper-aggressive. He was also winning clutches, but had a bit of a different style. Still too early to fully judge this move, as now it's about arresting the fall. Artson with a hero gun this round. The rest of his teammates just down on pistols.
Yeah, Koala's just 1 away from having the knives, but tough to actually work up into that with just the ghost in hand. Might have liked to see a world where you give him the hero, see if he can unlock that and then chuck it off to a teammate, but that's all 2020 now.
Dart fades in mid, and NRG make their cross towards an A hit.
NRG have taken their sweet time on these anti-ecos, and really Fury haven't shown them a lot.
Fury have very good info. Calm is just re-drone, saw nothing elbow. Now those rotates will come in quickly towards A. And a well-timed knife slows this hit.
Well, it is the hero gun for Art. Let's see what he can do. Over on the side now, teammates ready to work in through double doors. That's exactly where NRG are investing all of their resources. And now as Koala gets a kill, that would be knives available, but only 42 HP. Not sure how confident he's going to be to rip that one. Hasn't dipped into it yet. With this half starting to slip away, might need it. Might actually look a little bit better for them. Good shot out from Basic, and now the Phantom finds its way into Koala's hands. Holding on to it for now. As NRG have to cover so many different angles now. The vision blocking them up. Fury have pieced together some kind of a round here as Basic gets another and Shy delivers from the opposite side. It is Furia coming away with an almost impossible eco round.
That was the needed one, though. You thought it would be when they had all the tools available instead, with nothing to work with.
Yeah, they didn't even use the knives.
No.
Like, what?
And they win it out regardless. And it started here, a spam kill with the ghost for Koala. Into this flank, picking things up, fighting through the crossfire, and getting back on the board.
Oh my god, I just full spammed that guy with a ghost, by the way.
He did.
Yeah, we saw it.
And if you look at this round bigger picture, what I liked from Furia was how aggressive they were in mid, how they denied NRG's slow style by being incredibly proactive for information and fast flooding.
And now it's Koala with the operator, getting ready for double doors. There could just be a fight here right now. Waits for it, sees the ankle, and takes Kiko out of the server. And it might not be done just yet either. Ethan looking for a fight. Mata there as well. It is a bloodbath in mid, and now the Hunter's Fury too. Brock trying to get involved into the fight, takes down Art on the opposite side. Now Calm is out in the middle of nowhere. He'll hit the floor too. Pandemonium down in mid, and NRG have found themselves an open B site.
Good news for Furia, though. They still have a wall and the ultimate for basic online. But this rotate is a long way away, and still lurking bottom mid is Brock. Ready for a late backstab.
Viper's Pit dropped onto the site, and Scuba's not going to have any assistance with him. NRG choose to play for the mid control. Play far away from the spike, and this is a tough angle to clear for Koala. With the knives in hand, too, going through so many layers of smoke. And that's going to signal the save call immediately from Furia. They know there's just too many angles held from NRG in the post.
I love the way Mata plays around his coves when he's on Harbor this map. He's really interested in getting those kind of forward positions, throwing up a cove that is a little bit unorthodox and finding different angles to fight within it. He's so comfortable in those spots. Yeah. And in close rounds like this, where it's a 3-on-3 retake, where it's one player coming through a flank, it's so often that one kill that is making the difference.
It's interesting too, right? Because he has so much experience playing the Jet in the past, who also has the smoke, and you're often playing more aggressively around the smoke, that just have a lot of practice to work some of those angles, work some of the timings through it.
That shot was so sick from Koala, but it's Mata here even earlier with that cove kill.
Working through opposite angles, and yeah, just looks so good for him.
So a great answer to the mid control for NRG. They see Furia's fight, they answer it in kind. And now this round, a bit more simple. All 5 players B main.
Art is held onto the knife. Now it actually comes out as I say it. That spot's quite a few out from NRG, making heavy footsteps, selling this sprint away.
Op still here in mid.
Good for it in the last round, but this time pinged up, and instantly NRG come back into B, and that's delayed. The drone already went down just a few seconds ago. Trying to make it look a little bit like a fake, but Furia haven't bit at all. We've got a great crossfire. Kiko tries to disrupt it with a couple of smokes to hide out on site, but no one's clear in the corner. Shy, only good for one. Might have needed a little bit more as Koala protects his teammates back, keeps Art still into the fight. Now the Hunter's Fury too. Mata trying to dodge through the lasers. Mission impossible for him as he will drop. It's just Scuba to reclaim the spike now. Try to find some pathway back out of this site and into the round.
So 1-on-3 with the door open towards A. They have enough money for him to make an attempt at this.
Now, why not?
Left.
Look for a little something here. Still taking his time. Not confident that all the players rotated off this A side earlier.
This should be Furia's round, though. They played it well. Koala had that great shot to shut down the execute, defend his teammates. It's been really perfect so far, and now with ample utility, with 3 players, it's just a matter of closing it out and re-evening this game.
Scuba has a lot of time, though, to play this one. And if Scuba somehow did this, it would just be lights out. Any momentum would be gone for Furia. Right now, taking his time. 2 players through mid, 1 back through main. What's it gonna be? Scuba ready for it. Shots exchanged, but now the pressure is just insurmountable. Still gets his 1 before faltering. And that will be the tie game once again for Furia. Taking their time to try and recover the operator that's all the way back deep on that B side. Com is sprinting over for that for the time being.
He's got it.
He's gonna make it just in time.
So a big round for Furia. They keep the op into the next. They get a much-needed win. And this is the difference maker. That was another millisecond or two away from that player tucked backside from dying instead. Protection from Koala.
Okay.
And it's nice to see, okay,
What a good teammate.
the
Okay,
happiest
I'll go get
teammate
it.
to go get an op. And you know what? It's nice to also just see Koala getting the op in his hands a little bit more. Furia prioritizing that for him. Try and take over. Been good the last couple of times it's been in his hand. And wow, look at the speed out from NRG. Wasting not a breath here. But still trying to work around the left side of this site. Furia have 2 players behind that right pyramid, and now Koala's operator enters the picture, lethal with that weapon. But Ethan will secure the trade on the other side, and that slow work forward from NRG pays off beautifully.
This might have to be another save. Calm already in a forward position, wants to try and give his team a chance here.
Yeah, if he gets that kill, maybe, but look at the map control from NRG right now. Player bot mid, player double doors.
It's
you
so
still
good.
have the site, come on.
And I love that that's a fast hit from NRG, not just that they go for the default hit, they fight around the right side of site. No, they massively change their pathing. They're throwing the same utility to make it look like they're going to path around that right side. And you saw Furia had both their players in position to fight that. But instead, they're all going left side, pathing towards back side, towards orange. They take that fight from an angle that Furia isn't expecting. And they come up with a big round win because of it.
Good highlight there, seeing the operator on the ground. This time, Com can't merrily jaunt over and pick that one up for Koala. That'll be a sigh of relief, but we got to check the money first before we're too confident. I think he's got enough for the glass operator on Koala. And it looks like Furia are going to be calling a timeout coming out of that round loss as well, Mimi.
Yeah, looking back though, you can see Artin was completely unprepared for that angle. Some good trading later
Barrel
on.
spotted there from Mata too.
So now another tough position. Furia have managed to cobble together a few individual rounds. It was the heavy mid-fight to start in the 18th round of this game. And then later on, that hard defense onto B. But I still haven't felt like they've had a checkmate answer. The best thing for them, honestly, has been Koala's op. Even in the rounds that they are losing, he's doing such a great job of getting openers for this team. It would have been some really brutal positions. But the thing is, if they lose this round, that op is gone. They might not get it back for the rest of the game.
I think one of the things that I've noticed, especially the way that Ethan calls his games, is NRG are so structured when they hit sites, and Bleeze is usually a hard site to take deep control on.
Sure.
But because of NRG's patience and utility and how they scale together, it's really hard to just survive deep on sites for Furia. And the rounds they've been more successful have been, like you're saying, early op picks or playing more forward angles on the site. That's where the gaps, I think, have been.
I agree. I do want to see them trying to be more proactive, play more disruptive. I think against KO, it's pretty hard to do that into mains, but I loved the round where they were, per se, fighting heavy into mid. I thought that was a really good look.
Rotate quickly through the doors and get out onto the site.
Here's the op, though.
Yeah, committed to that one. Furia investing everything really into this round, choosing to go for this. They don't want to allow NRG on map point, and for good reason. Summit, a wild card map, one that NRG looked good on. So Furia really looking for some success here on the opener. Breeze and Koala might be looking for a little bit too much. There's so many players waiting for him. He gets out just by the skin of his teeth.
It's a glass op. No armor, but he's still got the tag on Ethan. Another chance here.
Huge, but now the pressure mounting on him, and at point blank, he takes down the opposing Jet, gets another two. Keep on coming at Koala Noob, and you will regret it. Brock is down too. This round just lights out. The glass op, the investment, and the trust in that player just win you around pays off for Furia.
No one else mattered in this round. This was not some perfectly called up strategy around the team play. This was individual brilliance from Koala.
30 seconds left.
Even amongst the best operas in the world, I think it is rare to see someone with the pure confidence in their aim that Koala has. He'll get caught lacking here at the end by Scuba. But he made the difference earlier. Continuing to re-swing, re-fight into NRG.
10 seconds left.
when there was no second option.
And this puts us in a real interesting situation here. Scuba eventually falling. Both teams now on 11. I'm trying to do a little check-in on the ultimates. I believe Ethan is ready for an ult command.
And that's the big one. Basically gives you that free side exec. It's been challenging for Fury to get anything when they're playing even rounds in the retake. It's only when they have openers, like these ones from Koala, that they're actually getting success in those retakes.
And importantly, that null command would all of a sudden make that Jet player tradable. Take away the ability to go for a dash, shutting off any form of utility. That might just be necessary. I mean, NRG are ready to fight over mid again. This is where the up train started for Koala. Had just a slight angle to work with, but there you have the null command. No dash means Kiko is now quickly coming into the site. Koala sent running. Fury are now playing full-on retake, Mimi.
5-on-5. Koala desperately looking for a chance with that op, but they're not giving him anything.
And Koala will have the knives eventually for the retake.
NRG play up deep here. Kiko's position orange is hard to deal with, but that's already an opener just off the spam from Ethan.
One already for the in-game leader. And still, Kiko unspotted. Some shots to try and deal with them. They've got to know, and Basic has a clear vision of this post plan from NRG. Now Koala pulls out 5 knives. Looking at 4 players on the other side. Has been lights out right now, and that's another one for him. Ethan hits the floor. And now Koala right out in front of it will hit it too. I mean, it's madness here on the site now with Mata right against the corner of the wall. Brock covering his back too. It is all Mata all the way. NRG on map points.
When NRG has time to set up in a post plant, when they're in even numbers, Furia are not able to find a way back in. They're so disruptive in these forward angles. Ethan is also seemingly the luckiest man in the world with the amount of kills through smokes he's getting.
Yeah. You have another round with Mata diving around opposite ends of his cove.
And it's the layers. It's Kiko being the first to sacrifice himself, buying time, then Mata in the cove, then Ethan, and that's even before you get to the emergency players back behind.
So now it is do or die for Fury. There's no op in the picture, and NRG have a couple of ults as well. A much calmer start to this final round of regulation. And are just holding this knife ready to stall out any kind of quick pop onto the site.
Look at Koala, though. Already walking deep in mid, tucked into this very forward corner.
One of 2 rifles for Furia is Koala. Right now just waiting, and it could be a rough timing. You have Ethan on the other side outside of A main, and Koala down through mid. He finds Scuba in the back. No more Viper wall, now players coming at him. Koala wants back in on this fight. How crazy is he? Drops down the Cloudburst and has now escaped back into double doors. NRG calling their players all the way back into mid now to try and have Ethan solo exec the A site. Flashes himself through as with 40 seconds left. NRG have to pull out all the strats.
Oh, but they're calling back through mid, and now the pressure's on Artson. They're so patient, willing to let this clock continue to tick.
Okay! 2 down. And 2 more to go for Furia. Mata and Ethan separated for now. And now there's no more Ethan. This round, just a complete takeover of mid-control by Furia. Like clockwork, starting with Koala on the opener, and then Art just laid out for a couple himself.
Massive work from that player that has been with this roster. Been through those lows in his career. And now stepping up in this round. That is nice with that 2K.
Oh, yeah. So now it's just another insanely tight game from NRG. 13-11 for them last week, and now into overtime. A little bit of extra time to consider their options. But the biggest weakness now for Fury is going to be the lack of being able to bank on an operator with armor on the defense side. Luckily for them, the attack is where they start, and the attack is where they thrived.
And that's true for both teams. When you look at this overtime, the first to win defense is the team you're really looking at.
Okay, Kiko.
He had a massive 3K in this position earlier.
How hungry are you? How hungry? Drone out. Oh, and he wants it. Has to dash away, though. Now our Jets looking at opposite ends from one another. Both of them will fall. As NRG buy themselves a little pocket to play with. They claim to this corner. And Furia realize they've got a little bit of an angle to walk behind. On the left-hand side of these pyramids. Not sure how Mata dropped there as the smokes are falling down. It's NRG trading up. Now head one player. Still no spike down.
Scuba arriving at a great time through mid.
We'll see, he's gonna have to act quickly before Shy falls away from the line. No shot connected just yet. And some covering fire on the double doors. As Shy corners himself. Poisoned by the floor. And now, again, without the support behind him, and is Ethan jumping around the corner to take a defense round. And this is something, they only got 4 rounds on defense through regulation. Now starting it off in a big way.
Puts the pressure on for Furia to do it themselves. This defensive round looked great. I love the confidence from Kiko in particular, playing that close corner, diving back in. Only went 1 for 1, but he bought a ton of time for the rest of NRG to show up. Flood in behind Mata's wall and win out in that team fight.
Looks like Fury are making the decision. No operator this round. Gonna have to get creative, and we saw it in the last round of regulation. Koala getting so aggro up mid with the rifle. See if he can tap into any of that this time.
It's gotta be him again. He has support.
Trade. Yeah, Cove broken by the drone. So NRG step in front. Koala is right here on the corner. Already into this site. Koala a little bit more timid this time around. Has the support of his teammates. So chooses to play together, but the flash is perfect. No one can see a thing. No one can see anything except for Kiko. Lights out performance. And now the hope. Faltering for Furia. Down 4 on 2 now. Blade Storm out for Kiko. Already 3 in the round. Art would have to do it again. It's a good nade, but the utility now coming out, and there's 4. Kiko on the hunt, it won't be there, won't even matter. NRG take another close map of Breeze, this time in overtime. Lead this series 1-0.
Another incredible bounce back from them. The defense still not that strength, but their attack sides on this map look world class. Their approach to the post plants in particular, the way that Mata is fighting around space and ending it with another massive round from Kiko. That's how this game started, all the way back in round 3. Such a beast when he plays on this jet.
So NRG take things, but Furia certainly made him work for it. Well, I think Furia certainly going to be disappointed that that one slipped away from them. Still a lot of good things to be said coming out of this one with the addition of Calm.
Certainly so. But they took a risk in this series, let the Breeze through. They picked the Summit. It was an excellent map for NRG last week. Does Furia have the answers? Or is NRG looking to close out here? That's map 2 coming up next.
angle taken, good for one. Where's the backup? There is none, and it doesn't seem to matter. There's an overpulse coming through, follow up. It's going to have to be King to do it all. And Basic says no, he'll take 4 frags from this round.
Clean shooting, really. Target-rich environment for Mada. You see them all topple and fall. Lovely show of form from Mada.
You guys really love to put on a show when it comes to Breeze. Like, you guys never want to just take it easy, but it gives great content for us. But looking ahead to Summit, you guys performed so well against MIBR last time. We saw a lot of those defensive rounds. Why do you think Furia picked it into you?
I'm assuming they're playing some weird comp, to be honest. Not really sure, it's so hard to say with a new map in the pool, but I'm sure they got something cooked up they do for every map.
Yeah, so you feel like you're ready for anything at that point then?
We're ready for everything, but it's weird with a new map. You don't really know how to play against certain comps and stuff. And looking at their Sunset comp, I believe it was, where they played a Deadlock and another Sentinel, I would maybe assume that they could be doing something similar to that.
Okay, well, I look forward to seeing it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
NRG take it in OT, but the story here is all about initiators. So listen, who better to get on the analyst desk than Sassy, the king of initiators,
not
right?
Me.
Well, not you. Sassy instead. Sassy, thank you for joining us, man. We got to get your comments about this common EU situation. I know that NRG won, but the story's still Furia. Can I just get, like, what's going through your head as an initiator main when teams are making changes like this?
I mean, first, hello, my bald brother. Hello, Brandon. How you doing? I think, honestly, the change from Furia actually makes a lot of sense, because I think, like, EU, don't get me wrong, he's a great player, but EU is more like an individual kind of play style on initiator role. You know what I mean? Like, Com is like the experienced guy, so he can do the mid round. If you remember, the mid round comms was like perfect, the calls for him.
Yes, absolutely.
And it allows Artisan to get more, like, how can I say, like, to feel more freely during the map, you know?
How do you feel about the constant flanking going on as well? We got to see some, like, all-time Com doing his thing. He's, like, turning to the camera doing, like, I did the thing, guys. He went for the flank.
Yeah, I was just saying that when people play against Com, they always think about it, but they are not sure, right? So I remember the KRU round that Com was, like, lurking again, and he was, like, trying to clear the whole side, but he didn't expect Com to do, like, lurking against Com. No.
Yeah, I think we lost you just for a little bit there, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
There were a couple of rounds thrown in here, too, where it felt like they did predict it. He played this clutch so beautifully.
He did, I think. I mean, he still had the drone towards into the late round as well, didn't play his hand early, waits for the tap. And he's a very selfless player, I would say, in terms of the way that he plays. You summed it up pretty nicely, Sassy, when you were talking about the stylistic differences between EU and Com. And that was shown a lot, but also the signature flanking still working out, even if you're ready for it. There was one instance that I think...
I'm always flanking, aren't I?
Yeah, I mean, listen, it was always flanking, but they did start to get a bit of a read on it as well, the deeper the series went. That's one of the issues, I think, with it stylistically. But yeah, you're going to see, I think, stylistically, it's clocked already by NRG. It's a hard-pressed fight that they're going to be having as well as they move into Summit. It seems like Bonkai is already aware from the coaching interview. He was saying, I'm assuming they've got something up their sleeves of it.
Yeah,
that's the assumption.
What do you think? What do you think about Summit here? I mean, we're looking at Com stats here as well, who played very well individually. Sassy, I want to get your opinion though on Summit too. How do you feel about this new map?
Honestly, I liked it. I think it was way different. It reminds me a little bit about like KRU and Ascent. You know, like the mid rotation is really important, and also the doors is a new mechanic. But I actually need to see more from the other teams. But I really loved the way that NRG played against MIBR. I mean, forget about MIBR play style on Summit, okay? But just focus on NRG right now. But like, I really enjoyed watching them play. And now I also feel like Cypher is the most broken agent to hold side on the map. And I think Scuba was playing it. It has like a good cages on A specifically.
Yes.
Like the one way is really strong. And I feel like it's more defensive side, right? I'm not sure. You know, I'm not a pro anymore, but I feel like it's more defensive.
Don't play humble with me, Sassy. Don't play humble with me. I'm not a pro anymore. Do you agree with Bonkai's assessment that Fury have probably got something crazy cooked up? What kind of comps do you actually enjoy? You were talking about the Cypher, but like the double initiator look was a bit weird, honestly, for NRG. Not many people are doing that.
I mean, NRG playstyle makes sense to play KRU, right? Especially from Ethan, because he's the guy that likes always do the mid-round call. They love to do the fakes. They love to stop the exec with the KO knife. So it makes sense for NRG. But I would also like to see more Harbor into Summit, you know? Like, probably Furia will do the same thing with Harbor. I don't see Furia playing double duelist, to be honest. Especially like with Artisan playing KO on Breeze. They might go for double initiator as well. But I want to see more double duelists, that's it.
Do you like the Mata Harbor? Do you think that they should be running that? Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I feel like Harbor is really broken on the map.
Yeah. Okay. What is it specifically about the Harbor? Is it because you can do the splits easier, or what is it about it that makes it so good?
Yeah, I feel like the retakes is actually insane. It's better because of the mid rotation, the Harbor can help both sides, right? And then he can also on attack, the wall gets all the gaps on the both sides, so it's perfect.
I would be remiss not to ask you, because you're with MIBR. MIBR are playing against Furia next week. How are you feeling about that?
I'll be honest, Sideshow, like every game from MIBR, I'm always in shock. I don't know which MIBR I'm gonna get in the day. So I hope we do the same thing as we did against Envy, but it's not gonna be as easy as that one.
They're looking better, man. They're looking better.
Yeah, they look better in one half, and then the other half not.
Yeah, I was defending them pretty hard on the pre-show.
I just wanted to get a little bit about MIBR because Sassy's here, but I appreciate that. We do have to hear what Coach Shaw has to say, though, ahead of map 2, so let's take a listen to this.
Listen, props to you guys for an insanely close first map, but looking ahead to Summit, that is a map that Energy looked very strong against versus MIBR, especially on that defensive half. So starting on attack, do you feel like you have the right ideas or solutions going into it?
Yeah, and we practice a lot this map. We understand how they play because we have some. It's a surprise, but we understand how they play, and I think we prepare a good summit for today.
Okay, well, I look forward to seeing what you've cooked up. Thank you so much.
Narrowly escaped with a win. Welcome back to VCT Americas after NRG narrowly escaped with a win on their map pick. And now it's time to head into Summit, which I'm very excited to see. Of course, NRG looked phenomenal on this last week versus MIBR, Mimi, but Furia cooked up some ideas of their own, the Shy Chamber and the Kuala Lumpur.
And this is their map pick. They wanted to go up against NRG, which of course means NRG starts on defense. So it's let's talk some about the Furia comp. In reality, it's kind of similar to what NRG is running with another double initiator look. We haven't seen a ton of that, but the biggest difference for me is that you have a lot less stall utility. NRG has the Brim Smokes, the Brim Molly, plus that Neon Stun is all tools to lock down these sites. In addition, a bit of a more real Sentinel in the Cypher, but what you're trading off and what you're getting for Furia is a bit more agency for Shy playing that chamber. You're getting an Artsin who can TP in sites and be very proactive as kind of a second dive agent. So honestly, just super interested to see what they have prepped up with these ideas.
So we're probably looking at like weaker stall tools on the defense side, but you still you have better forward fighting tools, I would say, having a chamber into the mix.
And interestingly, against a comp that does have amazing stall-like NRGs, you have pretty good tools to get past that with not only a KO knife on basic, but also 2 characters that can either teleport or dive past.
Well, I was very impressed with how NRG played on the defense side last week. See if that continues. I think what we saw a lot from them was actually weaker holds of the sites themselves. They would play to stay alive and put a little bit more attention on controlling mid-space, especially in the middle of the rounds. Already Furia into this B site. This looks pretty classic from NRG on the map, where they just stay alive in all these little nooks and crannies as long as possible, make it really uncomfortable to plant the spike, and then beat them when they get bored of you. And that's exactly what Furia did, all jumping through the smoke. Kiko lands 3 crisp shots, take 3 kills in this pistol round for NRG.
Game plan worked perfectly there. With those players jumping out right side sight from that smoke, I did not see if there was supposed to be a flash or a dart or some other tool to follow that one up, but all 3 went through together, and I don't think anyone was actually looking to that hard left position, as Brock was also jiggling out at the same time. There's that fight there.
Yeah, I mean, you just have 3-4 players from NRG all sort of jiggling, playing off of one another. There's just not much you can do if you're Fury and just walking through a smoke into the meat grinder.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of this composition they play. They have all of these tools to diminish where you can actually fight, buy time for their rotates to come in, and then fight you as soon as those smokes go ahead and drop down.
So a triple suppress at the start of the round for information. NRG know that B main is heavy. Spike still hanging out back in lobby. But I think that something we're going to see consistently on this attack side from Furia, watch how Shy is already moved up towards Bend. You're going to see him activate a lot through the mid space and sort of play this map almost, I would say almost kind of, a lot of people have compared this map to Corrode, but I see some similarities too to a Pearl controlling mid as a solo lurker, having those 2 major avenues to work through.
I think the biggest difference is that as a solo lurker, it's a little bit higher risk of getting re-cleared into that space from the other avenue, whereas Pearl, it's pretty isolated. If you win one fight, you kind of earn that space permanently.
Well, Shy's already up here as Koala Noob will die. He dashed up and around the Cypher trip on the ground, and Brock is fully prepared for that mid lurk. Good awareness out from him to recognize that mid has been something NRG have not really thought about at all in this round, and these Spectres online. That'll be 4 kills out of Brock. He's only 3 pips away from the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, pretty great start for him. Bit harder on the defensive side of this map to actually fight forward for most of those orbs, so likely won't see that one still for a bit later into this game. But I want to go back to some of the things you were bringing up there, right? The chamber lurks through mid. And for NRG, they showed kind of 2 halves of their defensive side when they played this map against MIBR.
Bro. I'm not even kidding.
One is kind of what you saw on that defense, where they're playing deep in sights, smoking up and then refighting. The other was when later on they tried to actually hard anchor and fight much more forward around this Brim utility. Both those looked very good for them.
And I just have to draw your eyes, Mimi, to a round 3 op purchase from Mata. Holding over on that A site, relatively alone, as NRG. Something that you'll see them do is actually break this door down on the defense side, shut down that lane, prevent more awkward lurks deeper into the round.
These early ops is something that NRG did a lot when they were playing Corrode as well. They love to allow an extra free lane to be held by Mata and stack their actual players elsewhere.
And Brock's just happy to be hanging out here. His teammate Ethan is jiggling this angle to see a player and then send that shock dart through because the door has the gap in it. Very easy to support with some utility. And then rotate quickly over to hold this pathway in through Link.
So with losing mid control, NRG's prio on the B site now needs to be holding on to space back site so that there's a safe avenue for players to flood through.
Scuba played really passively in the early rounds on this B site in the previous series, played off site. But it was deep in the half where he started playing aggro behind his trips, behind his smokes. That's the setup he's looking for now. And he was absolutely killer in these positions, and this time it's no different. Ethan supports as well. Chucks in a flash for the quick reposition. Look how nimble Scuba is on the site. On the opposite side of this box, it's a playground for him. He's having the time of his life. And Furia, miserable. Yeah, we're not even able to plant the spike. There's still darts on the ground. There's chips, there's everything. That is a near flawless round 3 for NRG.
You could not ask for a better bonus round. They look so comfortable here. Furia tried to create problems on the map by putting that pressure in mid. But NRG effectively didn't care. The door was closed. They had a player in position to contain, and they just sat backside B and waited.
Gosh, you can see the value of the Cypher pick here. And the whole idea behind NRG's comp is having both the Brim smokes, which last longer than everyone else's, that are thicker, and then the Cypher cages to just stay alive and dance around on sites.
In some ways, it's kind of similar to the Breeze we just watched from them, where there's always a tool to keep fighting. Okay, Hartson. Nice shot onto Brock to start this eco round, but the trade is pretty swift.
Only 7 HP on Art, too, so hard to make much done with that. And by the way, the operator NRG bought last round, that you thought maybe that would be the difference.
Didn't even
shoot a bullet. So now Fury are like, oh, I guess we have to deal with that too. So we want to like slowly play into them to deal with their utility. But if we do that, we're just going to get opt. But if we go fast, then Scuba's just going to do what he did to us there.
Yep.
It's a head scratcher.
And well, if you want to slow play mid control, now there's a threat that the op is going to be there. In their last game, NRG loved either having Mata early on those mid lines or later in the round flashing him back in through space like bend to be able to fight with that op.
Well, you'll see sometimes these smokes in Garden are pretty useful to go on lurk timings. This time, though, Art just completely spotted out. He's trying to pull some attention over, while Calm works the B side with the spike. But again, the setup is so hard to break, because even if you break that initial tripwire, there's still a camera. And a lot of the time, I've seen Scuba just throwing deep trips all the time. Now, he is isolated back here, but still has perfect coverage with his trip and the angle he's holding.
And he's holding down the most important space drop. That's a really bad fight if they can fight up into it. But when he holds it, it's easy for his teammates to flood in behind him and make this retake simple.
and as simple as exactly what you get there. 2 kills out from Kiko and the defuse. So he's just going to be 1 away from his own ultimate. And you're talking about the position Scuba was in just there, and while you will see him play there solo sometimes, it's not even so easy to go take the fight to him, because sometimes you're just going to have Ethan on a quick rotate, drop down right next to him, play there in tandem, and then be flashing out from that side too, so it's just really tough to actually flush out that angle.
What a camera skew. They just don't know about that camera skew.
I didn't think skew would be the shorthand.
Hey, you know what? It is now. It's better than Ba.
Yeah, fair enough. Talk of the variants, though. This round, NRG go for a heavy fight in mid. B is completely open.
Right here.
Yeah, really interesting setup from NRG. Trying to disrupt any of the planning Furia were coming in.
But one Brim smoke on B main is such a huge threat that Furia doesn't feel like they can excel. They don't know what's going on mid still.
There could very easily be a Waylay and a KO behind that ready to pop flash out. NRG are stacked in mid, but they've been very quiet thus far.
But Furia look like they do want to re-exec. The question is, do NRG get wise to it? Already, Scuba rotating over towards the B site.
Door closed. So Scuba's going to have to find his way down into drop. Interesting that Basic hasn't used the null command yet. Held on to that one, and there's not even any utility on this site. Scuba left all that over on the A side. But now this patience means that NRG have 5 bodies now onto the site. Furia never wanted to hit into this. Instead, changing their mind, trying to dodge away, but if they go back towards A, that's exactly where all the Cypher utility has been left. Even up in A Link, you've got this camera spotting out any kind of lurk options through mid.
Cam is really gross. But the operator might be the bigger problem in this round. I believe that door is still open towards A. Mata is there with an op. And there's very little time for Fury to make something happen.
20 seconds on the clock. They're just gonna have to send some bodies at the problem. The dash over and a critical miss keeps Koala in this round. Down to 10 seconds now, getting disrupted by the tripwires. But with that operator being taken out of the equation, the site has been bought now for Furia. Good control here in the post plan as well. Realizing Kiko is on the flank, courtesy of the trip. So basically every angle from Furia has now been doubled up upon. And the operator in Shy's hand just lights out to any flank attempt out of Kiko.
With only 2 left alive in these positions, they'll just wait and see if they can get any gun on the way out. At least one picked up for Scuba as he retreats. And for Fury, that round looked so bad to start. Trying to go into that B hit had to be Shooto. Had basically no time left on the clock. And honestly, NRG made pretty good pace on those rotates. And I think you do have to call out that missed shot from Mata. If he hit that kill onto the crossing waylay, could have looked at a bit of a different round instead. He falls alone towards CT, can't hold the door open.
10 seconds left.
Stunning shots from players like Basic and Koala get Furia into this game. And that's really the key of the style that NRG is playing. They always need the door held open. They always need that player backside that they can flood into. As soon as that space falls, it is so hard for them to actually play retake. It's just incredibly difficult to root that player out.
So different start to this round from Furia. Working into mid early on. We do have 2 ops on the table. Shy holding on to the attack op on his side. Mata over on A-Link. No one came here last round, but this time we've got plenty of Furia members getting ready to move on forward. This could be a big disruption for them as well, especially if you can catch the solo smokes on the other side. Is that just a Hunter's Fury ripped out from Brock? Trying to spot some players and post up Mata on this angle. It's a nice idea. Fortunately for them, the shot just goes a little bit wide. It's actually staying on the line. Wanted a second go at things, and it pays off beautifully.
And look at Ethan on the other side. He's embedded forward into B main. Sure, Furia have its sight, but down a man, this position is deadly.
Yeah, they're completely divided, and they have this space, but you don't really know where you're supposed to go. There could be players in so many different angles, so Koala's trying to wait for someone to rotate through mid, see if he can catch a timing, but with only 30 seconds left, a decision will have to be made.
30 seconds left.
And unfortunately for Furia, it's just not strong enough. So the skies open up just to stall out, add yet another layer onto this. Shy will collect on 1. And now with Ethan taken out from main, there's a real shot left in this round for Furia. Door now getting closed.
10 seconds left.
The spike plant com will just be 1 away from the Hunter's Fury. And NRG still have to take their time to find an angle back in.
1 player through drop, the rest flooding out backside off that wall.
The red carpet laid out now for NRG. Dart broken. Koala, a nuisance in this corner. Dodging just away from the utility, but Mata was still prepared for it. And that is absolute perfection from Mata. As Brock holds down left click and sees this round through.
It's incredible how NRG always make these rounds look controlled.
You're welcome.
They had to give up sight there. They had to play retake. Fury looked like they had a way back in once Ethan was dead. But even still, the execution on this slow retake is just too good from NRG. Mata freezes, is rewarded with a pick with that operator. As Koala swings the right side. It's clear
Good comms, Ethan. Good comms, bro.
that they put a lot of time into this map.
I mean, they've said it, right? Been practicing it for a month now. Blew out MIBR last week, and that made this map veto interesting, right? Furia chose to go onto Summit. Clearly they, have been working on it themselves, and having some tape, you can work against that. And so you come into this, and the ideas from NRG is to play very heavy stall on the sites a lot of the time.
Yeah.
The problems that the Brimstone and the Cypher cages can impose, but it doesn't seem like they've actually come up with an a plan, at least on this attack side so far.
No, and the risk to me when I was looking at the map veto earlier today was that, sure, you've seen them play once, but that was an MIBR who basically gambled that they wouldn't have to play the map. I didn't think they had much theory from what they showed on their game here on Summit. You didn't even really get to watch NRG's attack side at all because they were so dominant in that game as well. Like, this was a pretty big risk for Furia to take, and well, at this early venture, it's not looking great so far.
The conversation during the timeout around putting together a buy here, which they do have, courtesy of Shy's tour de force. Ready to throw that online.
You want to play,
and a staple of this attack side is making sure he has the op, but hasn't really been a huge factor. What is that? That's just spam from Bend over into Tiles. Catches out Koala right off the rip.
That is absolutely brutal.
And Koala's just having a tough time at things right now. 1-7 so far. You don't even get to play this round. He's been sort of cannon fodder sent into a lot of these rounds where the follow-up of the second and third entries just hasn't been finding trades behind him.
And with the way that NRG is playing, not having dive and trying to get through a Brimstone Cypher comp feels almost impossible.
Yeah, maybe they can get creative with some Omen teleports or work the map a little bit more.
Look how different this one is too. Instead of hard anchoring back towards B, it's Mata posted forward with the op. A retake setup around the Cypher over on A, being able to flood back sight off those strips.
Basically just ceding control over mid here. The heavy anchor behind the Cypher utility. That's got to be frustrating when you walk around the map. You've already lost a player, and NRG just refused to give you any fair fights anywhere on the map. It's just full control from the Cypher utility and players hiding behind it, ready to work off of it. So here's the teleport into the site. Let's see Artson get in front of things, and Calm sends the ult into it as well. It's a huge investment from Furia, down a player. And you've still got Lurks on the other side. You still need to plant the spike as Brock sets that one down into the open. Alert back into spawn. With a little bit of tying bot here, Shy can try to work on this flank. And he'd be the absolute thorn in the side of NRG if he can get here before the retake gets underway. And it's a long trek to make, and he whiffs! Shy stabilizes for a moment, but it's still NRG with the shots on the other side. Artson sprinting forward now into 1-on-2, and he is out of it as well. This round just falls to pieces for Furia. They send two ultimates into it rather, and come up with nothing.
That was the chance. That was the round that they needed, and again, ripped away by NRG. Mata on a late flank of his own. One-ups Shy, who should have been the man of this round, who should have been able to get those 2 kills in spawn.
I mean, Brock, I think, gets 2 spam kills with the Odin because he got the planter as well later on. Oh, that was just coming around the corner. And then there, you can't miss those shots.
Nice, guys!
And now the money is chalked, the ultimates are gone.
Anything good? Anything good here that Furia have to work with? I guess
Koala's got a hero gun.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a few. They're fully buying into this one. 4 light armors for Furia. Just hoping against hope they can come up with something here. But now you're even scared to just walk mid because of the threat of Brock. He's signposting with the drone, like, come and get me. Like, good luck, guys.
Always creating that threat.
I mean, Shy has found a gap, but, there are actually no gaps.
I mean,
the report has come in.
The last game was all about their hard anchoring. This one's just been getting a kill at the start.
Brock is sitting in a corner like he's playing with a judge, except it's an Odin. Okay.
Just Brock things.
Okay. So, Basic, you having fun?
Oh, that's 80 damage.
Oh, well, that's 132 damage. Quick math. Something tells me we're going to move into the next round here.
Really? What's that?
The fact that all 5 members of Furia are dead.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's smart.
Wow.
This was a disgusting round. Look at that from Kiko. When they're not hard anchoring, they're just in constant
It's just
drone.
pixels. Little pixels, full blinded players. Oof.
And they're just getting laughed at.
Okay, I don't want to jump the gun on this, but I'm going to jump the gun. So NRG, Corrode came out and they just decided they were going to become the best Corrode team in the world. Best Summit team in the world.
It seems like they're trying to make that decision right now.
They've only lost 5 rounds of Summit ever in their history. Could be.
You can't debate that one.
Maybe we need to wait for champs.
Sure.
But already making a good case for being the best in Americas, that's for sure.
Quick reminder, Furia picked this.
Yeah, they chose to suffer like this. And the suffering continues. Quick kill, a quick stun. Sliding on back. Door closed, but there's still the shock darts down through mid. Don't think that one connected, but the threat is always there.
Reminder, this entire thing started because NRG, after their run at London, thought that Summit was in the map pool for EWC. Were scrimming
Which it wasn't, for the record.
Yep, it wasn't there. They scrimmed it the whole time regardless. Prepped this map in the anticipation of playing it 3 weeks ago. And guess what? They didn't have to. Now just 3 more weeks of prac on top of that. And so far, they've far and away looked like the strongest Summit team in Americas.
Okay, 0 for 2. Time to avenge yourself, Mata. Had the shot earlier in the round, but 2 missed ones. Means a plant now for Furia. Unfortunately, there's not much left behind it. Now with the null command on top of everything else. And NRG just continue their advance. Basic trying to fight back against it, but now the spike has been tapped. The spike's just being held on the other side. Basic is not even close to the right position for this. Even if he was, it wouldn't matter. That is now 8-1 the scoreline for NRG. And to add insult to injury, they get the revive on Ethan on top of it all.
He's so back. I've been incredibly impressed with not just the dominance with which NRG is winning, but in the variety of different ways. I think the first few rounds felt a lot like the MIBR game. There was similar ideas of playing heavy backside B, flooding in together, and waiting for the forward fight and punishing it.
Yeah! What a teammate! What a teammate! Let's go!
But now
So
we've
stoked
seen
to get back into the fight.
these aggressive rounds, the rounds where it's just early op picks, and different ideas to vary where their Senta util is, where they're fighting forward in these early rounds, where they're playing these more passive ideas. It's been a super active approach to defense. And I just don't think Furia's been able to get anything close to a register on it.
And I'd love to know what the problem solving can be for them, because they called a timeout, I believe, after round 4, won that, and then it was 4 more lost in a row. But I think they've just really struggled, I think, in these slower rounds. Like, NRG are abusing pixel angles, whether it's the spam from Brock or the operator. I'm just not sure if slow play is going to be a solution for them, even though I think that's kind of how you want to operate with the chamber.
Yeah, the issue is that if you try and fast hit against this composition, then you're going into a KO knife, a Brim Volley. And
it's just tough because they're getting diffed on all the duels, right?
Yep. Slow rounds aren't working. Quick rounds aren't working. You're not winning in the fights. Pretty damn tough to find a solution.
See if Shaw came up with anything. There's 3 more rounds to go here against the defense, and then maybe it's a sigh of relief for Furia. They can play it a little bit more calmly on the defense side. And it will be a quick look. NRG, we have a chance to listen to them now as they hold this B site.
I'm going spawn.
Yeah. Good retake.
Oh, really, bro?
80. Yo, go for heaven. In heaven.
Okay, I'm gonna drop. I'm joining heaven.
100% he's in there. Okay, I'm gonna flash you guys out spawn. Can you go for a peek?
I'm going pit with up.
Ready, Joe? Yeah, go.
He's fighting front pit, guys.
3,
Front pit. He's gonna go pit now. I have it.
Yo, slow, guys. Slow.
I'm a dart through the window.
Flashing through, Joe. Wait.
Tell me when you guys are ready for a dart.
1.
Are you guys ready for a dart? Sorry?
Mid site and left, right? Or
Yeah,
B main and front site. B main and front site.
Holding back side peek.
Adam, you need the stinger
He's
wall.
gonna be off. Can you wall to get out? He's peeking back side. B main off.
Bad. Right.
3, 2, 1. Wait.
You got him, bro.
Nice.
6. Nice, bro. Nice.
Wow.
Wow. Right down to the wire, into the one-on-one, but Mata will stick this one through and take a 9th round now for NRG. It seemed like maybe that Furia did everything they needed to do. You had Art diving forward, getting deep up on the Omen to get the early kill. but then still they got dismantled on the retake.
And that was the right play for Art. Controlling that space backdrop is so good against a team playing retake. But I think that the critical miss there for Furia was that instead of having people up there with him, watching the other fight through spawn, he was basically alone fighting back site, and the rest of the team was either off site or kind of alone on the actual site itself. And so it ended up being, as soon as he dies, the rest of these players are just disconnected and get chipped away at one by one.
Well, in case you're watching, in case you're just listening and not watching, we do have a tech pause, as you can see on your screen here. Looks like we're investigating something on the Furia side. Let's get some word on that in the future. But I think that, I don't know, for me, this is a very odd game from Furia because, honestly, like, I'm looking at it, and they've just found almost no success on their entries, right? Koala Noob's having a tough game after a fantastic Breeze, has been struggling more. So there we have Art taking a lot more into his own hands, right? He's actually playing almost like primary entry once Koala dashes back on the Waylay. And that actually worked to some extent. Like, I think that's something they could have been doing a little bit earlier, is trying to get him online.
I agree with you. I did like to see it. I think that the issue has been, even when they have advantages, even when they get into a post plant, it's been, again, the control that Energy is showing in their approach to these very late round retakes. When Furia is trying to fight deep and disrupt, I think a lot of the time it hasn't looked quite on the same page, and Energy has been able to, with one little bit of space, open that up, fight together, and dismantle these post plant positions from Furia. And to me, a lot of that just looks like time on the map, time committed to playing together, to knowing the angles, knowing how to trade here. All those little things have looked better for NRG, and you add that up to a really well-called macro defense, and you get a scoreline like this.
Yeah, it's always the details that have defined NRG's playstyle. Through different generations, through different leaders. They've been strong on these lines, and immediately out of the tech pause, it's a quick little dive idea from NRG, something they hadn't showed all game long. And this, again, plays into that idea of calling over the entirety of a half, is changing your looks and not allowing Furia to ever get comfortable at knowing what NRG's play is going to be.
You see Brock even sitting back in spawn with a Hunter's Fury off the contact of Ethan. A strong hold with the Sentinel and that Brimstone over on A as well. And the thing is that Furia have only found one part of that. They know that there was an aggro Neon play B. They know practically nothing else at this point in the round. Is there a Brim there? Is there a Cypher holding behind? They just don't know.
And meanwhile, Furia, they throw a smoke over towards Garden between that connect to try and fake something on A, but NRG aren't fooled. They've got Cypher utility on that side. NRG instead trying to do something with the Hunter's Fury. Gets one tag on Art. NRG are very happy to just play for the retake. Eat up all this utility, and now start connecting on some kills. Koala switches over into a rifle. And is stuck in the center of this site. Furia trying to play forward instead of hiding back into main. As Calm has started wrapping back through mid on that late lurk. And Koala will hold his own tucked into the corner, staying alive behind the utility, behind the waves of smokes for the time being. But it's not going to be so easy. Now Calm's spot has been noted, Calm has been dealt with, and it is another beautiful retake for NRG.
It's just so good. The way that they are playing these retakes, they are ready for everything there. The positions on the site, the late flank from Calm. Look at the smile on Ethan's face as he figures them out yet again.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the X's on the minimap, it's just all in that left corner of sight. Furia had no control in the post.
That's how he got the opener to this one.
And because NRG are playing the deep positions on site, it doesn't really allow Furia to fight forward reliably. And that means that playing the post plant, you have no space, you're the ones out in open positions, that means you're vulnerable to utility. Furia, just apart from the one round that Art was teleporting forward and just won the duel, could not do anything about it.
I think on the B post plants, they have to fight for space drop. The one round Art was there was the closest to a win on a B post plant.
Yeah, or work through mid and take some control outside a link on that right side lane of sight.
You just need that second avenue.
And they just haven't had it all game. Seems like that's just a glaring issue in the game plan, the post plants. One of the first things you need to be dialing in on a new map, and the other part is going to be your execs. This time Art's in that second player in is good once more. And he'll be the difference if it's going to be there for Furia as they now work into this site. the lasers, providing a clear path forward, but now Ethan's come back through mid, and Koala was waiting for him. This is a much more calm approach from Furia, not rushing things yet.
Player standing.
And they whittled it down to Scuba.
Oh, come on.
Surely he's not a problem.
Oh, no. Okay. It's all good. The second half ends on a high note for Furia. They'll get their second, Mimi.
So 10-2 at the very end there. And this was a nice round from them. These are those ideas you're talking about with the dive in, the old Mosquito stuff with that waylay and a second player to follow it up. The util was good to make the split happen.
Hey! We got this shit, boys! Come the fuck on!
It might feel like too little too late, but Koala really wants to believe 2 rounds. Is that enough? We'll head to the second half.
Listen, a lot of fans love your guys' dynamic duo friendship, or even bromance, if you will. And I'm just thinking, looking ahead to your matches, what's something that you guys do to prepare for it?
I mean, me personally, I've been door dashing every day and just bed rotting. So, what about you?
Nothing much. Just gymming, eating healthy. Pretty much the opposite of what he does. So, yeah.
I mean, opposites attract, so thank you so much and good luck today.
Well, Mimi, we heard in that poignant interview how
It was poignant,
how we had
wasn't it?
Mata and Scuba doing the opposite things, right? That first half, we had NRG and Furia doing opposite things, and that was winning and losing.
Okay.
You think Furia can turn it around?
Get back to me and
Get back after the
few
pistol
rounds.
round. How about the pistol
Yeah.
round? Yeah.
we can
'Cause
talk about it then.
lose the pistol round, it's a little bit tough, but we'll see here. Obviously, NRG's defense, that is where they were absolutely thriving on this map. They look absolutely locked in. Maybe we'll see them challenged on the attack. We don't know yet.
Yeah, they barely had to play it in their last game, and well, there's very much a chance they might not have to very much play it here either. Let's see. Does Furia have something cooked up on defense? Is this where they shine?
Now a little tag team approach in A-Link. But NRG taking it a little bit calmer, right? In these early rounds, you want to see the tendencies. They have no tape to work on off of how Furia want to play their defense side. So patience is always the key for NRG. And here it comes. Koala Noob will slide on away. Catches the timing there.
And they're so slow. 40 seconds waned away as they break the door and set up towards B. That's Com's first kill.
There you go, on the board here on the defense side. Maybe it's gonna signal some better times ahead for Furia. They'll still have to hold on to this side again. Not much utility to play off of. They've got the chamber in the comp, so it's time to win out some fights or get on out of here. And those fights are not won at all. NRG just to mow down the anchors from Furia. And now you're looking at a couple of flashes. A 0 point for basic. Some sharpshooters on the other side.
Has to be Koala, though. He's already gone thanks to Mata. Just an execution with these sheriffs. NRG only lose one member, pick up an easy pistol round. And when you contrast a first half where those backside B anchors from NRG basically never died.
Yeah.
They were stalwart, they always held here. Furious anchors just kind of fall over like spaghetti.
Yeah. But NRG also have, you know, utility they can play behind. They have a camera that gives them that forward information.
But
Stall
Furia also
options
picked
too.
this map.
Yeah. Well, Fury also forcing now because they just simply have to. No other option, but it's a miserable force. We're talking 2 stingers and some sheriffs. That is absolutely it. And now it's a perfect flash again, catching off Art. There was a 3-stack on this A side, but NRG's utility has completely divided Fury. Good news for them is that Koala somehow nailed 2 players with those sheriff shots and make that a 3rd. All right, become a hero in the second half. Why not, Koala? He also had a tough go at things on the attack, but now that he's not just cannon fodder getting sent into the sights, he can actually play the game. Turns out, pretty sharp shooter. And Furia right back into it.
Yeah, fantastic from Koala, 4K. Another one of those rounds. We had a few of them on Breeze that felt like it just came down to that one man. Let's take a look and marvel. First 2 are so nice, having the patience to not refract, getting the refresh on that ability. And the wall bang to close things out.
Nice! Let's go! It's winnable!
Hey, you know what? Bring the vibes, you know? Another thing that Calm is going to be bringing to the team. The hope, that glimmer,
It's
right?
true.
You got to have it. Otherwise, what's the point? Well, pop flash play over the top. Oh no, Neil just too fast. Okay. Furia still gonna find all these kills down through mid, but now 2 guns been given over. But these players are so low, Mimi. Surely the guns being handed to Brock wouldn't make the difference in a round like
They're
this.
separated.
Yeah, close that door. Now the Vandal.
I'm a little worried.
Marginally worried. Let's not worry too much. Fury are playing together.
That's a good reposition.
They're doing everything by the book. Unfortunately for them, Brock is on a completely different chapter. 3 in the round now, and trying to toy with Basic a bit, but Basic will shut him out of it and just narrowly win this by the thinnest of margins.
Suffice it to say, I was very worried by the end of that round. They came in with literally just classics, and Brock was 1 more bullet away from getting the win. Basic, one of those new additions for the squad though, brings it home. It was definitely a shaky round for Fury in more ways than one.
I do think one of the critical things for Fury, if you're trying to project forward, how do you come back here? Well, this next round is kind of the make or break moment. Getting the kills off the minimap, but for NRG, they come into this on a buy, but they don't have any of their critical ultimates online right now. That could have been a deal breaker. And Shy even has the operator, and he's getting posted really far forward. If you want to continue the comparisons to a map like Corrode, you think about when people are playing a lot of Chamber on that map, trying to get that forward line outside of B main is something you're always going for.
Putting a lot of pressure here in mid. Koala wants the challenge.
Yeah, oh, nice shot. This time connects on Tamada. And because of the forward line on the other side, Fury are fully stacked on this side, and that's a beautiful ultimate. Trying to set up Basic for a kill off of that one. NRG slowed down, completely stalled out. And if they were to rotate back, you know exactly what they're heading into.
So how do they work their way out of this round? Kiko still holding towards Ben, looking for re-aggression from Fury. He doesn't get an opportunity. Fury don't only want to win this round, they want to do it cleanly. Try and get orbs onto Basic if you can. Farm up towards these key ults.
Yeah, losing guns on this round would be kind of the last one probably, where their econ could be difficult, even if they keep the wins coming.
Right here.
This is the round where you win it. All of a sudden you can say winnable with a little bit more gusto, a little bit more confidence, and it's coming online. Just 1 gun plucked away by Scuba. That'll be another on the other side, doing all the damage he can and still trying to survive at the same time. This operator, though, is out in mid. Shy will shut him down. Keep closing down this gap.
If you're looking at reasons to believe in a comeback, one of them has to be Koala. He went into this half at one point in the game 1-11. He's turned that now to 9 and 13.
With a shot like that, too.
Had some hugely impactful moments in these second half rounds. And now looking for a little more.
And, well, looks like we might have a little timeout coming in here. And honestly, for like we were talking about before that round, that was a round that broke NRG's economy. I'm seeing right now they're going to be loading into this next one with Stingers. That'll make Furia a whole lot more confident. But the problem is now, Furia have to keep adapting to what NRG is going to throw at them. But I think that as long as you have Shy continuing to find himself post on forward angles, that game plan has to be very simple for Furia.
Yeah, I do agree. I think also Koala re-aggressing into a lot of this space with his refract timing.
For sure.
I've been really happy with how he's playing that. Basic as well. Played a role in these last few rounds. His stats in his debut against Lev were really good. Ended up losing that series, but took a map off of the Masters London champions. And this slide for Furia, it's been 6 matches in a row lost. But it's only been to 3 opponents. And 2 opponents who have been at the top of Americas throughout that one. When you look at 100 Thieves, when you look at NRG, when you look at Leviatán.
That's good competition. Losing games is nothing to be ashamed of, especially the way those teams are playing now.
But despite that, they've made significant changes. Only 2 players from their Stage 1 roster reappear today.
Now NRG knocking on a 3rd victory in a row versus Furia. This round, just a half buy for them, and, well, nice connection out from Shy. That is gorgeous. He was on the side earlier, teleported back up into tower. The quick pivot between his weapons. He is just knocking them down as they come in.
One enemy remaining.
It's not without its casualties for Furia, but this is exactly the kind of holds you want to see from them. Not leaving anything to doubt, as 3 will stay alive into the next.
Nice round from Shy and Koala. Talked about it on that one, but Shy was one of those players who I think really had some struggles in his first match with Furia last week. But here, even in that lost overtime game to start, had some impactful rounds. This one 2K to hold things.
Yeah, NRG, they honestly look surprised that the door was open. They were just expecting it to be closed already, running out into the site.
This one looks quicker, though, for NRG. They have big ults this round.
So close to a Brim ult, too. We have Paranoia set up. Off from Koala Noob, diving on in, but Brock is so deep, he wasn't hit by anything. And now you're out your duelist, Koala, who's been on such a heater in this second half. Been a hero for Furia. No longer in the picture.
Look at Scuba in mid.
Hunter's Fury now from Brock. Art, untouched by it thus far. And you have Calm hiding inside of the site. He is just a rat there that NRG have not found yet. NRG still held at base. Scuba on the other side of the world, so NRG called this hit off in its entirety.
And that chamber is still posted towards the A side of the map. Shy didn't end up getting that fight.
Yeah, and Scuba even just broke a tripwire on the A site, so Art very aware of this, teleports over to the other side of the map. Held back by a tripwire for now. NRG still have plenty of time. The door has been closed.
And a deep trip means they'll be able to waltz their way into this site, get a plant down for sure.
Decent plant to play from main.
And the orbital strike earned off it.
And there's only 2 chokes that Furia can push in from. That makes the orbital strike especially deadly. And having the camera on top of that means Kiko can just pull out his iPad and get ready to strike. There it comes, down onto the plant. Art is trying to teleport away from it, but Furia are still laying down all 5 members of NRG. It is really starting to come into play. Not only winning a major swing round, but look at the ultimates that were spent on that one. Brock, Mata, Kiko. All 3 of those heavy hitters out of the picture now for NRG.
That is the dream for them. That is the absolute dream of a round win to pick off, and it started so poorly. That dive play caught off, but it's Artson and Calm anchoring on this site, locking things down.
Nice! Let's go! Yeah, get it, Art. Nice. One round and
And you can hear they've been hyping it up. They've been trying to sell this to themselves the whole time, but you can hear that belief in their voices now, especially for Calm. His comeback feels real. But there's another hurdle, another gun round for NRG to try and stunt the momentum.
5 in a row after losing the pistol for Furia. And they're back up into A main, really trying to fight over the mains. And I think NRG have identified that. Mata's just come directly behind the drone, but that means it's an easy Hunter's Fury. Mata in a straight line boxed in with nowhere to go. Now it's NRG's turn to play around without a duelist.
They don't have control of either of the extremities on this map. And Fury's not giving them too much of anything. Calm only now using that drone to re-clear space. Furia comfortable to just hold the lines that they have.
Still, the A side is where I feel like things could break down a little bit more easily.
Good damage.
If Calm gets pushed away from this angle. Furia still have a chamber trip that Kiko will hear on the other side of this wall. And the op in the area, so I like how NRG is calling this round. Break the trip, feign the pressure of a split on the B side, and regroup back into A. All it takes is a clean kill onto Art, and this site should start to fall over.
Knife is good, that'll reveal too.
And the flash behind it. Scuba at the front of the pack, trying to run on in here. Setting up for Artson, but the kill not there still. Into the corner is Art, down he goes with just 10 seconds left. An upgrade to be found. Even numbers in this post plant now, as that shock just misses. On Ethan's back. Pulls out the null command to stall for just a moment. As Kiko takes control. Back into Link. And a barrel spotted. It's just so simple for Scuba. This round they had to get real creative. NRG's calling to find a way through it. But now Shy and Basic are on opposite sides of this site. And it's just an operator too. Just the pistol! And that might be just what he needs. Shy, the clock, there's just no time for it. He would need the fight and it's just too little, too late. Shy has to run away and watch the round count up from 11 to 12. It's series point for NRG.
And it's off a 4-on-5 round. It was another perfect opener for Furia, picking the duelist from NRG. But NRG called the right round. Feigned presence towards B, broke the trip. And then Furia's positioning here. I think it's so hard to actually try and hard anchor these close angles in the A site. One knife, one molly, any piece of utility completely reveals you in that space.
And the knife catches him, so that's why he can't put down another dark cover and just stall and play for time or teleport away. You're just stuck.
And it's these little moments, the micro, that's making the difference in a lot of rounds. But I think there it's really approach on this new map with these new angles, trying to play these hard anchor positions that look good on paper and so quickly work against you. Whether you're on attack or defense, trying to hold that A site is so difficult.
Now this is an interesting timeout. Coming off the round win, NRG called their final timeout because they just need one more round. It's Bonkar's time to come in here and try to come up with a distinct plan to win this one. I think one big learning from that round is that even after losing the early player, they still had a lot of space afforded to them. Through mid, you had Kiko going for a solo lurk into B Link and breaking the trip. There's a lot of space given on A. I think just creating some question marks around mid could cause Furia to fall apart in the mid round, because remember, they're playing with much less information, reliable information, because they don't have the Cypher in the comp.
Exactly. I think the other big key is once you know where that chamber is, it's almost always going to be on that other side. No presence forward in the mains. Fury has almost always been only aggressive in the main that has that chamber there later in rounds.
Yeah, or you might see something right at the beginning, but they'll give it up. That's where Koala is. Interesting angle for Artson. Boosted up here, can just see over the right corner of that smoke.
My eyes are down.
NRG with 4 players going through B main. Now have to fully group. They're just going to look to exec.
Door closed in top mid. And NRG wastes not a moment. Mata now pinged out a couple of times by the recon dart. And that could be some trouble, but Artson's just into the site alone. Ethan's just knocking people down one by one. No support behind it whatsoever. Now Koala Noob caught trying to dash out of the site. Still sticks around. And that's where he'll lie. Shy, the last one alive, as NRG stop any forward momentum from Furia. Their Summit still looking strong. Struggled here on the attack side, but came up with the right solutions in these last couple of rounds to see this one through. A flawless finish to Summit and a 2-0 for NRG.
Great luck from them on this map. Whenever a new map is coming to the pool, it was Corrode in the lead up to them winning Champions in Paris. It was Summit here in Stage 2. They've always been an early adopter. Furia took a risk, tried to pick into this map where they looked so good last week, but NRG again proved the depth of their defense in particular. So many different ideas on how they wanted to approach this map. Such good execution in the micro for NRG. They're really looking in form.
At the same time, Furia come in with Calm joining the roster. Looks like a world beater in that opening game of Breeze, although it does end up going NRG's way. Furia were desperately trying to stop this mid-year skid, but it is now extended to 7 lost series in a row against 3 of the same organizations. 100 Thieves, Leviatán, and of course now a 3rd loss to NRG, but it is NRG continuing to show they're the top bill here on Summit.
Absolutely. The championship points mean that they're pretty expected to make it to that big tournament, but I've loved their approach to Stage 2 so far. Another big win for NRG. Swift 2-0 victory against Furia. The Verizon post-match interview in our second game coming up after the break.
Congrats on the 2-0 win against Furias. What a match. But looking over at Summit, you guys look like the best team right now, at least in Americas, on that map. And is that something you kind of planned? Because when you're looking at the picks and bans, first time around it was floated. This time around it got picked into you. So was that kind of like your secret weapon coming into Stage 2?
We're just pretty confident on it. We got a good amount of practice before this season started, or this stage, and it's very similar to Corrode, and we were decent on Corrode as well, so it's a little bit of plug and play.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. And one thing that I am curious about, though, is Bonker previously stated that like he felt like your team needed to do a little bit of experimenting, and you guys kind of did that with roles, right? You picking up that duelist role, allowing Mata and Scuba to kind of flex around more. What was the like general idea about that?
Just trying a bunch of different things. It's a new meta, something we've never experienced before with such a heavy double duelist meta, and yeah, just swapping roles around, see who fits the best where, see who can play what, and we're still testing.
Hey, I mean, it's been super fun to watch. And last but not least, you know, you guys are talking about how you went through a little bit of a burnout phase, and then you guys found a solution. So for other teams kind of going through a similar thing, would you also recommend going on a team vacation in Europe?
It was pretty cool. I mean, we went to Italy for a week, and it was super relaxing. We got a good reset, and yeah, sometimes that's just what you need as a team.
Yeah, that sounds like something I need, to be honest. But let's toss it over to the desk, standing by with the dynamic duo, Scuba and Mata.
That's right. We've got Scuba and Mata here joining us, fresh off their trip to Italy, fresh off another win. Another win on Summit, guys. Looking like a great map for you.
Yeah, it's a fun map, honestly. It's a very well-made map. I think they did a great job with it.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you would say that because you're winning on it all the time.
You got me.
We're going to test your reflexes today. We're going to play a game called Stop the Clock. You know how long a defuse takes, right? Even Brent knows how long a defuse takes.
Right, 10 seconds, right?
You idiot. He's rage baiting. He's rage baiting. It's 7 seconds. All right, you've got your clock here, Mata. So we're going to start with you. You've got to close your eyes, though, because literally, like, otherwise you're just going to be able to see.
Make sure he doesn't cheat over there.
You're gonna tap the screen when you want to begin, and then you're going to tap it again when you think 7 seconds has passed. No one has hit it perfectly.
Ever.
Watch this.
Okay. Watching. It hasn't started.
You're doing great over there.
You need to hit this button.
All right.
You all good?
Instructions are very unclear.
Yeah. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
All right. Are you ready?
Yep, ready.
Let's see.
Okay.
He's
counting. He's actually dialed in.
No. Oh my God.
Look at this. I saw him cheat. Y'all saw him cheat.
I got 6.
I
It was like
couldn't be the
6
only
something. It was 6 something.
Oh, yeah.
Did you press it? And it just didn't
whiffed.
He missed it.
He
low-key whiffed.
I mean, my eyes are closed on this small little button right here.
That's valid.
All right, hand it over.
Yeah, good. Nice excuses, though.
That's valid.
I'm going to tangle you up.
No, you got it. He's just got long legs. It's
All right,
tough. It's tough.
Let's go for this.
Okay.
Make sure I don't cheat, all right? Because I saw you cheating.
All right, go ahead.
What do you mean you saw him cheating?
His eyes are just open.
You literally...
Why are you lying? Am I close to the button?
Yeah, you are. You're good.
Oh!
Okay,
come on. Without cheats, too. Like, bro, come on.
That's actually good. That's respectful.
That's kind of clean.
It's kind of nice of it.
Okay. Go ahead.
Give it another try.
Go ahead. Okay,
Me?
yeah, fair enough. I'll try.
No, you give it another try. Dude, I'm not the pro player. I don't have a clue how to count to 7.
If I tap it right now, will it restart?
It will now.
Okay, nice.
There you go. We got you. All right, give it another try.
Wait, let me make sure I'm on the button.
Lining up. Perfect.
Okay.
Exactly 7 seconds. A picture-perfect defuse.
That's disappointing. That's disappointing.
The spike has literally exploded. You've just lost the grand final.
All right, whatever.
Coming up next, we've got 100 Thieves versus KRU Visa. Got any thoughts about this before we move it on?
100 Thieves is looking like a really good team these days, so
yeah,
I'll give it to 100 Thieves.
You're gonna have to agree, yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll see. That game is coming up next. Thank you very much, Mata and Scuba.
Sweet.
Thank
We'll
you.
bring on Wyatt and Uber.
Yeah.
KRU at the beginning of Split 1 was an insane team. Like, they looked really nice and kind of died down a little bit, but they do have a very scary core.
Habilidad 9, al igual que las balas sobre ese spike. Ya se gastó los dos y Zowie se va a apoderar de la desactivación. ¡Cuidado! ¡Zowie no para! ¡Zowie no va a parar!
Para Stage 2 realmente vamos a traer mucha felicidad, mucha alegría, mucha pasión. Vamos a entender, vamos a traer inteligencia en el juego, o por lo menos vamos a intentar solucionar los problemas que ocurran durante el juego y nunca vamos a desistir.
Our growth has been incredible this year. You can really just see the growth throughout every single tournament, and it's really, really like gratifying for us as a team.
Timo's pretty obvious out here. It's telegraphed, and still it doesn't matter. You can see it coming, and he just don't care.
Entonces realmente sí hay más presión, pero al mismo tiempo esa presión siempre estuvo y ahora simplemente llegó el momento de actuar.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. It's our second match of the day. 100 Thieves playing against KRU Visa. myself and Bren still here, but joined this time by...
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Kidding.
Years of animosity finally coming out, guys.
I love these guys.
It's actually outrageous. Well, I'm going to get these guys' opinions, even if I literally have to. I guess you play.
You don't,
100 Thieves. 100 Thieves are doing really well right now. They're on a hot streak. They've just come back with silverware in the cabinet as well. They've taken down G2, a team that they could never seemingly get past in the last couple of years. So is this the start of something? Are they going to keep this momentum going? How are you feeling about the squad?
I'm feeling great about them. After beating G2, breaking that streak 0-5 against them, yeah, I think it's no small feat that they were able to accomplish that. And yeah, doing it off the back of the tournament win, I think that just tells the story that these guys believe in themselves at a different kind of authentic level.
This feels like an Ascension Slater Spy run for Vora, though, because it's like a carousel of like top IGLs, tenured and experienced that he's got to run into one at a time. He's got past Valen, but now obviously Sadhak is standing in his way. So that's a story I'm tracking, bro. This guy's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah. 100 Thieves, I feel like have been on the up and up though for a bit now. Honestly, they barely missed out a kickoff. They've been looking pretty improved. This change they made where they brought in the core of this Tier 2 team and just basically slamming it together with the old existing 100 Thieves. I think they've just been waiting for the right time to shine, and it's also coincided, I think, a little bit with some of the other top teams in a bit of a slump form as well, I would say. I mean, we saw it with G2, I think. I would argue that they're in a bit of a slump right now, but not to take anything away from 100 Thieves. I think they've been playing at a better and better level every single game that they've played over the course of this entire year.
I do just want to jump in though as well, because the champ point situation for them, even though they're looking great, even though they just won a tournament at EWC, they are sat down there with 6 champs points, currently on the outside looking in. So you really want to be within the, I mean, I guess you want to be in the top 2, but in theory, top 4, you're probably looking good. I mean, it's not going to cut it.
That top 3 is, it feels like damn near impossible to crack unless they go on a streak, actually win, you know, stage, whatever. But the most significant game is just, games rather, are the ones that happened today. Furia, they miss out on the champ point. They're still sitting at 7. If 100 Thieves get this win, they tie it up. They can pass them. That's a pretty big deal. Like, they're not in a bad spot to make it at all.
But I mean, there are like a bunch of teams that have to just do the run here in stage 2. They just didn't get enough done, or just took a long time to get started earlier in the year. And 100 Thieves aren't exempt from that as well. The buffer is still pretty slim.
One of the things that I think they've done excellently, though, is find an identity that works for them. Like that, I think, has been fantastic for 100 Thieves. One of the players that is so crucial to that is Asuna, and the swap of role that he's had to go from space creator to big fragger for the team. I think he deserves so many flowers for how he's, I don't know that I want to say improved, but stayed solid at the top of the league for so long and reinvented himself, found this flare of form.
Yeah. It's a bad year to be an Asuna hater. I mean, because this guy is, no, he's genuinely proving all the doubters wrong. He's found a consistent, in terms of the compositions that they're playing, I really like that they are settling into the Neon Phoenix, and then having him in as this secondary entry player on this Double Duelist 2, he's finding his moments really well to play off the space that Timotino was able to create. And not just that, I think the listenings, this is an intangible that we haven't really got to look into that much, but 100 Thieves used to be so chaotic in the comms. They have cleared that up massively now. I mean, they are a completely different team now. When you listen into them, everything is crystal clear. The communication throughout every step of the round is fantastic from this team.
I'm so glad he's back to the second duelist slash when back in the day he was on like the Flex Flash Initiator playing KO. This is where he is at his best, man. Like they've tried primary duelists on different iterations of 100 Thieves for him. That's never been when he's at top form. It's when he's in this role.
NBS was calling him the Neon expert last stage.
He's like one of those guys that is so good at following up quickly off of his primary duelist as well. Like, you will never have fear if you're the Timotino of your team that there's not going to be that follow-up coming.
Like, always going to be
always
right
there.
Yeah. Well, let's hear from his partner in crime. Emily was able to check in with Timotino earlier on. Let's see what he had to say.
This season truly has been the year of rookies finding early success, including yourself taking home that trophy at EWC. So what does finding such great success early on in your career mean to you?
I mean, I'm very proud of myself and especially my goated IGL, Vora, for just finding insane form at EWC. You know, we played great. He had like an insane tournament, and for both of us, it just means the world to be able to play the game at the highest level that we always wanted to play. So yeah, I'm just very grateful to the opportunity that I have.
Yeah, I mean, the grind truly paid off. And one more question, is there anything specific that sets you apart from the rest of the rookies in VCT right now?
I mean, I would say my mentality. I feel like I'm just hyper-focused on improving, and it kind of shows through our results. You know, we were 2 games away from qualifying, then 1 game away, then we qualified to EWC, and then we won EWC. It's very, for me, I have a very growth mindset, and I really just want to improve, and I think that's what sets me apart.
Yeah, I mean, and it's paying off. So thank you so much, and good luck today.
On the other side of the field, though, you have KRU, and their return to me was quite disappointing, actually. I was hoping that with the roster change, they might have reinvented themselves. I feel like I was watching the same old only wins on Lotus KRU.
I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Yeah, I don't know how we've sort of ended up here. You know, Dante Deus to me was someone who was one of the most exciting prospects to really get to see unleashed, especially in a Sidehark team. When me and White saw him back in 2024 for All Nights in Ascension, he was like one of the most terrifying players I think I've ever seen. Like the pace, just this raw audacity was kind of sick, but it feels like we're yet to really see that unlocked.
Yeah, I think we saw glimpses of it when he was being set up really well, when the Neon movement was nerfed to this degree. But there's a real big problem currently with Dante, I think, and he just has issues of confidence, I think. If it doesn't go right for him off the rip, yes, his team are going to be able to take space off the back of it, but there were numerous examples where he is the first one in, trying to entry for them. Yes, they get the trade intact, but over the course of this series, when we were watching KRU versus Loud, they were looking lost at times in terms of they didn't know really how to play off the back of it. And I think over the long term, it did affect his confidence, because you were seeing other people having to take up the mantle of entering. Like this instance right here, Sadak is the one having to play off a Prowler, for God's sake, when you've got a Neon in the back. So it's quite evident to me, I think, that Dante does struggle with this. He struggled with it when he first joined KRU as well, where he wasn't being enabled and set up too well, and his confidence was knocked even then. I think this is a hurdle they're going to have to get over, I think, if they're able to take it to a team like 100 Thieves when they are on such a hot streak.
How do you feel about their chances in this game, Wyatt?
The chances in this game?
Yeah.
Not great. Just mentally, you have a team trying to bounce back from being on a 5-match loss streak against a team that just won one of the biggest tournaments in the org's Valorant history and are on the hottest streak they've been on in years. Like, just off that basis alone, not even looking at any other factors, I think one team is clearly favored above the other, and that's 100 Thieves.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a tough game for KRU to be able to pull through if they are to land an upset in this. Uber and Wyatt will be back right after this break with Map 1.
Oh, you got the clove hands. That's like plus aura.
Aura?
Yeah, the clove hands, they give you superpowers.
The best agent in the game.
Okay.
Come on, bro.
Man, this map is weird as hell. Feels like a CS map.
Yeah, like
1v1 CS?
Yeah, aim map.
Oh. Yeah, I can't. Yo, whatever it takes more than 15 seconds to find you, I just get so scared. Yo, this angle is so hard on the ramp. That feels so disadvantageous. I'm never going there again. And I'm back there. You like the mind games or what? This is how you win these skirmishes. Oh my god!
Both whiffing. GG's, bro.
It's definitely two teams trending in pretty different directions in this next map. It's 100 Thieves, who we know are kind of the talk of the town, White. They're kind of the team to beat right now. Whereas KRU are very much still finding themselves and had a pretty massive collapse. After losing that Breeze map 17-15 to Loud, it was a pretty ugly finish to the series for them. Certainly think that's something you want to be looking at here. And also, Vor's become an international champion in his debut season, whereas Sardak has spent years honing his leadership in the Americas and beyond. Today, an insistent new voice meets one of Valorant's most venerated. It's KRU Visa versus 100 Thieves.
A game in which KRU are desperate to bounce back. It has been tough goings for them. They're on a 5-match loss streak, working heat into this team and testing, I think, the abilities of Sardak to integrate him also within that, expand their map pool. They have been so dependent on Lotus when we get into that. Look, there's no reason that map should be in the pool. It's one that 100 Thieves have been middling on and probably be, happy to just get on out of there. So I think this is going to be a serious test for KRU, man. They're going up against a team that are, I was going to say arguably, maybe inarguably, just the most hot team right now in Americas. How could they not be? 100 Thieves just won a global tournament and immediately come back to beat G2, their nemesis. So,
that's the kind of beauty of it, but on the other side sits two guys who know exactly what it feels like to get a trophy, and then the ante gets upped. And all of a sudden, your bounty kind of increases, right? Sardak and Les are world champions in their own right.
All right, so, yeah, we're taking a look at this pool. Lotus gone, no surprises. If you're going up against KRU, just ban Lotus. And in the case of 100 Thieves, that's not a loss to the pool. They're not taking a dent from that.
No.
They're, I believe, 1-3 on it this year. Haven't really been able to figure it out, so they don't care. They play it occasionally. Just get it going, man. Get it out. And so now you're playing KRU on maps where they just have like 50-50 records. I think Split it might be their next best in the pool. They're 2-2. Haven, they're 1-1. Like, yeah, you're taking them to maps where they are not in their comfort zone.
I don't think 100 Thieves are the kind of team you want to face when you are in a crisis of confidence. And if some of the footage that we talked about in the pregame is anything to go by, watching Dante send off the site while Sardak follows a Prowler in there on Lotus, you'd be a little bit concerned. So KRU Visa have had some time, and I think this would have been a week best spent looking at the mental side of their game and kind of what caused that complete collapse going up against Loud. It's going to take more than, I think, stopping power to, put a damper on 100 Thieves' momentum.
100 Thieves are just opting to stick to the Phoenix Neon everywhere. They love playing Sage on this map, but they are just fully indexed into this identity that is working for the team just wonderfully, right?
Dante on the Waylay.
Yeah, and then the opposite side, you have Dante moving away from the Neon. Double duelist with the Waylay. Waylay has proven to be a good agent on Split, but you're kind of looking at it thinking, is there a reason to go away from what they've been doing? They're so all in on the Neon, but man, maybe the way things are going, it'll be nice for him just to have something fresh to do. You know what I mean?
Again, it just really felt like he wore Neon like a second skin when we first saw him in Ascension in 2024. Times have changed though, and now it's about finding your feet again here in Stage 2. Team already getting busy down middle. That is Heat. He's already fallen by the wayside, caught out by that curveball. Fora with that angle on less, but still falls. His opponent falls to 10.
KRU off all that mid pressure, just want to get into this A site. Look at that little time from Austin to just peek out, instant dink onto Sardak. Spike needs to be recovered.
That's so nice. Asna goes for another bite of the apple after Dante got tagged up. He can't quite get back into elbow.
The late reflank here from Les is reasonable, but
Player standing.
KRU really working with rather little now. So ZMW Zera up on the side, actually able to dodge the paranoia, but not the reprisal from back.
Yeah, fair attempt. I need to see that Asuna kill on the replay. Catching Sadhawk on the cross, trying to get back sight perhaps, but that was a critical one.
And then he picks up Nante sort of immediately after.
This was that initial mid-flight, good opening from Timo. Sadhawk just, just caught on the open. The kind of bizarre moment that unravels KRU.
But, I mean, Asuna is impossible to catch in that position. He just ducks back into a safe spot, fights another time, and to catch the elbow player. Brutal.
KRU are finding themselves in a very tough spot to get out of. And I don't just mean in this map. I mean, let's bring the lens back, look at where they're at right now this year. In stage 1, their roster finally arrives. Remember, they didn't have them during kickoff. They're on fire. They're 3-0, but the inflection point is actually against 100 Thieves. It's in that 4th match, their first loss of the stage, where 100 Thieves, who needed a win to stay in the stage, had to beat KRU, who people were regarding as looking like one of the best teams in the world at that time. It was a massive upset.
Since then, KRU, have struggled, right?
Yeah, from there it's been KRU struggles and the opposite trajectory for 100 Thieves, who have just been getting better and better, culminates in a trophy win in Paris, and then carries over into a successful start defeating G2 in that first week. This is 100 Thieves on a totally different level. A 5-match loss streak for KRU and an 8-match win streak for 100 Thieves. That is the longest match win streak against Tier 1 competition 100 Thieves have had in their entire team's history. The only other streak that comes within touching distance is, I mean, a hilarious one. It's like 9. It's one more, but they were playing an open qualifier. This is back when they had Captain America Nitro on the team, and they were beating, unsigned diamond players in an open qual. So get that out the window. That one doesn't count. This is the longest streak they've had against serious competition. It's genuinely a historic time to be a 100 Thieves fan.
And still, this is all set against the backdrop of them needing to go on a run to keep this historic streak going, because in the Champions Points race, they're still nipping at the heels of teams like Furia. KRU also themselves are on 4 Champions Points and could reinsert themselves back into that conversation if only they can flip their trajectory like 100 Thieves did against them.
Yeah, this day could be a major turn of the tides with Furia losing, stuck at 7 champs points. 100 Thieves win would bring them to tied at 7, in position to overtake Furia in this stage. Qualify for a global.
Strong Miz presence here for KRU, but they've really not taken a big step here towards heaven until right about now. It's Dante who'll lead the way. Slower start for him in this game. A couple brutal rounds off the rip here for KRU, and that's why it's from Bora. It doesn't fully commit to this situation. The Saturate comes in and a nice seize. He's really going to slow things down here for KRU. They're going to have to bide their time. And there's 25 seconds left on the clock. Dante going to commit to the side, but he's going to make enough noise to wake the dead. He'll join them. Hans Vora is going to find himself comfortably in position to take 2 kills, and he's going to fight his way out of this position. Sarlak is getting across the side as well, but there's going to be some big heaven presence right now for 100 Thieves, and they just have the numbers. A crushing bonus win here for the Thieves.
Just a round where you're watching them do everything right. All of the util pieces connecting. The seize from Vor was lovely for that heaven delay. It allows them to wrap back through spawn, set up. You have Asuna's run it back. He's already got it. He just sends it in. He doesn't get a kill with it, but who cares? Yeah, he has to be dealt with by Dante. Vora gets the easy trade because of it. You know, one domino just falling after another. It's such a lovely bonus round from 100 Thieves.
A style that really suits them, that finally fits them. The world champion coach behind them. Combination of MBS and Dubros, that's an impact you can't really deny. Now, their light speed at least get Dante into that ropes position. KRU assert themselves early in the round of this mid-pitcher. And alternatively, Looks like A might be on the docket. Tuma not fully committed, in a position to fall off Rafter if need be. Vora's heard this now, TP across, but where is it to? Right over towards his left, he has to know about it. Dante is brought down, that's the tip of the spear, trying to come out of the middle part of the map, and 100 Thieves just lock it down. Importantly, it's Vora dealing with Sardak, who's trying the flank angle there over towards A main. Wrap it up. Another flawless round here for 100 Thieves.
Crushing them in the fights. Individually, the team fights, 100 Thieves are starting out as hot as they could possibly get. Look, it's early days. I don't want to overreact, but I mean, you're just looking at the way that these rounds are playing out. Yeah, it's an anti-eco, but man, they are torching them on these early rounds.
Get those, Matt. Talk to him, Matt. Talk to him. Jumping.
It feels pretty...
Talk to him! Talk to him! Talk to him!
Okay, despite this, feels quite slow-paced, these first 4 rounds.
Yeah.
Crew have been really conservatively trying to get that mid control and then turn it into a split. They had Sardak there working A main, but he just straight up loses the duel. I mean, I think it was Vora who got the better of him there. Didn't really look like much of a fight. So now, we have a crew timeout that comes before this next important buy round.
Yeah, already in a position where the pressure is on. They need a little bit of a bounce back. Down 4 rounds. This is their map pick. They don't have Lotus in the pool. One aspect of the team I'm looking at, Sodhawk and Les, they pushed really hard to bring in the performance coach that they were working with back on Loud when they won champs in 2022. Have spoke so highly of the impact that he had then. Heard Saucy speak about him on his stream as well at a different point. And that's the kind of guy that is going to need to come into play. His role in the team is getting them in the mental state to bounce back, brush off these hard times that they've been existing in for the last couple months.
You just need 3 maps of that resilience, right? I think looking back at the capitulation last week for Crew, something they're not quickly going to forget. 100 Thieves set up for a defensive popular on this A side, and Sarnak just... Well, I mean, it wasn't that far forward, in fairness. 100 Thieves really dug deep into that part of the map, and they've taken out the Omen.
Right out of the timeout, 100 Thieves, very up to play. Go for something aggressive to throw out whatever plans were laid by Crew. Bang shuts down Les, who's trying to exploit a gap everywhere they turn. There's 100 Thieves crosshair just staring right at them, and not one player is missing. I mean, man, we saw this in Paris. We saw this against G2. All 5 players are having their moments. There is no weak spot among them individually right now. It is wild to see, man. This is just a different 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, look at that duel win there for Bang. That is decisive. And outside of that, Crew look a little reluctant, especially after things go so poorly at the start of the round. I think losing Sardak is going to be...
Oh, great. All right. Well, yeah, our smokes are going 2 seconds into the round. Lovely.
That's the tough part about being the weak side of the map as the Omen player.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Right back to the fight. Dante, good for those trades though. Gets himself on the board, makes himself known, but the dash in, no support, can't get the space. Sardak is down, Heaven can't be smoked, and he's just exploited for being out in the open by Teemo.
There isn't a great way to make your way into this part of the map for the attack side unless it's been spotted just lingering outside of Heaven and straight through the smoke. It's the overdrive that claps him. MW0. Years of experience on this guy. Up against a player who returned to the core of 100 Thieves to try and run it back, and instead, what they managed to find was something even greater in that 2024 form. A long walk across the map here for MW.
Perhaps 100 Thieves showing some haste, overly so, to get this round over with in that fight. It has given Crew an opportunity to put something on the board.
Planted. Bring them down.
Nightfall here for MW0. His full kit ready to go. Prowler already. Gets into that CT side. I think just able to TP noiselessly down towards this low ground, and MW0 has to suspect that he is right inside that smoke, and he is correct. Now though, cat and mouse, does he realize? Does he know just how far into the process Bang already was? Take that moment in hand with how the rest of the map has gone for Crew, and you are already boomed.
The timing just slightly off for NW, man. Brutal. 100 Thieves open it up again with this good fight, and it's like, all right, great. Dante gets that double trade back. But KRU, they don't really find a moment to gather up there. Dante just tries to accelerate the pace into the site, and it crumbles.
It just feels sluggish from KRU.
Yeah, well, loss bonus is fully kicked in, and they get the plan. So it's just keep buying. They have 4 ults, less an orb away from getting their 5th ult into this round. They've got to convert.
But they're going to get off the line pretty quickly, and Dante runs headlong into Bang. Someone so steady, so stable, can always be guaranteed to give it smooth sailing for 100 Thieves. And again, KRU just throw themselves and break like waves on rock.
Just, yeah, man, just like diving straight out into the open. Bang is so ready for that. I swear I talk about it every single time I watch this dude play, but Bang really is just such an excellent anchor player. He is fantastic on defense. One of the last guys in Americas you ever want to be diving into. He will shut you down.
Yeah, almost every encounter wired on the B side. This map, he has managed to win it out. 4 and 3. But whenever he's tested, he's been good for it. This is nice. I mean, it's pretty safe positioning, right? Very much at the back of the site.
Love that from Timo as well. Using the fast lane just to create a crossfire in that situation. 100 Thieves are doing all the little things, but they're doing them without hesitation. And I think just a couple months ago, the fans, absolute doomer mode about this team. This is just a historic turnaround. It is pretty hilarious to think about how fast this has happened. I implore you, go look at Reddit from 2 months ago to see what the vibe check was on 100 Thieves and how it's changed. It's crazy.
It's a force here for KRU. It's an assortment of weapons. A couple of rifles in there. Dante sitting on a stinger. He does have that convergent parts available, and Arsener now is going to take note of Heat there in mid. The Saturate is going to keep him at arm's length, though. We'll try for something here through this Blaze Wall, and a shorty, but comes up with nothing.
Gets a lot of util out. Bit of damage thrown MW's way. Buy from KRU. Awkward, to say the least.
Timo's just got a lot of information. Oh, I think he heard Sardak double back. I think he made noise on the walk. That is brutal. Again, your Omen out of the picture. Not that Sardak could have TP'd anywhere relevant in this round, but still. A late Viper's Pit here into heaven. Really messes with the calculus for KRU.
Oh, we're watching 100 Thieves just abuse this A-side extremity, catching Sardak multiple times, fighting there aggressively. And then if you're KRU walking into B, you're walking into this team that's really playing a masterful defense.
Okay, well, that kit is done for. Dante able to find a classic kill, but unlikely there's anything more to be had in this round.
Flashes, man. Both of them full connection from Arsener. What can you even say at this point? This 100 Thieves team just look fantastic.
This has been comprehensive so far, folks. And this is that second KRU timeout that has to be called here. I'm quite sure their coach would have loved to have had an opportunity to address his team on that defense side to answer some tendencies or slow down a run from 100 Thieves, but that is not going to be an option in this game. KRU are desperately searching for answers, but it's been a different look every round for 100 Thieves.
They're losing those extremity fights. Sodhawk's getting caught. Unless has tried to go for a timing. He's getting caught over on that B main side. The mid pivots to B are just getting denied by great 100 Thieves util and fast pivots to set up really well on defense. Get the crossfires activated quickly. These guys are out of control at the moment.
And it really feels like KRU have been insistent about getting some mid control and have just been contained there. The 100 Thieves are in no hurry to cross those scrimmage lines and take risks in that part of the map. They threw up a Viper's Pit in heaven that round. This is kind of it for this attack side for KRU. They need to make use of these moments to find an answer.
There's some really cool head-to-head matchups when you're looking at the rosters for these two teams. I think the one that stands out to me the most Cryo versus Les. Both teams' star player is someone in the Sentinel role. Right now, Cryo is on fire. Les unable to get in the mix. We'll see if he can turn it around.
This is the pivotal round now in this attack side for KRU. Had a moment for a timeout. We want to see a game plan that diverges. Let's listen in to see how KRU go about this.
Eu ganhei a B, guys. Eu ganhei a B total.
Tá, vamos voltar pra fechar aí que você acabou, mano. Foda-se isso aqui.
Então, a B é só o homem aqui segurando o bang, guys.
A Fede acabou usando low na...
Cara, se liga.
Eu vou fazer CH nele.
Aproxima que eu vou fazer spot. Na real, foda-se. Eu vou fazer o lobo.
Cara, vamos trequei que ele pode ter informação agora.
Mano, vamos fazer o check pela esquerda.
Chaco.
Bora.
1, 2.
Cana três.
Contando aí, vou mocar e vocês passam.
Esquerda. Boa. Abriu.
Spike down B.
Jesus. Era só os dois sites, não acho que eles avançaram.
KRU trying to mix it up in this round by just going for that full contact play off the wall. Bang. Immediate 2K anchoring. Asuna pivots, ready to fight. Flash through the wall to swing off of Bang's distraction there. They're focused on him. 100 Thieves deny KRU from trying. Hey, a little bit of a different look. Still not enough. This 100 Thieves team right now just have that earned, authentic confidence in their play. We see teams try to manufacture that level of confidence
by playing more audaciously
or getting super hyped up. No, 100 Thieves just have that innately right now because of the journey they've been on this year.
How could you not? It's not only the international championship, it's beating your longtime nemesis in the first game back.
And feeling that steady improvement throughout the year as well. Better and better and better culminates in that win.
We've gone from chasing validation now to having to defend one of their longest streaks, winning streaks in their Orcs history. And trying to get the champions, of course, that small matter.
Look at the speed on this flood into the site. Oh my god, man. Just the sequencing of the util. Bang falls back into spawn. The rest of the team, they're ready to go. You have Asuna popping out of heaven with the flash. He gets down onto the ground. He's being followed up by Timo. Throws down the wall to isolate one of the players backside. They get hit by the Nightfall. I believe that was Sada back there. Every dash in from Dante has just been denied.
That's beautiful from Arsenal as well. Straight into the back of the site. Constantly just flashing through that top screen every single time on B. Either to disrupt the attackers coming through or as part of a flood defensively. God, KRU, you better make something happen. You better make it happen real quick. Arsenal hit by the hinder. Runner back active though, and there it is. It's always a 100 Thieves player taking first contact and getting far more than they should. Cryo keeps it icy with a quick 3-piece, and KRU are reeling.
Ace denied at the very least. Cryo was on for it. Oh, some nice shooting, but a very weak Dante just goes down to even the most of haphazard sprays from Vora on the Jiggle Peak.
And this is...
Oh, no. Oh,
He's run out of bullets! No!
Brutal.
It's tough for that Guardian, bro.
They try to come in, do something a little bit different again. I don't think they've gone for that play, the fast paranoia dash up ramp, maybe super early in the half, but they try to mix it in. Asuna's there, immediate, molly down. He's denying that play, and then Cryo just takes the timing.
I mean, again, what are we hoping for?
At this moment in time, one of the last players you would want to run into in Americas. Cryo is in prime form, and he's doing it on Viper and Cypher. All of the demands for him to play Chamber to pop off, yeah, they made sense. On some maps, I was right there with the other people who wanted to see it, but he is stuck to these two agents, and he is on fire. And why not just op? Speaking of Chamber and wanting Cryo to op more, he'll just do it on Viper too.
Mostly Guardians are being relegated to here now, and Timo's just, oh, he's clouding on them! That is filthy! That's his 14th kill in 12 rounds. And this is brutal. Somehow, bro, we get saddled with these ones, don't we? We get some stack score lines lately. KRU are in deep trouble.
And yeah, sure.
Now
it is two teams that are on opposite ends of the, opposite trajectories perhaps, but this has been...
Yeah, but this isn't like, yesterday, the disparity between like Envy and MIBR in the standings. This is just 100 Thieves playing a flawless game. Every player, their sense for the game, the timings they can take, perfect. Nobody's missing, and the team play is perfect. The rotations they're having on defense to support each other, always there right in time. The util piece is being sequenced out perfectly, and then the timings like this are being hit. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, you just are not going to see this
and Cryo is just
every
going to go out with the op on Viper. He's 18-4.
Yep.
Yeah, you are not going to see this every day. This is stunning from 100 Thieves.
Soak it up. It's a masterclass, folks.
Man.
It's a chance to be educated. It's a chance to be entertained.
And one of the best times in history to be a 100 Thieves fan.
Absolutely. Stick around for more of this juggernaut 100 Thieves team making short work of a hapless crew on the other side of Split.
From securing 4th in playoffs in Stage 1 to taking home the trophy at EWC, what was the biggest improvement between those two events?
I just feel like our form improved a lot. I think practice meant like a lot for us. It had a lot to do with it. I feel like, I don't know, for us, we just kind of like, I don't know, the easiest way to describe it is we just kind of locked in. I can't lie. We went on like insane win streaks in practice, and I feel like we carried that momentum into the matches.
And you definitely did. I mean, look at your results, but thank you so much, and hopefully it carries through today.
Thank you.
Ordinarily, the camera cuts away from the brutal beating and you just have the sound effects. Someone's just slapping a watermelon over and over again. We're fascinated to see this dismemberment of crew here as we're about to get our second half underway and lock in with the #1 VPN. It's ExpressVPN, and crew are in a position where today could have honestly been an inflection point for them too. They could have started to actually build some momentum into a postseason, but they look far from ready. They look far from having a clue. They look lost out there.
This was a chance to display that they're going to be fleshing out their map pool. So much of the discussion, and it's been very valid that's the case, has been about, yeah, they're super good on Lotus, but they need other maps that are going to be at that level. Yeah, no, has not been the case.
We covered. It's been a whole year to the day. That's crazy that we've seen at 13-0.
It's happening to Heat again, potentially, which is so sad.
No,
so I would love to see Heat get an ace here, I'm going to be honest.
I'm sure it was us that was calling that.
But I would love to see Heat get an ace here, please.
I'm glad I'm not paid by the word, otherwise I'd have to start busting out the Poke Rap for you guys, and I don't wish that upon anyone.
100 Thieves into the site. Les tries to swing out. No one able to support. Sadok was on the retreat. It's not looking good.
Oh, he is tapped up pretty hard. Dante is able to find Timo, and there is a concentration of crew players on this Heaven side. They've got some CT presence as well, but Sadok is very low without any util to speak of. Can they leverage MW0? Dante, maybe. 100 Thieves looking to lock it down now as Vora's going to send out a Prowler behind. It's going to be Arsena swinging for the shot. It's a 1-for-1. Bang, backside. Dante dancing. Does get dinked, but still standing. The cleanup crew, though, I'm worried about it. Getting it to half could be the plan. It's on Vora here to stop the defuser. Now Sadok must be dealt with. Surely not. Time in the round. It doesn't seem to matter. It has been a year to the day since we last saw a 13-0, a complete and utter dismemberment. It's basically taxidermy here
for Crew. 100 Thieves fans, just take it all in. This is real life. This is the world you're living in. The anguish you've experienced for years, desiring your team to be at the top. Your patience is paying off. Lap it up, live it up, take it all in. This is 100 Thieves at their absolute peak. The core of this team, everything they've been through, Cryo, Bang, also it's 3 years total, maybe more now that they've played together, and we have never seen them like this. Enjoy, man, enjoy.
Yeah, this is your reality right now, and frankly, it doesn't look like there's any signs of this team slowing down. Think about the postseason. Think about opportunities 100 Thieves are creating for themselves in every one of these rounds. We'll see you right back after this break. Of course, they're just going to break it down, and then map 2 will be upon us.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Behind that omen anymore, and Timo's, well, pretty obvious out here. It's telegraphed, and still it doesn't matter.
Okay. Ah, pero esta vez no, porque no tenía nadante, Mitsu. No tenía nadante.
Wow. Going straight from EWC, coming into stage 2, there hasn't been a lot of time to prep, and it's a new map pool. So how have you and your team stayed on top of things?
It hasn't been easy. I think the first week especially was pretty tough in terms of like jet lag and recovery. But I think this weekend we took a couple of days off after the G2 game, mainly focusing on recovery. We had a couple of scrims on split with the new comp, which is today, if Leviatán can make it work, why can't we? And it's a similar comp to what we run on other maps. So we just practiced a little bit, prepared, and actually went way better than I would have expected.
Yeah, I mean, you guys look well rested, but thank you so much and good luck in the next one.
Well, it literally couldn't get any better, could it? I mean, you can't no-sell a 13-0. That was absolutely destructive. Welcome back. It's myself and Brent here to break down the devastation that we just saw, the violation.
Not a lot to talk about, really.
I mean...
But there is a lot to talk about.
There is quite a lot to talk about.
You could go frame by frame with some of that, I think.
Well, well, it's a 13-0, right? And I think that's where you've got to begin. Because this is I think the third 13-0 in Americas. It's been a year since the previous 13-0. Heat was also on that team.
God.
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
He thought he'd escaped the doldrums of Furia, and he's
tough,
now
man.
here.
That's tough. That's tough for them. KRU, goes without saying, they're in significant trouble. They're in deep water. They got to learn to swim.
Yes.
I mean, listen, I've got some fixes for them, but before all of that, let's sing the praises of 100 Thieves.
Yes,
okay, let's
absolutely.
look positives, because a 13-0, listen, that doesn't go without absolutely insanity plays. I mean, already on this bonus idea, we're seeing KRU, I think, a bit lethargic in terms of their decision-making. They were taking a lot of time off the clock, even just getting into a position.
Oh, yeah.
And by the time they were trying to get into a plant, 100 Thieves already have bodies and players in position to punish them on the plant.
The defensive utility is so good here at slowing down KRU when they're trying to B-split, and it just buys time for the site to be stacked. Asuna even having his ult there. I mean, look at the punish here on Sadak too. They're so proactive.
Good. Yeah, that proactivity that you see from 100 Thieves, they are fully content to constantly clear up question marks across the map. And here's where the struggles really begin, I think. And I kind of teed this up into the pre-show, talking about, I think, Dante in his hard entry role and how he's been struggling. But genuinely, the whole team identity right now is a mess, I think, in terms of understanding spacing between each other, what they want to get out of these compositions. This exec here, there's no world in which you have a showstopper, you have convergent paths, you have 3 massive ultimates. I can't remember what the third one was, and it should be going that wrong.
Yeah.
But my God, is it going wrong?
And Timotino walked all over them after that. He wasn't even at the top of the scoreboard, by the way. I mean, Why and Uber were going crazy about Cryo for great reason, honestly. But my God, Timotino was just able to do anything he wanted during that game.
And he embodies, I think, that proactivity that 100 Thieves show. When there's noise pressure on other areas of the map, Timotino's going to be the one taking a fight. There was multiple rounds where he pushed Sadak in main, taking a fight against him when he didn't really even have util to do it.
It's so interesting, too, that they've taken Leviatán's comp and, you know, as NBS said, made it work. For Heat, we're coming back into a KRU system that was previously playing a lot of Phoenix. What confuses me a little bit about this is that he isn't playing any at all.
No.
So Heat has come into KRU and kind of locked them into playing double duelist on every map because he's only playing the Raze and the Jet currently. But it's odd. It's not what I expected from him.
No, it's not what I expected either. I think if you wanted a quick fix for KRU currently, they're having issues where the previous identity they had, where Dante was playing Neon, yes, but he was always set up with util. There was a Prowler, there was util behind it, there was players behind him too, and so that he was really min-maxing and making the most out of
He was
Neon
also
movement.
playing more broken Neon.
Exactly.
He could just jump at
And
people.
so with the nerfs coinciding with this, and then the stylistic changes where we're seeing double duelists being played, they are having a tough time identity-wise. I think they need to either hard commit into having like maybe Heat taking up the primary entry, hard entry, whether he's even got that into his wheelhouse, and have Dante be more passive. Maybe Dante on the Phoenix or something.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. You turn Dante into a Phoenix player?
I think so, yeah, because he's currently struggling with confidence. You're seeing other players have to step up entry for him, and then he's the second one in as a Neon. You don't really see that at all with teams playing the double duelist comps. I think that's what their number one solve needs to be right now currently. I'm not going to sell you a bridge. I'm not going to say that this game's winnable for them.
Well,
because
it doesn't look it, does it?
No, it's a 13-0 on their map pick, and now we're going into, what, a set?
Yes, well, let's have a look at the next map that's coming up here, because, I mean, it can't get worse. It literally can't get worse. That's good, right?
Faster. There's always a world.
It could be faster is a crazy thing to say when they've just been 13-0.
No, I
but
mean...
Ascent is the next map. It, like you said, it wasn't their pick. It was 100 Thieves' pick. It'll be fun at least to see what they're going for.
Yeah,
but
sure. I think fundamentally, though, they've got the wrong grasp in terms of how they want to play their comps.
Right.
And I think that they are out of sort. It's like when you're trying to dance with somebody and your partner's out of step, they're standing on your toes.
You do a lot of dancing?
Not really.
Right.
No. Not really. Just in my head for some reason.
I like the analogy, though.
I was watching
Keep
a
going.
Bad Bunny music video. He's in a salsa room. He's learning to dance. He was depressed about it.
Okay.
So it's just stuck in my head, really.
Okay.
But, yeah.
All right. I love it. Well, I mean, we've got to hear from the coach of KRU, so let's see what Zonic had to say ahead of Map 2.
Brushing off map 1 and heading into map 2, what are some quick and easy fixes you're looking for your team to make heading into Ascent?
I mean, the first and most important thing I think we need to change is how we start the game and implement our strats immediately.
Yeah, sounds good. Look forward to seeing it. Thank you.
Whenever I use Zowie models, I would say I just feel my element.
Demon 1 is good!
Without Nyack, the biggest difference was the ghosting. There was immediate change. If you see something and it's not actually there, you're gonna miss your shot. Black Equalizer and Vibrance, I can react quicker to it, I can shoot better at it.
This guy is just spectacular!
And that way I can always trust him, that I can just focus on competing. My performance will always be at the top level.
Zowie.
Behind that omen anymore, and Timo's well, pretty obvious out here. It's telegraphed, and still it doesn't matter.
Okay. Ah, pero esta vez no, porque no tenía nadante, Mitsu. No tenía nadante.
Wow.
Hundred Thieves, obviously one of the most dominant maps that we've sort of seen in VCT Americas. Just now, full year since our last 13-0. And something that Coach NBS has been pretty vocal about is, yeah, it's one thing to get to the top, right? You could argue that Hundred Thieves have done so with this international championship under their belt, but it's a whole different matter to stay on top. Something that I imagine Sadak and Les experience the both sides of themselves.
Yeah, Champions win 2022, but they do maintain a really high level, unable to get another big global trophy after that, but always at the top of the scene. That's why it is just bizarre to see them in this situation right now, going up against 100 Thieves that has their number. I mean, to say it lightly, after what we just witnessed on Split. Now
getting the Dante Deus Phoenix here.
Yeah, we're getting into Ascent. That is the 100 Thieves pick. It is the map that they just won on to get that trophy in Paris. It was the last map in that series against NRG. Yeah, the Dante Phoenix with the Heat Jet. The Heat Jet is now, it's filling me with nostalgia. It's taking me back to 2021, him debuting globally. I think that was like Keed Stars or Vivo Keed, whatever they were called. I mean, yeah, real throwback to the olden days of Valorant. But hey, we have MBS on screen, and that's the year that he won champs.
Yeah.
This end, all the way back then too. So
yeah, obviously this 100 Thieves coaching
history.
staff, obviously it's not just MBS, but Doombros as well has, you know, also with that FPX team, you know,
Copenhagen 2022. There are a lot of real deal trophy winners in this server right now. There are no shortage of Valorant legends present in the
was there
building.
like a lower bracket run from Doombros' team that year as well, Copenhagen? But they had to play opening rounds with a sub and.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're dusting off the tomes.
Good times though, man. But yeah, these guys know what it takes to be the best, and it's something they've imparted to this roster. And they're really showing no signs of slowing down. 100 Thieves are not offering any quarter to this rather lost crew outfit. But a new map is a new start. And it's all about starting well for crew, as we heard from their coach briefly. Les has done just that at least, taking Timo out of the game. Bang just trying to wend his way in here through Tree, but so far, it's a good-looking kill feed for crew.
Much needed hot start for crew. Heat is on his feet right away. They got to get the energy up. And hey, they're just trying to lap off that last map and full reset here into Ascent. Great way to start. Nice shot from Les. Dante, really good shots. I mean, we've never doubted that. That's never been a question. They deserve that. Yeah, they deserve that.
They waited quite some time. But it's important. I think in Dante's confidence has been a hot topic. We've heard it a lot from Brett and Josh. They were really saying that this is maybe where he should put himself. The way they looked awkward from him on that previous map.
Phoenix might just be the ticket into this game and into a better headspace. Flash for Heat, and he'll be able to pull off that line. We're just going to walk through this. Yep, we're just walking it. Okay, Smoke's about to clear here. There'll be a dash across the side. Vora catches out less as the crosshair placement is broken, but Heat's there to pick up. Kai falls by the wayside. A player with logs. Heat gonna have to check for that, and still able to find Vora with the spike now left in his wake.
Good for Dante to get a couple, get close to that ult. Now, coming into this game, we were discussing the mental side of this being a massive factor for KRU. They've obviously just suffered another hit to that after what happened on Split, getting 0 rounds. And it all goes back to that inflection point in stage 1. KRU, when they were 3-0, they go up against 100 Thieves that needed a win against them to just stay alive in the stage, to have hopes of making playoffs. That was a huge upset win for them at the time, and the two teams have just been on different paths since. 100 Thieves, an ascension to the top, while KRU drifting towards the bottom, just trying to find their footing.
I think it's a loss here. A 6-loss streak probably just ends your season. That's the reality that KRU are reckoning with right now. Yeah, they've got some champs points, but they absolutely need to be winning out from here. It wouldn't be mathematically eliminated by any stretch. There's still playoffs. There's still, you know, a Swiss stage to play through.
Yeah, it just wouldn't be relevant for them to be able to qualify with the Champions points anymore. Yeah. 100 Thieves, on the other hand, they can absolutely get in. With Furia taking a loss today, if they win here, they'll be tied up with Furia in that 4th spot. Great position for them to begin. Timo.
That's for a smoke.
Kill, but wow, good trades from Les.
Nice by Les, also ducking to that left-hand side. Bangs a bit of wall bang him down. MW0 hoping that 100 Thieves would have offered him a little bit more there, but it's a re-smoke to mid. With 35 seconds left in the round, we might even see a cross to this A side. Just Sardak in
30
attendance.
seconds left.
A lot of pressure coming Sardark's way, but look at the weapon in hand. Perfect for this situation.
Not too shabby, he'll take one.
Down mid.
Feels fortunate in a way that he only gets one from the 100 Thieves perspective. That easily could have been a kill onto Cryo.
Enough time here for the plant. We're going to see KRU spike. Set Heat up, crossing mid. He even thought about a longer wrap through Gelato. Might even try and pick Heaven up. It's a bit of a staggering between these last two KRU players, so MW0 will have to bide his time. And Cryo's going to be listening out. Just heard the door get broken. Here's the dash across. Heat spotted going into the smoke. Cryo waiting for confirmation with a second. Cloudburst is going to hide Heat's position. Nicely done by Bang. Barely alive on the side now. Needs to clutch this out. Heat's the healthy one. Buying time is the name of the game here. The classic sings out. The right clicks are there. And Heat is looking for vindication. Involved in both 13-0s in the last year. On the wrong side in both of them.
Great way to clutch that out, though. With the time getting low, heads up to just updraft up top. No bother playing the game of just running around Gen and trying to catch each other. It's a way to get that situation over with immediately. Credit to Les for those really nice trade kills in mid.
I think that Les is someone you're going to be calling on to dampen that pace that 100 Thieves are going to start to build, especially when the wind gets in their sails and a confidence starts to flow. And that's a bonus round win for the defenders, knocking 100 Thieves down to a pretty lean buy.
Serious injection of confidence when you win that round. From 100 Thieves into this site. Flash is good, but Dante locking things down. This is the kind of game you want to see from him.
This is something we didn't see on Split. Dante happy to fight into these scenarios, get to make extensive use of his kit that's designed for these mid-round refights, these disruptive floods.
One enemy remaining.
Bang's going to show a little too much leg. Cryo sitting on the Sheriff, realizing this town is certainly not big enough for him and the rest of KRU. And that'll be that 4 rounds into the game. 4 defense side wins for KRU as they get out ahead.
Depending on how this next gun round goes, I can see a world where for KRU, Split is firmly in the rear view mirror. winning the pistol, winning the bonus. Dante's heating up. The shots have been crisp from him. He's taken better fights. He was really just not in great positions to do that on the Waylay. I mean, how many actual fights was he even really taking on Sport? Not a lot. He was just...
How many times do we see him just dash and end up out in the open?
Denied on entries, right? No real opportunities to get super involved in the game with this one. Keep that a question. Oh my God! Timo, what a catch.
Important off-brand here for Timo. So seeing him on the jet on this map as opposed to the Neon. We knew that he'd be trying to play around his weapon. Run it back here for Arteta. Straight down mid, flash out of the cyber cage, and there's nothing to see for the time being. More than happy to test the molly and try and get in the market. That is such high value elimination there with less out of the game. That center util. It's no longer a factor.
Timo knows that at this point in the round, there's going to be someone on crew trying to make a play. They need to find a kill. They're going to go for a peek, a fight.
Spike down A.
And the op would work in that situation, but it's the trade from Fora into this 4-on-2.
Gotta think they've done enough now, especially with Cryo, these late round lurks. Catching MW.
Those kind of situations are really Cryo's bread and butter on the attack lurks. He's so good at catching the timings to cut off rotators. How much of that, was such a nuisance for G2 in that match last week.
Yeah.
Constantly a thorn in their side.
So Dada will try and save the op. It's a very reasonable buffer that's been developed here by KRU. Remember, this round really starts with a very aggressive push, straight up catwalk by Heat. That meets the stopping power of Timotino with an op to hand finally.
He went for the jump peek out the smoke. That was bold. I respect it though. They're getting that confidence
considering how
up,
the first map went, I am flabbergasted that he attempted it.
Could be in for the generational bounce back. Hell of a shot from Timo. I mean, you're always going to look at this 100 Thieves roster, think about Cryo being the offer, but Timo really is a sick offer in his own right. There have been games for 100 Thieves earlier this year where they're struggling on defense, but then they finally get that into his hands, and that's actually the catalyst for the turnaround. That's where they start putting the pieces together.
Harder, though, to make use of it on this attack side of the center. So the game plan for Timo seems like a passive mid-hole. But that's good space that you've carved out for 100 Thieves that you can make use of later on. Plays well here, cuts things up a little bit, drives a wedge between Les and MW0.
Just so certain that someone on crew would be trying to rat around that smoke, and they were right. Look at less HP.
Arsenal doubles back there for a moment. Okay, Timo trying to force the issue and really push up with his op. There's no real foothold on the map, with the exception of mid just being uncontested by KRU. A double back to B, maybe behind Arsenal, just dumping util to get him out.
Of course, Cryo on that late lurk. In position to take fights against the rotators.
30 seconds left.
At the very least, Cryo's going to hear players from KRU pull out of the A side. There isn't really enough time to bounce back to that site, though, when he gets caught by Keys.
Great awareness.
Timo's going to push up here. Less already damaged by an encounter earlier on in the round. Timo now realizing there's a Phoenix in CT side, but Arsenal's got himself on the speedway now. And MW0 is going to have his wits about him as he'll be challenged by a number of players. As years of veterancy coming to the fore, allowing him to find two. And it's a beaten and bruised 100 Thieves that get to the post plant.
Timo has worked himself into a spot where he can be such a nuisance, just threatening the backstab.
Timing hurts.
Trying to alleviate pressure from Bang. But Heat is really having a cerebral round right now. So aware of the positioning that these 100 Thieves players will take, and just getting easy kills on account of it.
Bang might be good for something here, though. Can he just take a shot off the time? He doesn't want to reveal himself, but I think it's pretty clear where he's going to be hiding out. His cloudbursts are constantly getting in his way, and he's going to be able to get this to half. Sardark waits around the corner. And 100 Thieves, just when they look like they'd start to build a head of steam off a big Timo op round, is then packing again.
Really beautiful from Heat. MVP of that round. so patient on that angle. You're just looking at the minimap in that situation. Is he going to give it up? Is Cryo going to pounce? But he did not. He knew the Cryo was going to take that, so he denies that late flank, rotate cutoff, and then gets the catch onto Timo. Just knowing he would be tucked there in market. They're 2 easy kills, but the critical ones of the round.
Timo's Bladestorm being up, though, does allow for a semblance of a buy. He's going to rip that one straight away and try and get in onto the side, but he's spotted out instantly. Hunter's Fury for Vora finds nothing. Look at how KRU have given up that B side proper. Playing for full retake, or maybe a flood midway through.
Weak Arsenal pinged up. He is making his way through the site, though. Doesn't end up going down to any spam. Definitely have to keep your eyes on Vora, who's posted up in B main. KRU are definitely aware of that now. It's going to be crucial that they clear him out, deal with him.
Yeah, he's seen 3 players. Hunter Thieves know exactly where this action's going to be coming from, and Cryo is ready to receive as Les is the first to peer on out. Vora, patient about this, but he has to respect the Omen TP. Sardak's going to bide his time. The Bladestorm finds nothing here on Speedway, and Sardak's now going to get involved. Dips his toe in with the TP across and bang inside the smoke. Has to provide some stopping power. Going to keep him off, but Dante's on the defuse. Bang responds. It's second for him in the round, and he can't quite get there. That round plays out the way maybe you think KRU drew it up. Off the site, full retake, but 100 Thieves are ready to anchor.
I was really liking the retake as well, honestly, how they set that up. They lose less with Cryo just open facing to get an advantage. So, yeah, a bit unfortunate. But after this, to deal with Vora in main, they just hard pressure the site and draw him out into Heat, who is just patiently waiting on the angle with the AWP, while the rest of the team just focused their effort getting down lane. It was a great way to draw him out of that position and make him irrelevant. But KRU aren't able to successfully win out those fights on the site. There's too many 100 Thieves players set up.
It's the anchoring 2-piece from Bang for me. Much like MW's era in the prior round.
But even in that round loss, I do feel like I'm just highlighting KRU because we are seeing such a contrast in the team play right now on this map versus Split, which ironically was their map pick. Ascent, not their map pick. We are getting some vintage Heat on the Jet. The nostalgia tour continues when he was just a force. Some of those early global tournaments, leg shot onto Arsenal. We'll be able to heal up though.
Hunter Thieves were in no rush, especially when Timo's already worked his way so far up mid. He does want to overpush into a line that Les is holding. Then run it back and play for Arsenal. Wants to get through this molly though. Waylays him. And in fact, he's really just going to pop it for the sound cue. Get people scurrying about. Oh, man. Tailwind was at the ready. Prepared to get off that line, but hit again. His patience over the last few rounds has yielded good after kill.
Oh, God. Sick shot onto Arsenal's 100 Thieves. Try to cross into this vacant B site. They're going to be able to get the spike down. We saw a quality attempt at a retake on the last round from KRU. Surely they can get them with a man advantage and the Hunter's Fury. They have so many tools at their disposal.
Does he find another one just from holding a line there? I was worried Bang might push up into that spawn side. He'll be set up at logs. He's actually got smokes on smokes here to slow this down. Just keep refreshing that CT smoke, I imagine, but it's going to be pushed through.
And KRU now are finding themselves low on utility as the recon comes over top.
Retaking with a stinger and an op. It's a bit uncomfortable, and Bang! Well, he's going to compound the issue. Now it's on Heat, who can't really get much done but save this weapon because slowly but surely, KRU's economic buffer has eroded.
Felt like that was about to be a sure thing, honestly. But no one on KRU really in position to hard apply pressure when that Hunter's Fury was coming through. Just enough time for 100 Thieves to end up getting the plant down.
KRU leave a really pronounced gap in that B side. Obviously, they can't have market presence because there's a push up mid from 100 Thieves. I think even though Timo goes down here, the fact that he's able to get there early means that it's hard to, like, really anchor this B side at all.
One enemy remaining.
They just can't win out those rifle duels. Bang with a nice transfer. So sharp with that Phantom.
And these attack side rounds, 3 of them now. Feels like each one is worth 2 on the defense.
There's a chance for KRU. There's a chance for Heat. Picks the right side of the map.
Flash off the line, tries to take that early shot, but can glide away gracefully. Big Hunter is going to accelerate into this, not expecting Sardak to be inside the smoke with the Bucky. He's found 2. And that's a trade you take every day of the week.
That is not a gun we've seen much of since the nerf. Sick from Sardak.
Let's listen into the Thieves. How do they bounce back from that start?
Honestly, a read through cat, I don't hate it.
Cypher jet.
It looked like...
I need help crossing, Matt.
No, you have a cage.
B's good, boys.
Or wing B.
KRU main.
Kill this guy.
Yo, wait, maybe... No,
It's gonna be one more, it's gonna be one more.
Could be
Close door,
Close door, close door.
Spawn already.
We're smoking 4.
I can smoke in 3.
I'm droning, relax.
I was smoking in 2.
Nice. Cypher ult, Matt.
I don't see this guy.
Yeah.
There's a trip with
Just hide, everyone. Alright,
Both,
Marty,
both.
post on
Yeah,
them, Matt.
Yeah, well.
Yo, you can take spawn, I'm playing for you.
Yeah, I will.
They have a cam above you, Matt. He knows about you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
You guys
I
even
got-
act like you're bunkering side. Get in the dark.
I have a dart.
Wait. I'll tell you when. Do it now.
I post on your spawn cross.
I'm jiggling lane.
Yeah, jiggle lane, Jordan. You guys are good.
I'm off you, Matt. Kind of. Gonna play off you. Let's mark it.
Just keep jiggling.
Lane. I'll lane.
Got it.
One enemy
Phoenix
remaining.
Chill.
Chill.
We have lane.
I'm only... Can you
We have have stairs stairs
Matt is stairs.
Yeah, I'm playing for the drop.
Nice!
Too quick, Matt.
Oh,
No one doesn't like me.
No one doesn't like you,
Cypher
kid!
out, baby.
I mean, that is shades of Split for you. The way Hunter Thieves put together that post-plant scenario looked really confident, comfortable. There was a real cohesive plan. And plenty of reaction to things like that Cypher cam being set up.
It opens with KRU just activating a classic trap play. You have your Opera on the line. Oh, he gets flashed off, he dashes away, and then there's a guy with a shotgun close. Vintage play works out. They get into the 5-on-3, 2-man advantage rounds back to back that Hunter Thieves are able to navigate through in the mid to late round and still find success. Bang gets another crucial moment. That fight into market where he takes out MW, kind of caught a little bit in the open over at Switch. That frees up the B site for the taking. And then Cryo, second time in this game, gets the op in his hands. Hasn't been a lot of opping from him as of late, but we're getting to see vintage Cryo a little bit on display when he gets it in his hands.
Yeah, I mean, Bang returned to this Hunter Thieves core to try and sort of rebuild something that was familiar. This is different in so many ways, but the last 3 or 4 rounds has been 2K, crucial momentum-killing moments from him that have left KRU without an answer for 3 straight rounds.
He has got that op back. He has been the MVP for KRU, the difference maker. But unfortunately, in some rounds, even the impact that he has been able to find hasn't been enough to get them over the finish line. Not always able to capitalize off of how great of a game he is having so far. Hop over towards B. Maybe an opportunity for him to catch Cryo if he lurks up just a little bit too far.
Very enlightening Cypher cam there.
Yeah, and that being said, I mean, if you're anyone on 100 Thieves, you are going to be hyper concerned. There could be an op on any angle. Can't play any situation too brazen because you know that he will be waiting, and he is not missing right now.
Cryo is also poised for an expected push off of the B side in the event that KRU lose mid. That might still come as they do re-clear with that drone and realize that Hunter Thieves players are poised to descend upon that side. That's an important pick-off, though, as Bang is trying to work an opposite extremity. But there's Timo, sees Heat coming. Now already starting to assert himself in the market part of the map. NW0's got to be feeling uncomfortable. Needs to fall back off the side, but Les finds a timing, a window, and snatches up 3 massive kills. Out of absolutely nowhere, KRU just hit 100 Thieves with a haymaker.
And that is the Champions winner Les in that moment. Finally makes his mark on this game. One of the all-time best players from Brazil.
What a time to get in there. That is absurd.
Had to get involved, and I like that KRU also were getting active towards that A extremity.
again, they had a pretty healthy amount of information early because of that cam spot up mid. This time, 100 Thieves, though, set up more on this A side of the map. A few rifles to speak of, but it's an odd jumble of weaponry outside of that. Straight walking up. Sarnak knows there might be an acceleration here. It needs to be quick getting away from this side, but instead, it's a bit of a fake sell. Dante, of course, is not going to be able to get much value out of this. Run it back. Respected by all of 100 Thieves.
They'll be happy to have applied enough pressure to bait that out of Dante. Now this B side, for one of the first times late on utility, the trips are over towards a variation from less.
Heavy mid looks here from KRU this time. Really opting to fight for it instead. It's a pretty big ping. Yeah, 100 Thieves call a cancel on that now. They do have time to make a pivot, but Heat is watching across. Static with an op. And it's just an awkward timing, actually, that puts him off that line.
Yeah, not actually a smoke for 100 Thieves to cross, so there might have been some real danger. 22 seconds left, trying to make their way through tree. Have to deal with these trips, have to deal with the flashes, multiple KRU players. There is so much going for the defenders.
He feels the pressure. Sarnak, they're not in a position to play off of Dante. That was a window that could have been made use of. Still, hit with the Blade Storms, able to find his second of the round now. 100 Thieves get into this A site for a plant, though. Arsena taken low by that shock dart. But the Thieves still have 3 in the mix.
Will he have an opportunity for the run it back? Yeah, just wants to use it straight away. Gonna get the health back from it too, at the very least, even if he doesn't get that instant value dealt with by less. Or weak cryo on the angle. He's just too good.
Perfect trade there for 100 Thieves. A free Phoenix life for a kill. Take that every day of the week. Now, Heat, as good as he's been, is just not good enough for young Timo. 100 Thieves notch up their 5th round in a very unlikely scenario, including a cancel on a B hit with 35 seconds left of the round, across through mid that isn't smoked, when Heat was on the line with an op.
I think that's been the most impressive part of 100 Thieves' play on this attack side. Their ability to find openings in those uncomfortable mid to late rounds when they need to make that decisive pivot to a site. They are finding an opening. They are finding the crucial opening kill. They have been able to navigate the troubled waters in all of those situations.
More than just raw game plan in this game, Wyatt. It's been adaptation. It's been the mid-rounding for 100 Thieves. And a bit of serendipity, I think, because if Heat had been watching, he might have had his pound of flesh there. Regardless, Les is down early, which means all of that util. Forget about it.
You can really give a lot of credit to Vora here as well. Started IGLing last year with TSM, NBS as the coach, playing with Timo. Core joins up with 100 Thieves, first year IGLing in the league.
NBS.
It's a global trophy with them.
NBS is coaching from Lithuania, middle of the night, while his NA Challengers games are underway. There it is, MW0 just cooked on the side, and Timo, well, he's looking prouder than a peacock out there in that B side, and have the wall coming down. Dante, all he can really do is rattle the cage. 100 Thieves have stabilized on this attack side in an impeccable way.
Spike. My ultimate is ready.
What are KRU made of? How do they find the opening? How frustrating is that to get revealed? Combos with the Hunter's Fury. The damage is there. There's just no way back in. How can you deal with all of these 100 Thieves positions?
Last player standing.
Nah, retaking here. Yeah, he tried to trade for a rifle. Still gets brought down, though. And 6 rounds get picked up here for 100 Thieves. A nice recovery. And honestly, it's looking dicey. They are 4-0 down before they start to build up a head of steam.
It started so well for KRU. We're getting an excellent performance out of Heat on, what is his OG agent, the agent that he made a name for himself as a rising star in Brazil all those years ago, globals in 2021, 2022. He's putting on a show. Great opping, great shots, but KRU not always able to capitalize. Have they done enough, though, to make a run on the side swap with the game tied up? Going to attack on Ascent, that is tough.
Yeah, full team effort for 100 Thieves in recovering on that attack side. Let's see what defense holds for them and for KRU after this.
your team has had quite the roller coaster of a ride. You know, having a sub roster playing kickoff, going into stage 1, looking great in groups, and just falling a little bit short in playoffs. How do you keep your players and just the overall team energy high?
That's a good question. I would say we have some elements that really help us. The most important, we have our psychologist next to us, and we always try to keep a positive mindset and a growing mindset. So yeah.
No, that's perfect to have in a competitive kind of environment. Thank you so much and good luck today.
Vora, as a caller on 100 Thieves, has kind of achieved in months what most callers have chased for years. Sadhak, though, has spent years showing that one trophy is never the end of the work. It's been ups and downs for this guy. He has been a journeyman in different regions. And we find him here on this KRU Visa team who have done well to bounce back from a horrific, disastrous first map. And they get out to a 4-round lead on defense. And hey, it's looking good, but is 6 defense rounds enough to stop Vora and 100 Thieves?
We saw some fantastic calling out of him, navigating complex mid-rounds, able to find openings to get his team on sites. Vora, just over a year and a half into his IGLing career, MBS believes he's going to be one of the greatest IGLs the game has ever seen, in his words. And he has transformed this 100 Thieves team. I feel like bringing them to new heights. They're on this 8-match win streak. That involves a trophy win in Paris. I think it is a historic time for 100 Thieves.
Decisive, adaptable. So far, 100 Thieves have really been able to answer every question aimed at them by KRU on that defense side.
And I do think KRU were displaying some much better team play in those early rounds on Ascent. We saw on Split for sure. Heat in great form. There are signs of life. And they win a much needed pistol for steady on that angle. Dante removed from around.
A moment like that is always going to be pretty deflating. Dante does feel like the weather vane for KRU.
30 seconds left.
When he's flowing and confident, it seems a little easier for this team. Heat, though, pushes deep over towards that spawn side. Cries out of the picture now, and is the B side open for KRU.
Suddenly 2 1v1s taken, both won for KRU, and in critical moments. W removing the Cypher from the site, allowing the plant to go down. Look at the health on 100 Thieves, just tragic. They're just getting picked apart by the body shots. They just can't even withstand one from the Sheriff.
I mean, that is just Heat on a whim. Firing 2 shots into the smoke and finding 2 kills. Nice! 20 kills in 13 rounds from Heat. That is absurd. And honestly, yeah, you've got to imagine KRU need to convert this into a win.
Absolutely. He is playing with a determination. Coming back after a really rough 2025 that follows up the, I think, best year of his career professionally. 2024, that was with the KRU organization. Now, obviously, their old team with all of the known players over there, Kesnet, etc., right? He joined them, looked better than ever, and then 2025, the struggles on Furia didn't have a place at the beginning of this year. KRU bring him back. He had a pretty solid debut last week. He was really good in the first kills to first deaths department. But this is another level. This is a willing his team to the win level of play.
These organizations are 3-3. Perfectly balanced in overall win-loss record against each other. And 2-2 since this 100 Thieves core of Bang Cryo and Asuna has been in place. Because the championship points I'm more concerned about, is that's going to be one way. You can find yourselves at the most important event of the year. Another way is a deep run here, stage 2 playoffs, in fairness. That seems far more probable for 100 Thieves. But getting past KRU is a key part of that plan. Les has gotten deep. Cat amongst the pigeons as Bang is plucked out of position. He's going to find another one. This guy is dangerous if you let him get running. And KRU are everywhere across the map. 100 Thieves cannot anticipate the axis they might hit them on. 3 players now on into this B site. Arsena cooking up something with that molly. Some information there, perhaps. Vora's not able to glean nearly enough to give him the edge as Arsena gets pinged.
Scrappy for a second, but KRU are able to stabilize the situation. Both pistol rounds taken on this map for them, keeping them afloat. Still giving them a chance. Good sign if you want to see Les really involved in this game on the attack. Exploiting those openings and 100 Thieves defense, getting the critical lurk kills.
KRU fans hungry for a win. Some signs of hope for a late season revival. If there's any team that we've known to go on runs, it's these guys.
Okay, and they start the second half in the exact same way as the first. Pistol round into bonus round win. A lot of damage from that molly.
Geez, Dante and Heat looking worse for wear. Tim was able to get out of mid, but Dante takes up that space behind him.
KRU not rushing things, but the utility to take mid is going to definitely cause some discomfort for 100 Thieves. Want to get information elsewhere via this Timatino re-clear of B main.
Steady as she does it. KRU feel like they've got a good position on the map. Converting into a round win is a very different story. That's nicely done. It's Heat again. Strikes at the caller of 100 Thieves.
30 seconds left.
And now there's no B main presence here for 100 Thieves. It's really just Timmer on Speedway. And this is virtually impossible to hold the tides of KRU back. He'll be brought down by the Stinger in and on the site. And this is massive.
That updraft from Heat just spots out Cryo as well. Puts him on the mini-map. That lane makes it so much easier to deal with him. That's big for Arsena. That gives an opportunity for 100 Thieves. Still, this advantage for KRU has to be enough, but they're all just huddled into this site. They're not able to get out. They're suffocated.
Bang. Got to be relied on here to be the stabilizer. You have to imagine KRU are in a position to convert this round comfortably.
And with that teleport away from Bang indicates that 100 Thieves are going to be playing to save these guns and try to just deal some damage to this KRU team as they're leaving the site. They're winning the pistol, winning the bonus. Damage here is not going to mean a whole lot. If anything, the ult for Austin is going to mean more, right?
Arsena sticks around and, yeah, has at least developed that run it back. An important KRU round, though. The first gun round there, 100 Thieves in the half. And it's one that gets shut down again by Heat. Heat is the one that thrusts his way down mid. With great patience, KRU secure yet another important pickup on a set.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, it's really in that mid round. They just slow the game down after taking that space. Forcing 100 Thieves to have to react. And then it gives the opening for that triple swing, the catch on the floor. A lot of damage to Bang. It's obviously the low buy here for 100 Thieves. KRU, chance to get up to 10.
Heat is on track for a regulation 30 bomb. 23 kills, 16 rounds.
If you were wondering, does he still have it in him? Clearly he does. I mean, listen, it's valid to question where he was going to be at as a player after his run with Furia last year. We've always seen him on quality teams being a quality player. So that really was just like a blemish on an otherwise really solid, long professional career from a consistent guy. But yeah, it's valid to wonder, would he come back at a high level? And I mean, the answer is absolutely yes.
Vora needs to provide the stopping power here, but the real Stella's over on the A side of the map. So far, Cryo's been able to find a kill. He's got a Phantom to work with here, but timing rather, it's going to end up working against him. This trip, though, will give him the inkling and the confirmation. Gee, I mean, he's found a great moment here, hasn't he? Leslie is down and time is short. MW0 still coming into the A site now, can at least play off this Hunter's Fury. Sarlac's able to complete the stick.
Door getting broken now. Asuna, no flashes to get out of the smoke. They're just going to have to wait it out. You have MW Zera adjusting over towards A main.
Still 3 rifles for 100 Thieves to work with. One of them blinded up for the time being. 100 Thieves in no hurry. Maybe use Asuna here as a bit of bait, something to play off of. No, he'll take the frag himself. And now it's on MW0. Surely we're going to be checking A main at some point. Time is of the essence. MW0 steps up. Hunter's Fury now got to be brought to bear. Looks like the spike got halved amidst all of this now, and MW's going to put it away. Vora taps, and he can't fight for it.
Oh my God.
Talking about vintage, it's MW0 this time, rolling back the years with a crucial Red Bull clutch.
Beautiful. A round that should have been theirs from the jump. Going up against basically all sheriffs except for the one saved rifle from Cryo. But MW, knowing exactly what the win con is there, has to get at least 1 kill off the peak. Knows that Asuna is the weak player. He's on the spike, able to get that one Hunter's Fury off.
And yeah, it was a round that, like you said, they probably should have won from the jump. They were looking favored, but the vindication on all of KRU's faces after that clutch tells you everything you need to know about the pressure that 100 Thieves have put on them across this game. And the Thieves are far from out of it. A lost round there, sure. They lose the pistol. They lose the bonus, or the anti-bonus, rather. Now they're going to get some guns back in their hands. We see an MBS timeout as Timotino has availed himself of an op.
That's the kind of round win that's going to inspire everyone to go harder, though. Those kind of clutches just kick everyone into a higher gear. This KRU team really is just loaded with legends from Brazil now, isn't it? They're
Yes.
bringing heat in. 4 players that have been around from basically the beginning of the game.
Four
Still
famous
competing.
Brazilians and Date. It's wild.
And again, these guys have been spinning their wheels not just in this match, but in, honestly, the whole 5-match loss streak up until this point. At some point, a bit of self-belief goes a long way. And a 4-round buffer, it's not going to hurt either.
Sop out of the timeout for Timo. Will he find the value?
Dangerous here, very dangerous. Oh, we actually legged MW.
Oh, that's yeah, more than a leg. That's some
Wow.
kind of weird wall bang. I mean, bang down to 3s.
I think the corner of the masonry is where the shot came through, yeah. Well, still 2 more health than he needs, in fairness. Trip triggered by the Aldrone. Les finds his way into wine. Looking for a later flank by the looks of things now as Vora sees heat, caught out by the trap. Cryo wants to fight for it, and the Bulldog bites hard. Dangerous waters now for KRU. Spike loose out there in tree, and their prospects of a round win have all but dissipated.
Cryo with an excellent shutdown. 100 Thieves just applying pressure from all the angles onto KRU while they're making their way through tree. The trip catch onto heat is as awkward as it gets. I mean, he's lucky to have even survived that, getting pinged up by it. Somehow doesn't go down initially, but it doesn't matter. The whole team just being funneled into that one little corner.
I mean, if you're 100 Thieves then, this is probably what you need to see. Good Cypher trip placement to have some stopping power against Heat, who, if you give him some space to roam, he's been very dangerous so far. Big flawless round is also big for an economy for the Thieves that is just starting to build here. Timo's on the line. Forced off briefly by the flash. It's Dante who gets in. Molly's going to force a movement here, but Timo's going to catch on to Dante. Asuna sees Salah coming a mile off, apparently. But it could be an issue As Les has found his way into market, it's not the best weapon for the job necessarily, but he's tucked into a dangerous spot. Aldro might clear him.
No, uncomfortable on site. Knows that he could be getting pressured by lane. Now with the smoke down, 100 Thieves, they want to get involved, get into the site to support their AWPer.
It doesn't get any easier here for Crew. The stall's going to start to mount. Mess finally springs forth, and yeah, it's an important kill. But against the context of the rest of the round, it's just not going to be enough. Vora eventually puts a cap on it, and 100 Thieves finally string 2 rounds together.
No matter what, Heat is going to get at least his at some point in the round. I like that from 100 Thieves, though. They get those initial kills and then slow things down. Teemo just plays it very safe on stairs, waiting for that smoke to bloom back in the choke, and then you see them all just funnel out together. Give Teemo that assistance. And fight into Crew. 100 Thieves know they can win out with the numbers.
Still that up to hand here for Teemo. Crew now able to find themselves with some rifles, but this might be the last hurrah for their economy, which has been buckling under the pressure. Sark! Sometimes being bow-legged, not the worst thing. As that shot whistles straight in between.
Pressure coming Vora's way. Has to break that recon. Yeah, you have to imagine off that shot. Oh my god, the Dante's going to flash swing that. What the hell is that kill from Vora? That's crazy.
It's falling off the angle as the opportunity presents itself.
I mean, yeah, that looked like the smallest window of opportunity for the kill. And he's hard holding it. He's feeling himself after getting the first one.
Re-clear now behind his drone. He will be revealed. And this is all that Arsenal needs to know. Gets a ping out on Heat, confirms the Jets' position.
Talk about a patient Crew team.
Oh, Teemo with a contact line. 100 Thieves chokehold on this defense side. There's coverage for A main as well. Teemo is safe here, relatively speaking. Paranoia, play off that. Though definitely dodges it. It's Teemo that comes in with a retort. Across the site, MW0 knows about where he is, trying to get into Jen, and Arsenal just doesn't have his crosshair placed where it needs to be. Teemo is low, and they're going to be brought down now to bring a 2v2.
Just forced to back Dice, wanted to play it as patiently as possible, give it time for the rotates to come in, but MW capitalizes on that situation. The flank, though.
Oh, he's found a corpse. That's huge. Vora now is going to have confirmation, but the second player can fall off his line. He's going to be speculating and looking. It's Vora with 3. It starts with an insanely confident, hard angle held in market. And Vora turns it into 3.
I need to see that one on the replay, what it looked like from his point of view, because it was crazy from Dante's.
Just the adamantium nerves.
A beautiful flank.
Oh, he's pre-firing it.
Sick little shot. Oh my god, yeah. Teemo gets the kill on the Sadak jump for the TP.
And then the ping here for Vora, you don't see it, but allows it to fall off that line.
I like we're seeing some discipline from Teemo in these situations as well. Like, it does make me think back to watching him in Challengers, just this crazy shooter, so much talent, but still just rough around the edges. And this year in this 100 Thieves team, we're watching him really develop into a disciplined player when he needs to be, but he hasn't lost that flair. He hasn't lost that ability to get crucial entry kills, have those moments of sick mechanical display, the flick shots, all of that. Just so much more well-rounded.
This is looking reminiscent of the first half. A slow start for 100 Thieves, but now they've worked their way into a more commanding position. And Crew are scrounging here in the piggy bank for this 4 rifle buy.
So often we're seeing Sadhawk just play these extremities solo, IGL for the team, but opposite side of the map. Oftentimes just not playing with the pack. But trying to group up now, work into this B hit.
Teemo's actually playing a bit more aggressive on that contact point towards Cubby. Here's a smoke in towards the back of the B side. This is plenty of advanced warning for 100 Thieves. They just don't have a market position, even though they've got a trip. But look at Teemo is down mid. He's going all the way around the world. But the action's going to be here at B.
Hunter's Fury now for NW0, looking to try and carve Cry out of the back of the site. So far, he evades detection, eventually brought down. Not before Arsena gets his pound of flesh, make it 3. Sanak flattened. Arsena wants more. This boy is hungry. Unless finds himself adrift out at sea. And Timo's the one with the paddle.
Oh my god, yeah, and the jump up just gives less than a guillotine. He's decapitated by that art, man. This 100 Thieves team, once they get the gun rounds rolling, they're looking too good.
Just the raw
I
neck
have
from
seen
Arsena,
Arsena do disgusting things as the Phoenix on this B site in the last month.
That's a massive round.
He's just he's a savage over there. It's bringing me back to the OT round win against NRG where he's just spinning on everyone, anchoring the site at EWC to win the trophy.
It's a dirty spot,
Arsena
those
downers.
stairs.
What did Brent say? It's a bad year to be an Arsena hater.
It is indeed. I'm sure 100 Thieves fans are still, conditioning themselves to having a consistent team to support, right? I know a lot of 100 Thieves fans are always like, yeah, it's the hope that kills you. That's what they always love to tell me. But here, I hope it's turning into precedent, right? Expectation. And we were talking about this, someone like Arsena feels like he was always burdened by expectation, by the weight of what 100 Thieves had failed to achieve during his time on the roster. Not because it was his fault. I don't think anyone ever really blamed the guy. But I'm sure it was always in the back of his mind. They had a very rabid fan base who expected greatness for no reason other than they were 100 Thieves. And they finally delivered their fans an international trophy. Like you said before, sit back, enjoy, get used to it. This is the time to be a 100 Thieves fan.
And hey, I get it. They might still be in a state of disbelief. You can't blame them. But I'm feeling like they're the real deal. This is their moment. Feels like this is going to be their stage. But let's see if they can close out this game. KRU have been looking good. They've been winning some of the crucial rounds, the pistols, the bonuses. They're trying to increase the tempo out of this timeout. It's been slow from them.
It's the trips, man. They're brutal. That's what we're talking about. The stopping power to keep heat in place. Timo's so easily able to follow up on that. Yeah, okay, it's not a buy round for KRU, sure. But the theory is there. Great Cypher util placement to render heat ineffective.
And even when Arsena isn't getting the kills directly with the run it back, man, he's finding value just setting up his teammates, getting involved. Vora, much like the last round, late into it, finds the timing to just get some free backstab kills. MW spot known, he is noted, he is just caught at dice. All angles closing in on him are 100 Thieves players. No chance. They've taken the lead. KRU have not made it easy at all. Look at the timeline when it comes back up. It's 4 rounds straight for KRU to start both halves. And yet 100 Thieves have managed to get themselves ahead, 11-10.
KRU just might have to slow the pace down and clear some of this util. We've seen them like they've got our drone and shock dart that's clearing this mid trip. It's where the other trip is that's the problem. It's when Cryo moves things around, when he varies the setup.
Yeah, it's over towards that A side. It hasn't been as much of an issue on B, but...
It's caught them twice in tree, though.
Yeah, it has been a nightmare for KRU trying to work that side of the map. And they would love for that to have broken the trip, but...
Right here.
No, it's going to have to be the drone that does it. Ooh, we're not doubling back for the trip. Okay. It's now been spotted, so it's just going to be shot. That's fine.
And we've seen a few times that KRU have gone for this mid-round take of mid. That wall up, acting like they could cross, but 100 Thieves are showing some serious presence over in market.
Cryo's about to pick up the defense side spawn spot as well. So 100 Thieves have adjusted to the mid-round, mid-take. Cryo not quite sure where to put himself here, though. The line, it's just rare to see him lose those. He gets a 1-for-1. That's enough for now. Stopping power to the op. Yep, it's there in spades. It's Timo again. The bouncer at the door. And Sardak just gets plucked out across the map. Spikes out in the open. It's a bloody disaster for KRU.
That's a round that feels reminiscent of Split, honestly. Like when we saw how they were just navigating their players around that B site on split, positioning themselves off of each other so well. The util coming in at the right moments, the ults coming in at the right moments. Like a well-timed Nightfall from Vora on split. Here is a well-timed Hunter's Fury as KRU are trying to get through that market door. Easy to connect the tags. Gets a kill, does a hell of a lot of damage. 100 Thieves are just maneuvering the map as a team so well during these site executes.
And it's always a mix-up. It's either Cypher trips inside tree, with Timo playing the B side, or Timo sitting up in tree, taking contact with the op. And now back into mid. This is a far more aggressive take on mid than we've seen so far from 100 Thieves, and it pays off. Sure, some damage at Timo's retreating back, but not nearly enough to furrow his brow. 100 Thieves have just done some honest clock in, clock out work here on a set.
Feels like that kill is just the dagger in the heart. Heat, who has been the star for KRU, putting the team on his back in so many of these rounds, removed. Less just caught on the cross, out in the open. The KRU players are dwindling, just falling one by one.
Okay, running back here for Dante, but there's a smoke in the way, and Vora's waiting on him. Will allow him to get up into that heaven side. Dante going to be brought down. There's Timo with a third kill in the round. He's looking for all of them right now, but Vora's going to have a bit of his too. MW0 falls, and it was Dante all alone. The last time these two teams met, KRU were unbeaten, and 100 Thieves were desperate since then. KRU have not won a game, and 100 Thieves haven't looked back. Through a win against their own nemesis, G2, an international championship, and now returning to remind Visa that things couldn't be different for these two rosters.
100 Thieves fans, you are not dreaming. This is the reality you are living in. It is finally your time. They are on a 9-match win streak against Tier 1 teams. Historic run in Valorant for the 100 Thieves org. And we might get to a place where you are arguing that this is the best 100 Thieves team of all time. You could argue it now. The only thing that they haven't been able to achieve yet, a stage victory like they did in 2024. What they really want is that deep run into a trophy lift at a Masters, at a Champions. And Champions, that is our one global left this year. They have now tied with Furia for 7 Champions points. They are en route to getting there.
And honestly, we've seen them have to fight their way back from difficult spots on that Ascent map. We don't need to talk too much about Split because, frankly, not a whole lot to report about that one. But here, it's like Pistol and Anti-Eco lost here for Thieves on both halves, still able to fight back.
That's what I was about to say. We get to see them on one map, just complete domination, control of the game from round 1 to round 13. And then on Ascent, we see them get tested. They lose, the pistols, they lose the bonuses, and yet on the gun rounds, when it matters most, they are always ahead.
Let's send it to Emily for our Verizon post-match interview.
What a hard-fought win for you on Ascent. We almost had a little bit of a repeat of what happened at EWC against NRG. You know, those attack halves are hard. But what is the hardest part about IGLing in this meta?
The hardest part of IGL in this meta is like just staying resilient. I think keeping our heads clear. Like, you know, we started at a 0-4 deficit. We lost pistol, you lose bonus. You know, the rounds are really close, but you know, you just gotta keep your head clear and just keep calling. The rounds, like the biggest part is understanding when your call is good versus when your call is bad. And I think my calling was fine. We just, you know, this meta is super aggressive, micro scenarios, so we just had to iron things out, get more warm inside the game, and yeah, we came back 6-6. So
yeah, I mean, you guys kept great composure that whole time, so thank you so much, and again, congrats on the win. Bang. Okay, so you guys lost both pistols, anti-eco's bonuses, basically those first 4 key rounds on both sides, but you were able to claw your way back in. What was really going on in those first 4 rounds of each half?
I just feel like, I'm not gonna lie, that's how Attack Ascent is played. It's a hard half for any team. I don't care if you're the best team in the game, you're not gonna have a fun time playing Attack Ascent. So they played well, to be honest. I'm giving credit to them. I feel like they kind of just, I don't know, they interrupted us in the times that made sense to interrupt our plays, like when we were trying to do a mid-split. I remember Les just took a timing through like the mid-smoke, 3K'd us, so they were making plays, and it made it hard for us to play.
Yeah, and on a lot of those attack rounds, when you were playing that post-plant, you were really just playing for your life a lot of the time. How do you decide in moments like that when to make your move versus when to just try and stay alive for as long as possible?
Honestly, simply put, it just depends on how many people I have alive and they have alive. I feel like I'm always like, I'll probably take the passive approach if I got teammates alive, and I know they'll figure the round out for me. But if I'm the last guy, like 2v4, 2v5, I gotta play the game sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out, so thank you so much, and again, congrats on the win. Cryo, you have been such a star player since the beginning of your career, and one thing that really stands out about you is your consistency throughout everything. And in this run that you've had so far, going from EWC back into Stage 2, you really didn't have a whole lot of time to reset. So do you have some sort of insane routine-based life? Do you have an insane warm-up? How do you stay consistent match to match?
I wouldn't say I have an intense warm-up or anything. It's just kind of I know my team believes in me and I believe in myself, and I think confidence is just super important in Valorant, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and you deserve to have it. You are an insane player yet again. Anyways, match point is standing by with Asuna and... Who am I forgetting? Asuna and Timotino, thank you.
Wait, that's messed up.
Bro, that is brutal.
What the heck?
What did she do that for?
That's crazy.
That felt personal.
I feel like you're a very memorable member of 100 Thieves.
No, you are not. No, listen, those replays, you're getting highlighted. Let me tell you, the reactions. Yeah, we're hearing you.
We're gonna play a little game in a sec, but I've got to get your feedback on the 13-0. I mean, that's only the third one in Americas ever. It was exactly a year since the last 13-0. And I don't know if you know this, but you did it to Heat again. He was also the recipient of the one last year. You're bullying him.
Oh, no.
Wow,
You're bullying him.
I feel bad. I don't even remember the other one. But I do remember having a good start against Loud in 2024, 13-1 on Ascent. And then we ended up losing the BO3. So I was like, no, Sadak is not going to let us get away with a 13-0. So I was getting a bit nervous. But yeah, I think that was what was going through my head. I had 2 years flashback.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, well, you closed it out. You closed it out. But you know what we love? I love binary choices. You are locked in. You have to pick one thing or another. So we are going to play a game called This or That.
How many of those we got?
Oh, you do want to play along as well?
I mean, I could.
Yeah, go for it. You can, dude, you can play along. Play along.
He's on the team.
Play along at home if you like. Go for it. Go for it. So the idea is we're going to give you 2 different options, and then you're going to pick this or that, depending on what's going on. The first one is the maps, Summit or Sunset. If you want this, it's Summit. If you want that, it is Sunset. Which one are you feeling? This or that?
Oh,
I'm locking in this one. I like what I said there.
Oh,
I'm locking in this one.
Wait.
What about
He's
that
cooking.
one?
Why do you like Summit?
I don't know. I just don't like Sunset.
You don't like Sunset?
No, I don't like Lotus or Sunset. Those are my two.
How come? What about them?
Just historically, every single time, just not the best experience. So, trying to change it this year. But personally, as the past 2-3 years, not my favorite maps.
You were thinking about it more.
I enjoy Sunset. I just feel like Summit is kind of a better version of Corrode. My issue with Corrode...
Bren was literally saying that.
It just feels better. There's more decision-making about the doors. It feels like you need to be a little smarter than Corrode, which is... I hate that map.
Yeah,
you just go into mid and you get spammed infinitely.
If you could just somehow not get spammed, that map would have been 10 times better. That should have been like 100%. A hot fix, in my opinion.
Yeah. Make the entire thing just out of full concrete.
It doesn't help that we have Brock in our region.
I know.
So, and then he inspires others. So it's just...
Yeah. Let's move on to the next question then. The next question is Prime Neon or Prime Chamber?
I thought you were talking about the player for a second.
Yeah. I mean, Prime Neon on Prime Chamber, maybe. But
yeah.
So most broken version of Neon or most broken version of Chamber?
Did you even play the game back then?
I was a ranked player. I was playing ranked. It was fun. I was putting my TPs. I was doing stuff. I just don't...
He doesn't know about the cryo cells chamber.
No. I've never got to play it.
Yeah, he just heard the rumors, the legends.
We got to see Cryo doing a lot of opping today, actually. It was fun.
Yeah, the Cypher.
The Cypher op, yeah.
He's our what, second string? Yeah, he's our second string.
Okay, why the Neon? What are you up to?
I don't think they should have taken out Neon's knees, to be honest. I actually kind of like that there was something unique about Neon, where it's like the movement and things, but she was a little bit overtuned.
Well, a little bit.
Yeah. You two both have been playing Neon. I mean, you swapped the roll around between you guys as well. How do you like the?
Well, you're talking Prime Neon. Like Prime Neon was diabolical.
Yeah, that was even further.
It was only an off season. Yeah, it was only Champs, I think, an off season when EDG won. I think it was when it was Prime Neon, and that was like.
But
if you're talking about like the one
like
Prime
3 months
Chamber.
ago.
No, you can have
Prime Chamber though. That literally broke the game. It wasn't attack FPS.
Yeah, but at least you had to use utility. You didn't like. I feel like that sped run people's understanding of the game very hard. Because if you disrespected Ye, you got taught a lesson.
Yeah, wait, actually, no, yeah.
You got.
Ye was teaching everyone.
Yeah, you're peeking without utility. No.
That's a big
You
no-no.
Prowler. You got to peek with the Prowler now. You can't. He breaks it. He's still holding.
That's true. Wait.
Okay. I love the debate. Let's move on to
sorry.
the next question.
He's getting me passionate.
No, it's good.
He's getting me riled
good
up.
conversation. This or that, duo queue or 5 stacking?
Well, you're asking Immortal like
Yeah,
Radiant Pros.
Sure.
We don't. 5 stack's not a thing for us.
No.
Yeah.
But also, if you do want to climb, you shouldn't be doing this. You should be doing this.
Oh.
That's the most
You shouldn't be
convoluted
doing
answer.
yeah.
Sorry,
You should be doing this.
You should be doing that instead of this.
You should be duo queuing, not 5 stacking.
Yeah.
5 stack for fun.
No, yeah, 5 stacks is probably way more fun.
Do you two duo queue with each other?
No, this guy doesn't. This
I
guy's not.
stopped playing the
He
game.
has zero passion.
I
Zero passion.
stopped playing the game.
Why?
I just DMing just so much better than ranked.
In terms of like keeping your skills high?
Yeah. I've only been doing DMs, and even then, it's like I DM'd like 5 times this week, and I was feeling primed.
Okay, but you disagree?
I mean, DM is so boring. What am I doing in DMs? I'd rather run around in ranked and kill actual people, you know?
Right. No, listen, I understand that. Okay, let's go into our next one, which is who's winning tomorrow? Sentinels or Loud?
Oh, no.
What?
100%.
Wait.
This for Sentinels, that for Loud. And we've got for the first time we have a disagreement.
Loud is 100% winning this.
100%?
100%. I'm going Sentinels like 60%.
Oh, you think? Wait, is John QT playing?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
He's in.
I
And
hope.
you're still saying Loud.
But you know who's playing?
Who?
Look Show, the greatest of all time.
Wait, I
Wow.
didn't consider this.
The greatest of all
Wait a
time.
minute.
He's
Greatest
saying.
of all
That guy's a
time.
demon.
Yeah,
He
no,
is
he
a
is.
demon.
He's very good.
Demon.
Yeah, he's very good. I mean, it just brings me back to the conversation earlier of you weren't there to witness Ye, I guess. It's like Timotino runs into a chamber that can actually.
I would
like,
one-tap Premier.
Okay.
like that a lot.
That's enough, Tim. That's enough.
Just
we can go to the next segment.
Look at the old heads.
That's
They're all
okay,
rage
bro.
baited.
That's like playing against Michael Jordan at the time.
You've actually rage baited us so badly. All right, let's check in on the standings. Let's have a look at where things lie in Americas. With that win, 100 Thieves at a 2-0 with a plus 24 round differential. You guys must be feeling good to be able to lock up a top spot in your group, surely, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to get top 2, make sure we can, watch other people play the play-ins, and then we'd be already in playoffs. And then, excited if we get the bye. Finishing first is very doable after beating G2. And so, looking really good.
Tomorrow's matches, that's G2 playing against C9 and Sentinels playing against Loud. You already told me what you think about the Sen Loud game, but what quickly about the G2 C9? How do you feel about that?
Oh, that's G2.
Yeah.
There's no world.
Is that big?
No wall.
Do you feel confident about G2? You think that they're like
Yeah,
doing
they're still good.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're incredible. So, we beat a good team and we were playing good. So it was just a good match.
Okay.
I didn't feel like, one of us was like, they might be going through a bit more of a slump, but they're still really good.
Yeah.
And I feel like, you have to be pretty good to
They'll
beat them.
definitely figure it out.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to both of those games. Thank you very much for watching today. Thank you, Timotino. Thank you, Asner, for joining us here at Matchpoint. And here is your Samsung OLED fast replay to close things out.
All right, so Furia versus NRG here. You see Ethan, well aware Calm could be coming all the way around, but it doesn't matter.
He did the thing!
Calm is just toying with him. Calm is just nasty.
I did the thing!
If Brock wins this, NRG start the runaway. There it is. So chooses to play together, but the flash is perfect. No one can see a thing. No one can see anything except for Kiko. NRG take another close map of Breeze. Mata is actually staying on the line. Pays off beautifully. Koala dodging just away from the utility, but Mata was still prepared for it. And that is absolute perfection from Mata. Quality somehow nailed 2 players with those sheriff shots and make that a third. All right, become a hero in the second half. Why not, Koala? And that could be some trouble, but Artsen's just into the side alone. Ethan's just knocking people down one by one. No support behind it whatsoever. Flawless finish to Summit and a 2-0 for NRG. Today, an insistent new voice meets one of Valorant's most venerated. It's KRU Visa versus 100 Thieves. Run it back active though, and there it is. It's always a 100 Thieves player taking first contact and getting far
far more than they should. Mostly Guardians are being relegated to here now, and Timo says, oh, it's clouding on them! That is filthy! Getting it to half could be the plan. It's on 4 here to stop the defuser now. Sadak must be dealt with. It has been a year to the day since we last saw a 13-0. It's basically taxidermy for KRU. Needs to fall back off the side, but Les finds the timing. A window out of absolutely nowhere. Hit 100 Thieves with a haymaker. But now it's on MW0. Time is of the essence. MW0 steps up. Hunter's Fury now got to be brought to bear. MW is going to put it away. Bora taps, and he can't fight for it. Hunter's Fury now for NW0. Looking to try and carve Cry out of the back of the site. So far, he evades detection. Eventually brought down. Novel for Arsenal. Gets his pound of flesh, make it 3. And Les finds himself adrift out at sea. The last time these two teams met, KRU were unbeaten in 100 Thieves were desperate since then. KRU have not won a game. And 100 Thieves haven't looked back